3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the road to the EWC. My name is Cryptic, here with ZQuixotics, and today we are moving through the final series of the South American Closed Qualifiers. We've got 3 teams remaining. Only one will be representing the region at the main event. Zach, I know we have become very familiar with these teams, so how you feeling, man? Excited for this or what?
I'm feeling excited. It's always a little sad on the last day. It's like, oh man, the Dota's, it's going to be over, the qualifiers. But it's also exciting because these are the best teams that have made it to the very end. Going to bring some great games. Hopefully some very back and forth, fun drafts, right? This is the peak of the qualifiers.
Yeah, absolutely. So before we jump into our first games here, let's go ahead and take a look at what it took to get here. So a lot of teams from South America we consider to be pretty evenly matched. Sin Compromiso has really kind of stood up. I mean, they lost their very first series and then has gone on a absolute heater here in the lower bracket. They have dropped 0 games, and they're looking pretty strong. So I would say, maybe they're back for blood here, as the team that knocked them to the lower bracket, as we can see, was actually OG Latam, the team they're going up against right now. They lost the series 2-1. So this is the only team that they have lost a game to in this entire qualifier. And they have one more chance in this next series to join Heroic in that best-of-5 grand finals.
Heroic having knocked down OG Latam just yesterday. Fun series that you and I got to watch. OG showing in their first game, I think, very kind of equal footing with Heroic. A bit of a rough start in the lanes, but then they really made Heroic work for that first win, and then a little bit of a draft loss, I would say, in the second game. So hopefully over the break from yesterday, we did some brainstorming what went wrong there and how they're going to improve today, especially versus Sin Compromiso, a bit of a different team, so maybe a bit of a different draft, but yeah, I think it's actually a little easier to draft for Sin Compromiso. I feel like Heroic, the cheese could come from any hero, or it could just be Whisper's going to destroy with this final offlane pick. It's not a cheese pick, it's just a really good pick. It's like, it could be Analog in the mid lane, it could be Yuma from the carry, right? It could be any of them, and that's really tricky. Sin Compromiso, it's the Parker show. Not to belittle every other player, but they're playing around him. He almost always gets the last pick in the draft or the 18th pick in the draft, depending on if they're first or second pick. He's always set up for a powerhouse carry pick that is going to win as long as you go late, and everyone else is going to work to make space and enable that hero. So it's a little easier to know what you're getting into, but what that hero is has changed a lot, because there's a couple carries at the top of the meta, but because he gets the very last pick, he's taking whatever he thinks is the best. You might see they played Meepo earlier today. Who's doing that? They did it. They picked a Luna. They got the Morphlings, right? They're going out there with some of these carry picks, so long as he says, yes, this is the one I will carry with. Give me that hero.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think there's two trains of thought, right, when it comes to this team. Is you are correct, where it's like they're playing around Parker, they're giving him the best possible game, and you can either try to shut down Parker in the draft and then in the game, or you have to focus on dealing with the space makers on the team, right? And maybe that's Dark Mago and shutting him down in the mid lane, because he's also typically to be playing a lot of really high tempo heroes. He does like to play for in an advantageous matchup as well. So we'll see. It's gonna be a really fun series. I'm excited to see how this one's gonna play out, as this is our current series, of course, here, OG Latam versus Sin Compromiso, and then the winner going on to play Heroic here later this day. They'll have a little bit of a break, unless this just goes super long. If this ends up being like 3 ultra long games, maybe there won't be that much of a break, but they should have a decent time to prepare for the last series, whoever moves on.
I mean, there is a chance these go some long games. OG showed yesterday they have resiliency. They will hang on as long as possible, as long as they think they've got a shot. So maybe some long games, but both teams capable of playing some pretty fast drafts, especially if we see that Morphling come out for Sin Compromiso. It's often that second, third item timing, Manta Butterfly, sometimes another item, but pair it with the Aegis, and so we see games just end right on that timing. So you do have to be careful. Can't be expecting to go 50 minutes every single time.
Well, here we go. We are getting ready to jump into the draft here, and this is not going to be super surprising that we're seeing heroes like the Darkseer get banned. They ban out the Pangolier from Dark Mago. We saw him actually crush it on this hero yesterday. This was kind of one of the standout performances, I think, from him, has been this Pangolier. I think versus Edge, he just single-handedly bodied them in both games, and then he got it again against Starbox. So it makes sense at this point. Probably worth banning out this hero, because it is very much a comfort pick for him. But that does mean that there are some other really good heroes left in the pool. Shadow Shaman gets banned. There's still Ancient Apparition and Oracle. and a Terrorblade.
Dire team pick. Radiant team
Yeah, I gotta say,
pick.
these are some pretty different
There he is.
opening bans compared to the first time these teams played. So it looks like both of them have shifted up their strategy a little bit. For example, the TA slipped through, but then ignored, apparently, for the Terrorblade. Undying last time was
10
also
seconds
a bit more
remaining.
prioritized. So kind of cool to see that even in just a matter
5
of days, the
seconds
teams
remaining.
have started to adjust their drafts. Which, I mean, to be fair, Sincom or Miso lost the last time, right? So you're not going to run the same plans, same openings.
I do like the opener of the Terrorblade because I think it is actually a pretty good matchup into the Templar Assassin. So leaving it in the pool and going for the first pick
Dire
Terrorblade does
team
block
back.
that. We're going to see the Bat Rider out right away from OG. Okay. Good response to the Terrorblade. Decent counter, but we'll see, where this Terrorblade ends up going, if it's carry, if it's offlane. Probably not support. We don't see many players or
10
teams willing to
seconds
try it as a
remaining.
support unless it
Dire
feels like they
team back.
absolutely need to, but we'll see.
Here, I don't know, you do have that option, so it is pretty flexible for both these teams. I think you're going for some strong supports on the side of Sin Compromiso for your next
10
2
seconds
picks
remaining.
after the Terrorblade. And then for
5
OG
seconds
Latam,
remaining.
I mean, you can pick the other
Team
support because it could then still be a Bat Rider 4, but could leave it for that core matchup into the Terrorblade, which we saw Whisper do really well with yesterday. Maybe OG Latam feeling a little inspired. Try to run that same Bat Rider now into Terrorblade
10
rather than the
seconds
Gyrocopter last time. It did look really good.
5 seconds remaining.
That was the best Bat Rider performance we saw, I'd say. Some of the core Bat Riders have fallen a little bit flat. The idea is cool, but then I feel like you have to do well in the laning stage as core Bat Rider, and if you don't, it just feels very middle of the road type hero, not very impressive.
Radiant team pick.
Okay. We see the Abaddon ban as well. I mean, it makes sense, right? We actually, a lot of times, are seeing more and more Abaddon carry into the Bat Riders just because it is a staple of a hero. And they do have Stinger standing in today. Again, it looks like, and I know
10
Stinger has a
seconds
history
remaining.
of playing Abaddon support even. So kind of a
5
smart
seconds
ban there.
remaining.
See, Oracle is still in the pool, so if OG doesn't feel like
team
taking
pick.
it, that could be something Sin Compromiso grabs. Okay, yeah, they're gonna secure it for themselves. Excuse me, just to make sure that Bat Rider has a decent game. You don't want all your napalm stacks being removed easily. You ult someone and the false promise comes out, just preventing all your
10
damage.
seconds remaining.
Honestly, the
5
early game damage
seconds
versus
remaining.
Terrorblade is also actually pretty good with your high levels and Purifying Flames. We've seen a lot of people go for Clairvoyant Curse just for that little extra bit of damage, which actually very much could
Dire
matter versus
team
Terrorblade.
Silencer.
Not wrong, actually. They're going to go for Silencer as their way of combo breaking the Oracle. So you have no
Radiant team
good
pick.
answer to just save some of the false promise like Oracles typically go for the Blink Dagger. Now you're going to have to like preemptively try and cast your Purge, your Dispel on yourself, which who remembers the name of that ability? I don't know. Fortune's End? Is that what it's
Fortune's
called?
10
End.
seconds remaining.
Nice,
It
cool.
ends your fortune.
Yeah, so if you
5
could Fortune End
seconds
yourself,
remaining.
catch the Silence, then Blink, then False Promise, cool. It's such an impossible scenario,
Radiant
really,
team
so
pick.
I think the Silencer does hit that really well. They get the Tiny and then the Clockwork response here, which will be going the way. Actually, pretty good deal, or way of dealing with the Silencer. Good vision. You might be able to actually like hookshot find him on the backside of the fight, or get vision to
10
the Bat Rider.
seconds remaining.
And eliminate him before like a fight breaks out.
Dire
Vision going to be
team
really
pick.
important though in terms of who
Admiral
actually gets
Tonka.
the initiation, just with these two lineups.
Yeah, that's kind of the funny thing now, right? It's going to be, okay, I'm waiting to global the Oracle. Clockwork's going to be trying to get me so that I can't global the Oracle. And it's just everyone
10
looking for each
seconds
other.
remaining.
How these fights break out are going to be very important. The lane's
seconds
looking good,
remaining.
though, for OG right now. I feel like Tiny 4 is a thing, but Dark Mago is a big Tiny player. So there's a good chance that's just a Tiny mid. But now, into the Kunkka, not that great. But also the Bat Rider, I feel like you could run mid versus the Tiny, and that could also be pretty decent.
You know what? I'm really confused. I really thought with the rise of some people like Oracle into the meta being like these super big save heroes that we would see more Spirit Breaker because of the change to his Aghanim Scepter.
I expect to see him eventually, but I think the
He might
issue is
just be too
Ags is
weak
just
in
so
lane right now.
expensive.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah, it's like the laning isn't great. You're not the best double stacker. And then the Ags is really cool, but that is a 4,000 gold item, you know? And he's not the fastest farmer until you pick up a couple items, and then you become a fast farmer. But, like, we're talking 30, 40 minutes at that point.
Yeah.
So
You need, like,
I
phase
am hoping to...
Shadowblade Kaya Yasha.
Yeah, I am hoping to see more of him, because that Ags is a really cool
10
concept. I
seconds
like the way they
remaining.
changed it. But, yeah, it
5
doesn't seem to be
seconds
quite
remaining.
enough for him, just because Oracle's in the meta, even Batrider Lasso, you know, like cool stuff like that you could play in your pocket to yourself, just doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other ability in the game that like guarantees you can't save somebody. Right? It is the only one.
Maybe
Like, if
Ricky
you-
Shard.
I mean,
Kinda.
but like,
Radiant team ban.
sure, but like they can also like just force staff out. Like there's no stopping like the planar pocket if he throws it on an enemy, right? Like say you're trying to make a gank onto the Kunkka in this game and you planar pocket him, you have 6 seconds to kill him before anybody on OG Latam can
10
assist.
seconds remaining.
Can you dispel planar pocket?
No.
Or does the dispel then
5
get
seconds
planar pocketed?
remaining.
It's yeah, that's the thing. Like that's what it's like. It redirects everything for 6 seconds, and it's a 25-second cooldown. Like that's where I was like, I feel like this ability should be good. It's dispelled only by strong dispel. That was the big change. It was originally like it could be dispelled by basic dispels previously. Now it's strong dispel. So it's like Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge or Demonic Cleanse would potentially work. But I don't know. I haven't done any of the theory
Demonic
crafting because we haven't
Cleanse
really.
counts as a-
Team ban.
That's the thing.
Oracle's ult is a strong dispel, isn't it?
Wait, is it? You might be right. Hold on. Is this whole theory craft just dead because of this?
It didn't occur to me. Abaddon Shield is also a strong dispel, isn't it? So does that one get
Yeah.
redirected, or is
10
it just
seconds
dispel?
remaining.
Yeah. See, I don't know because it's like, is it being redirected? Like, does the
5
spell just
seconds
hit
remaining.
Spirit Breaker instead? Now I have to go. Dang it! I'm gonna have to go test all this because it's like in my head. I was like, I felt like this hero would hit the meta because it's like, how do you play against as Oracle if your ult just keeps going onto the enemy Spirit Breaker? But if Oracle's
I
ult
suppose that's
dispels
how.
it, you know,
Yeah.
then I guess I don't understand then maybe his Aghanim Scepter is just super weak.
Yeah, or Oracle's just not the right hero, right? Maybe
Yeah.
other save heroes like, if Dazzle comes back in the meta as a support, the Grave is not a strong dispel, so it could be moved over. Well, anyways, back to this draft. We got the Sand King coming out here, so now we can move heroes around. This could be
Team ban.
Terrorblade carry, Terrorblade offlane, Sand King in the offlane or the mid lane, Tiny mid, Tiny carry. Right? There's all sorts of things that you could shuffle around, but I kind of feel that none of these strike me as game-winning carries, the Terrorblade and the Tiny in these particular
seconds remaining.
matchups. Maybe the Terrorblade. So I feel like a carry's coming out, and so
5
does OG
seconds
Latam
remaining.
with those bans. They don't feel like any of these are Parker's heroes quite yet. And OG Latam, you could run the Kunkka carry, grab a different mid/off lane.
It's interesting
You'd
because
have
they
to play
played
kind of
two games.
fast.
They played 2 games of Sand King yesterday, which I think I was a little bit surprised of because
Dire
a
team
lot of
pick.
people have considered this hero to kind of be out of the meta. Both games were for Dark Mago in the mid lane, And he chose the final sting facet, which I think is this is the only one that's really viable. The other one is kind of garbage. It's like it might have some synergies, right? But in terms of laning, final sting
10
is just
seconds
way more
remaining.
damage. So I am kind of interested to actually see it in
5
action because we
seconds
didn't get to cast
remaining.
that series. So there should be Dark Mago's Sand King. I honestly do feel like it's probably just Terrorblade carry based on how many carries are actually banned now, but
Radiant team.
they could just let it be sacred. Nope, okay. It is just going to be carry gyro.
You absolutely need global because Sand King's damage, it's fast, but it's not instant, like Lina ult kind of burst. Like the epicenter has to go. And if Oracle is remotely
10
in the
seconds
area, I
remaining.
expect to see a blink dagger on this Oracle at some point, right? The save is always
5
going to be there
seconds
unless you
remaining.
can global Oracle. So now Oracle's going to need a blink and a self-dispel, which it's got to be a fast one. That's the annoying thing. So I guess
Choose
Lotus.
your hero.
Troll Warlord. You're always calling for this guy, and he never gets picked.
Wow. That's huge. I love Troll Warlord. I saw this hero yesterday in the hands of Wildcard as they absolutely beat down Shopify for the TI quals. So that gave me faith that this hero is still pickable. Also, shout out and congratulations to the USA stack of Wildcard. Big W. Not biased or anything. But I do feel like Troll War is actually a good hero. I still have a lot of faith in it. I don't think I'm probably one of the biggest Troll Warlord supporters out there. Even though, even when he's in his darkest hour and never
Chasing
being
somewhere
picked,
down the road. Just...
yeah, hands in the air, but disarmed and can't swing his axes, just like running into the abyss. I'm always there cheering this guy on. He's one of my favorite heroes in Dota. Always has been, ever since Dota 1. So I really like it. I do think it's actually pretty solid in this matchup. It does really well against Terrorblade in the lane. He has a good mix of magic and physical damage. Not really pressured by Tiny either. Like if the Tiny steps too far forward, just whirling axes into that Fortune's End. And the spam from the Oracle is enough to probably kill off a Tiny. So he's going to be having to lane drag most likely. Overall, his matchups are good. I think it's a good troll game.
I'm interested to see. Yesterday, Heroic did the offlane Bat Rider we mentioned versus the Gyrocopter that OG was running. And Whisper stomped that lane on the Bat Rider, but we thought it was more than it should have been. So now we get to see Illich's version of the Bat Rider into the Gyrocopter of Parker. Now, I know the supports are different, and that does make a big difference. But still interested to see if, it's supposed to be that Bat Rider favored. I feel like Silencer is kind of good versus Bat Rider,
Prepare
since
for battle.
anytime you want to commit too hard, you just Arcane Curse, and Bat Rider actually does a lot of damage to himself if he keeps going for Sticky Napalm.
He's like, I guess I'll just wait to use my spells for 6 seconds.
I know, right? Though, actually, I wonder if you could lane swap, put the Oracle there to counter that. When the Arcane Curse comes on the Bat Rider, you remove it so that he can just keep going.
Huge. I'm excited. This is going to be a very fun draft. I do think the offlane Bat Rider, we saw it yesterday in the hands of Whisper, and he absolutely cooked with it. So, and it was against a Gyro lane. Actually, this is an almost identical lane matchup, now that I think about
That's
it.
what
It was
I'm saying.
Yeah, right? Like, it was almost the same exact lane. I think it was Gyro AA?
Yeah, it was Gyro
it was-
AA,
yeah,
and
Gyro
then Bat Rider
AA.
Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. And it's like, if you think about it, it's like pretty similar. Like, very similar to the Silencer. But like you said, you have to kind of play around Curse a little bit more. The thing is like, once you get like 2 to 3 stacks, it's all over at that point. It's just the Flame Break knockback with the Smoldering Resin innate that just burns you down. So add a little bit of a clockwork into the mix, and it just becomes easier. I'm with you, man. I actually really like this idea of the offlane Bat Rider. I wonder if he's going to go to the same build, like the early Tranquil Boots into the drums, into Boots of Bearing. Like, that was actually a pretty sick build. It made him so fast around the map.
Kind of like it this game because if there is counter aggression, it's Gyro having to run you down with Rocket Barrage, or later on in fights, like Terrorblade pops meta and you just want to disengage from that. It could be a cool way to just get yourself and your team out, even while silenced, right? You can't depend on abilities when the global comes out, so you just use the Boots of Bearing, have everyone bolt on out of there, re-engage once global ends, or the meta, you can wait that out. Cool idea, but I hadn't seen anyone else do it, so I don't know if that's a Whisper special. Maybe it convinced Illich, he was on the receiving end of it. After that Bat Rider started doing well, he was also being chased by the Bat Rider, and he's like, man, that's sick. I can't wait to do that myself. Do you think Kunkka mid versus Dark Mago Sand King? I'm still pretty excited about watching Tai Lung play these kind of matchups. He really impressed yesterday on one of his Pango games, how well he did. Pango versus Ember, that matchup, not usually so one-sided, but he had like an insane amount of denies, hit an early 6, orchestrated a kill. He was doing a lot. The Underlord game fell a little more flat, but I think that was a bigger draft issue more than anything. I want to see what he can do on this Kunkka. Kunkka versus Sand King. This used to just be a trading lane. I still think it mostly is, but it's Sand King who has been nerfed a lot more. So I'm kind of wondering if this, just based on those nerfs, if this is Kunkka favored now.
Yeah, I have to wonder as well, because I feel like Kunkka's mid lane is pretty easy, right? Like, it's not that hard to play Kunkka mid. It's one of those things where you're just
sometimes you forget where the W key is, okay? Listen here. And sometimes you walk to the wrong side of the creep and you cleave in your massive AoE slightly incorrectly. There's some thought that goes into it.
I'm trying to think, like, it's like, oh no, like, maybe you don't get the cleave sometimes. But at the same time, like, the only thing you're really playing for is to make sure you don't accidentally lose your ranged creep. But at the same time, as Kunkka has to go into the lane, or into the creep wave to cleave, Dark Mago has this Stinger facet, which can punish you, because it immediately triggers Caustic Finale off of the unit. So, I am curious to see how much damage this is actually going to do, because the whole idea is it's 50% of Caustic Finale damage around every hero hit by Stinger. So I'm curious if that also means that the hero is taking that damage. And if he is, that just basically means he's doing what? 10 plus 1.5% max health damage?
Yeah, which is the nerfed damage from before. This is a part of what hit the hero. But you're right, versus a melee hero like Kunkka, should be easier to apply. Though the same thing can be said for Tidebringer versus a melee hero.
Level 1 Stinger was buffed. They actually buffed the early levels of Stinger. It was the late game damage that was nerfed. So it's levels 1 and 2 are actually slightly better. Levels 3 and 4 are worse. So it's level 1 Stinger might not be that bad in terms of getting harassment damage in.
That might be true. The damage on Stinger, the ability itself, yeah. But then I feel like part of the way you used it was to proc Caustic Finale, and that is what that one got nerfed. The percent HP dropping, full percentage point, which doesn't sound like a lot, but once you do the math, the creeps, especially, when you explode the creeps, they do less damage than they did before.
Yeah,
and when there's 4 creeps every single wave, that adds up in terms of your harass on melee heroes.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this is gonna go. I'm trying to do the numbers on Stinger right now at level 1 and see how much damage it's actually gonna do to a hero like Kunkka. It's basically 105 damage on the auto attack, plus 10 off of the Caustic Finale explosion, and 1.5% of his max health. So it's I feel like that's not bad. That's 140 damage. That's a pretty decent nuke. Maybe I was sleeping on this final Sting facet, and I just didn't pay much attention to the early levels of the Stinger. So it actually, I could see this hero being viable in the mid lane again, just with a completely different build, right? I think you still probably go the Aghanim Scepter and everything, but it's just slightly different in terms of the lane now. You're not like maxing out. You're not like playing around this sand shroud sandstorm the whole time. I like that more. I think Sand King was like too good in all situations, and I really like when heroes are slightly more niche. I felt like Sand King always was definitely like a melee punisher. Like if you think about it, right, all the way back to Dota, the early years of Dota, like you play around Sand King in melee matchups. And I'm kind of okay with him going back to that instead of just being like this flash farmer, well, at least I have Sand Shroud type of thing.
Can kind of see that. I do think paired with, nerfs aside, it makes sense what they want from him. The initiation, when you have like this gyrocopter and Terrorblade offlane, you need people to actually make plays. Tiny position 4. The Blink Dagger's not the fastest. Like, even when you have a good game, it's still not going to be, I hit level 6, I can make plays like clockwork. So getting someone like Sand King can help you out a little bit there, though you kind of also need the Blink Dagger. But at least in the mid lane, you're a faster farmer than Tiny, so I think you hit that Blink Dagger sooner, and then you can work with Global
30
to
seconds to
try to
battle.
pick up some early kills. Here we go. We're smoking up. This can always change how the early game is supposed to go. Very safe position from Parker, though. Doesn't seem like they'll run into anyone. Maybe the Sand King?
The battle begins.
Ooh, well, yeah. I think once the smoke pops, like everyone's like, maybe not. Don't want to risk it, and I don't really blame you. We've seen so many times where a first blood into a lane can cause some serious problems. And there are a couple volatile matchups in this game. I think the Bat Rider, lane is going to be one of those. Oracle does end up TPing down to the bottom lane. I thought he might stick around and maybe look for a kill, but wants to be in the lane in time, so... God, I love the green snotty cosmetic for Bat Rider. It's so good.
I love Snotty. I would die for Snotty.
Dude, true. Who wouldn't? He's such a... He had main character syndrome, honestly. As opposed to most of the things that were in Crownfall, I knew Snotty was going to be okay.
And soul.
Yeah, he had real heart and soul. I knew it at every point. I was like, I don't have to worry about Snotty. He's going to be just fine.
Nothing bad could happen to Snotty.
They would never make such a lovable, heartfelt character and then kill it. This is not George R.R. Martin we're talking about. This is Valve.
Radiant
So
courier has been
I
killed.
was not worried. This is a slugfest in the mid lane right now.
Tidebringer versus Stinger. Which one's stronger?
You would think the team that has the Stinger player would be more willing, would be like at an advantage, right? That's like twice as powerful now, but
Namesake buff.
yeah. I mean, it's actually, okay, I need to look at the cooldowns on these abilities. Where does Stinger's cooldown scale? So 15 down to 6, and this is 13 down to 4. Okay, I feel like it actually might end up just favoring the Kunkka because of the cooldown efficiency. And the fact that it's 0 mana, I suppose, but it's not like it's much mana for a Sand King.
I think it's also easier.
There's the first blood. I mean, we kind of knew this was going to be the case, right? Bat Rider has looked so dominant in the lane. Now, Parker's going to continue playing aggressive here, but I think he needs to be a little bit careful. There's no flame break, but he will force out some extra regen from the clockwork. Oh, meanwhile, bottom lane. Toss in, Hector in kind of a rough spot. Blood Grenade will actually slow them down enough so they don't actually have the ability to stay on top of the troll. But this is also one of those things where Whirling Axes is so good against the Terrorblade, especially in the meta form. They tossed him back. He missed like 3 autos in a row.
And later on, when Oracle has level 4, you can just disarm him too with a Fate's Edict. So,
Oh no.
if these early, yeah, you need these early trades to go your way. It's not going to get any easier. Another early fight top. Stinger is going to make his way out of here thanks to the slow.
Oh,
Well, okay, well,
he gets
actually, I say that.
reapply.
Silence.
I thought the
Stuck around a little
curse.
too long.
I thought the curse was going to last long enough for the napalm to expire because he was actually holding it for the moment. So this is what, 6-second duration. How long does napalm stack? It is also 6 seconds. How did it reapply?
He probably just tanked it. Or he landed an auto attack, right? Auto attack wouldn't extend Arcane Curse, but would maintain the stacks. I've already goldfish memoried exactly what happened in that play, but that
Wait,
is,
does it actually? The attacks extend napalm? Am I dumb?
Shouldn't it? Arsonist also applies. Like, that's part of it, right? You apply one stack. It'd be weird if they were separate stacks. I didn't really dig into that myself, but I assumed it made sense that any stack source would extend all of them.
Well, it's only level 5 that applies the stack on attack, is the thing. So it's like the early levels doesn't. I actually don't know how. Maybe
You're
I
right.
see
I
the
forgot
number.
about that part.
I don't know. Maybe he like frame perfect.
Not a
has
bad
it, he's
writer
just a
player.
god. I don't know. That was weird. Or like just possibly the
Radiant structures are fortified.
maybe he only had like 2 stacks on him. And it just looked like he was more. I don't know. But either way, that lane going quite well for the Bat Rider, as expected. Now, that being said, Gyro is having way better time CSing than what we saw in the previous series, right? I think we were looking at it. Whisper was like double his CS and killing him. But doing quite well. Mid lane, Tai Lung getting bodied out of the lane. You know what? Kunkka's not a bottle builder.
Wrapping back around on that Stinger strength.
Oh, El Misho. And nice find there from Genic. Okay, Tai Lung actually just made a series of really good plays there. Forces the Sand King out of the lane completely now. That was sick. Really well done from him.
Sometimes we see Kunkka's build bottle. Interesting he chose not to this game. But you do have X Mark to just TP home to refill on resources. And of course, skipping the bottle means you can finish these bracers and the phase boost a little faster. Maybe opting for some faster gameplay.
Hector, bottom
Low
lane.
here.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oracle
is
as
under
well,
attack.
but... Okay, they're going to cancel. Yeah, I think they're a little bit afraid, right? Like, there's still surprisingly a lot of tankiness on these 2 heroes because El Misho still has a lot of regen. He needs his level 4, though, because he really needs that Fate's Edict to start being able to reduce some of the damage of the Tiny, as well as get a reliable, 2-point heal of the Purifying Flame.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Both teams coming in with some ward sentries. That ward will definitely be out of range. That's a nice win for Genic. Top lane, Illich. He might just be dead here. He's trying to get away. 3 point. Oh, Dark Mago has a haste rune. He's
So
certainly dead. I was like, it'll be close, but no, yeah, not close when there's a Sand King on a drive-by.
He had battery assault ready. Otherwise, that might be a clockwork kill as well. Kunkka, ooh, tried to get the X Mark boat combo, I think. Good burrow strike away.
Radiant are scared.
That's not for the likes of you.
It's a really good sentry on the top of the middle lane there, giving him a lot of vision in this lane.
Kunkka's turn to roam top. Gyro's doing a little bit of jungling here. I
Dyer's
think,
top
yeah,
tower
Kunkka
is
catch
under
sights of it.
attack.
They've already backed off. They know Kunkka's headed up here. Silencer, unfortunately, not a very fast hero.
Silence
I
is
think we've seen this before.
Many
Dyer's
times.
top tower is under attack.
Sick burn indeed, Illich.
Silencer's got what? 1 brain drain, but 3 deaths now. Feels like that's how the
Dyer's top
Silencer
tower
life
is under
goes.
attack.
You
Radiant's middle tower is
either
under
killing
attack.
heroes non-stop or
Dark
being
scanning.
killed.
Now, Troll Warlord does have his level 6 in the bottom lane. They are going to try and get aggressive with an Avalanche, the toss back. He does have the Whirling Axes. There's the Battle Trance, but he's just hitting a bunch of illusions and creeps. Nowhere to go. Yeah, level 1. I think this is where, like, the Troll Warlord buff could come through. His first Battle Trance is so bad.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
It's so bad.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I mean, I guess maybe he does need a
Dire's
buff.
top
I was gonna
tower
say the
is
issue
under
is
attack.
usually your lane's considered strong, your late game's considered strong. So the weakness is supposed to be the like early mid game. Boat kill onto Tiny. Easy peasy, defends the tower. Wrap around for
Really nice
Moose.
rotation
He's gonna pay with
from
his
Moose.
life. Already used the
There's
combo,
the big
though.
epi. El Misho will be able to just block all of the damage of the epicenter here, so Tai Lung might survive as a result. I mean, trade a Fate's Edict for an epicenter burrow strike.
Dire's
That's
top
pretty
tower
sick.
has fallen.
That's why this Oracle is going to be so impactful this game. I'm surprised they even go for more because they use the boat combo on the Tiny. So you do land a good hook shot, but then what's the actual follow-up? Kunkka doesn't really have anything. Oracle doesn't really have that much. If the Bat Rider comes over, maybe, but he decides to finish the top tower. I think that's actually a solid decision to open up the map. I think you get a lot stronger at level 9 on this Bat Rider, who is building towards that. He's going a very different build from Whisper. He is going to go for the Dragon Lance, I assume into the Hurricane Pike, that we see a little bit more often on this Arsonist Bat Rider. Whisper's build into the Boots of Bearing was kind of the new tech.
Yeah, it was unorthodox, but this is a hero that really needs attack speed, and so I was always theory crafting, like, what do you build with that? And yeah, drums into Boots of Bearing was a pretty funny idea in terms of getting yourself the attack speed that you actually need. But yeah, I still like the Dragon Lance into the Hurricane Pike. I think of the games of Bat Rider I've played on the new patch, it felt pretty good. I think overall, I like it quite a bit.
Downside of this new Bat Rider, Blink Lasso is usually such a good initiation tool. You're not going to have that this game. Going to need to depend on the Clockwork Hookshot, who is a bit under-leveled. We're hitting 10 minutes. He is still level 4, but he's 5 XP from level 5.
Is under attack.
But that is not level 6. Still going to make just walking in work, though. They're going to catch the Tiny here.
That's a nice one. I mean, the thing is the more and more gold this Bat Rider is able to get, it is definitely like a snowball type hero. So, especially with this build, I think on the other build where we saw like the Boots of Bearing, it's okay if you're not having the best game because then you still have a lot of utility you bring your team. But if he's able to get just like an early Dragon Lance into that Hurricane Pike and he gets like his BKB timing, or if he wants to go for like something like Witchblade, the hero becomes a serious threat to a lot of what you're going to see here on the Dire side. Now, Moose does get found here by the supports. He's going to die.
I looked away from Silencer. He was having a rough time. Suddenly 1, 3, and 3, now up to 4 Brain Drain stack. So having at least a little bit of a recovery on his game. And this is where you're strong, right? The first level of Global at this early game when no one really has Dispels is... It's where you're strong, and hopefully his team will get the Blink Dagger soon and they can start forcing some bigger fights.
Yeah, overall, I think this is looking really good. Tai Lung, level 10 on the Kunkka, still having a pretty good game. Blade Mail is done. I was kind of wondering, you know, what build he would, you know, want to go for. They're smoked up on the bottom side here. Looking for the Triangle Award. Will spot them. Stinger spots them. No hook shot yet for Moose, but... Oh, that is an awkward Cogs. That should have been a kill, but manages to get away. Very nicely done from him. And on the other side of the map, they will find Genix Tiny as a result. Protected at least right now by an Invis rune. I don't know if they have Dust. They do not. Okay, both supports actually dodging ganks right now. That's
Dire's
huge.
bottom tower is under attack.
Does mean all the heroes are mid, so you could push the tower here. It's already quite low. They're trying to rotate the heroes in, maybe looking for that first global fight.
Yeah, very... Oh, there we go. Global instantly actually dispelled from the Oracle on the Kunkka. Moose able to get out as well. This would be massive. They're trying to chase here on Dark Mago, see if he can find an opening for the Burrow Strike, but a great TP out. Global Silence nets them nothing. What a disengage, honestly. And that's what
Really
we're talking
well
about.
done.
Like, go for it, yeah.
Yeah, really well done from Elmi. Okay, well, we're not done yet. X Mark onto the Tiny. Here's the blink reveal from
Dude,
the Epicenter.
He saw
But
the
Fate's
Epi.
Edict just absorbs everything. You even reflect it because you're Blade Mail. You do more damage to yourself with that Epi.
Okay, El Micho's actually owning right now. Not only did he precast the Dispel onto his Kunkka when Global Silence was coming, but he sees the Epicenter, immediately Fate's Edict as the blink comes in from the Sand King. He's actually just... that's the second Epicenter that's been completely absorbed by a level 1 spell for 90 mana.
This is why it was a little worrisome to see the Sand King. Now, of course, you were expecting to play around the Silence. That's what the Global will be for, and that's why the first play was so cool. Sees the Tiny play coming in. He knows that's what they're waiting for. They want to initiate and use the Global at the same time, so he precast the Fortune's End. That won't be something easy to do every time, especially as more blinks come online. But getting it while you can is very good, right? We're seeing multiple instances of Sin Compromiso not being able to actually find early kills with their blink reveals, with the first globals. And that's a win in itself, even if you're not actually getting return kills. So they want to invade this triangle. You know Gyro's been stacking up. Not gonna get the Gyro, but maybe the Silencer? Actually, they're bringing a lot of heroes in. This is the whole team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you just disengage from this. I mean, Troll's farming bottom happily, Bat Rider's farming top. So you're not able to steal the stacks, but you bring the whole team of Sin Compromiso in. And if you look for a new fight, now they don't have the teleports. I'm kind of curious if they want to do that, or maybe they're still just waiting for this power spike. The Hurricane Pike on Bat Rider is almost done. You finish the Battle Fury on Troll. You're looking to farm with the Battle Fury, not fight. So maybe you don't actually want to group up yet. Just keep taking up the attention of Sin Compromiso.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it's kind of working. I feel like every time I look at Parker, he's farming stacks on the Gyro, and yet I look at his net worth, and he's not ahead of the Troll, he's not ahead of the Bat Rider, not even ahead of the Kunkka, who's the one making a lot of these plays.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures
Sieging up
are
this bottom
fortified.
tower. Doesn't look like Sin Compromiso really prepared to do anything about it. They do have Global again. I think you need the blink on the Tiny, who is about 700 gold away. Because the issue is, you kind of need to catch multiple heroes, right? You got to find the Oracle. You got to find whoever you actually want to kill. You don't want to make a huge play just to get Oracle. So you need to jump multiple targets, which will be easier with multiple Blink Daggers. So just taking a moment to farm up. Now, technically, the Global should help with that, so I think they can make a play. They seem content to just farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Aghanim's done for the Gyrocopter. You just need another item or two after that. Gonna go for his own BKB. They're not really trying to force anything here. Trying to bait more reactions. Actually, it's kind of working. Sin Compromiso on the way down. Again, 4 heroes for the 3 of OG making this space. I feel like they're just being teased by OG. Here's the Global. No Oracle save quite yet. Last second, gets the save on the Kunkka. Kunkka gonna return fire now onto Sacred. Clairvoyant Curse paying off, killing off the Terrorblade before he can use the Sunder. Now Sand King finds the Clockwork, looking for more. Here's another blink in, but Troll's actually here, having to run around this cliff. Yeah. Oh, Bat Rider's finally here with the Hurricane Pike. Getting the gyro. This is not the play you were hoping to make on Sin Compromiso.
Apologies for that. I had like an absolute emergency, but we're back. Yeah, I caught like the kind of the last half end of this fight.
Sin Compromiso having their own emergency there, trying to make a big play. Yeah, we get the replay. So they commit the global, go for the Kunkka, but he's so tanky that Oracle, despite the global, gets the save at the last second.
One of the benefits of the Kunkka, right? And the build. Like the double bracer, the blade mail, even going for the Talisman of Evasion before, you know, going for the Sacred Relic, which we see quite often on Kunkkas. So allows El Misho to come in just in time, get the save, and they kind of hold their advantage in the game at the moment. Still a slight gold advantage, but the Troll Warlord really starting to hit a stride, and I think that's where things get a little bit scary, is like this item having his Battle Fury Manta just so he can get out of the global silence without having to commit like early charges of the BKB. And we'll see where he goes item-wise later, because it's not like a great Ags game, right? If he's gone for the Manta, I imagine he's not considering going for something like an Aghanim Scepter. So we might see something more along the vein of like MKB or I don't really think Butterfly is too much of an item for this hero. Top side, Dark Mago is going to get found, tries to TP out. He just doesn't have the survivability against this Bat Rider.
Bat Rider did the majority of that damage there. 2/3 of that on his own. Troll just been working on Roshan this whole time. A little slow, I think. Needed some help, but here's the team after they get those kills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And, well, one of the things Troll Warlord ult can be used well for is going Roshan. So, builds up his fervor stacks immediately, and Genic going in. Avalanche toss, but does not have the damage himself. Tries to just snipe Roshan, right? Like, I think that's really what it is. He's just going in for the Roshan snipe, hoping the Avatos damage is enough.
Roshan has
Doesn't get it.
fallen
A good attempt, though.
Yeah, he was, you know, maybe like 2 seconds off. And considering you have to just blindly guess that, that's actually quite close. He's just, that's a support tiny, so if you die, but you manage to steal it, it would be huge. If you die in the attempt, you know, unfortunate, but it's not that big of a loss.
are scanning.
I think it's worth trying.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oracle. Okay, I was wondering, Oracle was saving up a bunch of money, and I was wondering if they were going to go for the Blink first or a Dispel first. Oracle's going to queue up the Guardian Greaves. It's a bit of an expensive first item, but it is one of the best ways to deal with the global. Builds naturally from your Arcane Boots, the extra heal works well with your ultimate, so it's going to take some time to get there, but once you have it, you are now going to feel very comfortable going for the saves despite the global. Don't have the reverberating silence anymore. Then you probably get a blink after the Greaves. Find another tiny... he just respawned, guys. This is mean. That's mean.
You're like, I'm back! In the grave! Blink, lasso, out. They get the big kill, which is the Gyrocopter. Still not quite to his BKB. And Moose
Immediate
lines up a
hook
hook shot onto Sacred. He's not getting out of this one. They will return here with the epicenter, the global silence. They need to kill the Kunkka, and they do. A nice Sunder onto Illich, but Hector stands his ground, gets the battle trance off, and he will chew through 2 more heroes. As even Illich survives at the end of the fight.
Is under attack.
That is a massive win. Ends up being a 4-for-1 if you factor the silencer, but a great heads-up play here from Moose with that hook shot. He still had vision from the player, I think, just barely.
Such a well-timed hook shot as well. I don't understand how Bat Rider blinked out in a moment here. Because I swear he's being hit by...
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh, he
missed? He had missed. It was Whirling Axes, maybe.
Yeah. The health changed because of Sunder, so I thought he was taking damage. but Sunder, I guess, doesn't count as actual damage. It's just like swapping the health. So the blink was still available. The miss goes, and then he just blinks out.
Yeah,
That is-
I was wondering too.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, that's where the Troll versus Terrorblade matchup is really good, right? Like, you kind of wonder, like, why we don't see Troll more, because, you know, the Terrorblade's quite often picked. There is the other side of the matchup, whereas, like, if Terrorblade is also really farmed, sometimes you just get baited and get owned by illusions.
And the Scotty that you naturally build, like, it just controls Troll so much.
They have their eyes on Parker. They go for the Silence Genic with an Avalanche tossback. Puts Illich in a pretty weird spot. Call down, not going to connect, but a little bit of a forced attempt there. Hook shot off the mark. I think it was looking for the Sand King. So, hunting on the side of OG right now, looking for more targets, but not finding them quite yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
From here, Troll going to be very scary. Top of the net worth, 16,000. Genic found one more time. Trying to TP out, but that Arsonist damage builds up so quickly. And that's part of why the Troll looks so good, right? He was not involved for 20 minutes. Right? It was the Bat Rider. Also participating a little, but kind of farming too. And it's really the Kunkka, Oracle, and Clockwork that have made so much space for their team. And they didn't even sacrifice themselves. Right? Like, Kunkka's up there on the net worth as well.
Oh, he's done it again. This time Parker does have BKB. He's going to be forced to use it here. There is no way you get away from this Bat Rider. Dark Mago, there it is, the epicenter. It's huge. On to 3. They get the global silence, but Dark Mago's just dying to Blade Mail. He's gone, and Hector, my God, you are not getting away from the Troll now. Another kill, finds Stinger deep in the base. That's going to be a double for K1. All right, this Kunkka is actually owning the Sand King. He just goes in for these epi plays, and Tai Lung's like, yeah, I have Radiance Blade Mail. What are you going to do? Pull back here, X-Boat gets themselves a grab onto the Tiny.
I mean, is it the Kunkka, or is it this Oracle who's been owning all game with these Fate's Edicts? Now, granted, in that last fight, he wasn't able to save the Bat Rider. That's the power of Global, but you know, that's like 1 kill with the Global out of 3, 4, 5 attempts that hasn't really panned out. Now, if all those other attempts had worked, then the game looks really different. But instead, just really good plays from OG. Now they're taking your base at 25 minutes with the Troll.
Again, the Blade Mail doing so much work to protect Tai Lung here, and he still has El Misho's whole spell kit behind him. They get a tier 3, but they will respect the power of Sin Compromiso and back away here. We're going to see the fight break out one more time. And yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, Parker, he needed a BKB before the X pullback, I think. But either way, this global epicenter, it's not enough damage.
It's Sunder the gyrocopter there, actually. But doesn't get it off. Man, at that point, you're just getting run down. All the damage from the gyrocopter. The epicenter too, but I mean, we've talked about how good the Oracle is versus that epicenter, so you can't really rely on it. And now, off of that fight, El Misho has his Guardian Greaves, so you can no longer depend on Global preventing from
Such a good item.
From getting any kills.
I was wondering, like, what Oracle does. Like, you just have to keep waiting out Global Silence, but I kind of forget Reverberating is just not a thing anymore, and, like, for a while, that became the identity of Silencer. You're like, oh, I have 1 Dispel, but I'm still Silenced, right? But yeah, we're back to where we used to be, and it's kind of the reason Silencer, I think, has fallen off outside of, like, the one cheese lane that's Silencer Bloodseeker, is there's way too much farm on the map compared to old days of Dota, and that just makes Silencer pretty much a dead hero, because it's a lot easier to get Dispels.
Yeah, I mean, well, 1, I actually think he should have kept Reverberating Silence. I don't think they should have removed it. But 2, I still see the value of why they picked him. Hold that thought. Yeah. Parker being found again here. Global coming in, but not making enough of a difference.
They got the Oracle, but now it's K1's turn. He's going to turn his attention over to Stinger. The Yules will buy him some space. Actually off the mark with a hook shot, but now Sacred is the one stuck in the danger zone. The GGs come out. And game 1 We'll go to OG Latam. Very good performance from them. Great draft as well. And we are seeing this team really hit their strides. I mean, this was like a very clean, very steady victory. It did not seem all that challenging for them. They just did exactly what they needed to do.
I feel like I understand the idea of the Sand King silencer and even the Tiny that ended up getting flexed around, but those are 3 heroes that did get nerfed. And we kind of see, yeah, they kind of do the same thing, but sometimes it matters, right? That mid lane not going as well as old Sand King would have had. So Tai Lung on the Kunkka was having a better start. Oracle also having a better time because, you know, the Tiny's not as good in the laning stage as it used to be. Now you don't have the reverberating silence on the silencer, so like as soon as you have a dispel, you know, like, oh, I guess I'm nothing now, right? Like the nerfs do come into play, especially when OG is so on point. And it's not that those heroes can't work, but the amount of mistakes you're allowed to make shrink a lot. So if you're playing a bad hero, a nerfed hero, right? It's like, oh, we messed up one fight. That's kind of it. If you're a broken OP hero, you know, you get more mistakes. And I feel like that's what we saw here. The early play with the global and the epicenter, blinks, all that, it didn't work. The first 2 or 3 didn't work, and it just felt like they had nothing to do after that.
I think the first epi where they go to the bottom tier 1 tower for the fight and El Misho's like level 4 and it's just like boop and like blocks the entire epicenter play, and you're just like, that hurts. All right, that's not a good sign for the game. And then it really just shows that they have to get to the Oracle, and even though he's only got Guardian Greaves, it was very difficult for them to do. And it was the final fight of the game where they finally get the kill on the Oracle. Like Dark Mago finds him, gets the blink epicenter, kills Oracle, and then you're just like, well, now we have 3 like full HP heroes, Kunkka, Troll, and Batrider with BKB, and you're just too far behind at that point. Like if you're on a little bit more even footing, I could definitely see them taking these fights, especially if Sacred has another item or 2, and Parker, you know, if he didn't have like a couple of those deaths early on to the Batrider, like maybe he's in a better spot. But we're really starting to see this Batrider kind of own these gyro matchups, and this was kind of a later pick gyrocopter, so I'm curious if they just underestimated that matchup. But for now, really good series, off to a great start for OG Latam. If you're an OG fan, probably happy to see that. But we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here for the South American qualifier. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the South American qualifiers for the EWC. Just finished game one where OG had a great performance. Special shout out to Tai Lung and the supports just running around together, making so much space, really outplaying Sin Compromiso to just buy time for both Batrider, maybe a little unexpected. Batrider usually involved in these plays, but Batrider farmed up with the new Arsonist facet, the Troll Warlord farming up with the new facet, and they just put on a show for the first 20 minutes, I want to say. They made space, and then Troll Batrider ready to join in, crushed it. One major fight and just broke open the entire base with the Troll Warlord. So Sin Compromiso gonna have to rethink game number 2, which we'll be getting into in just a moment. These teams maximizing the time they have to think out the new draft. I do feel like Sin Compromiso usually puts more emphasis on Parker's hero, which they kind of did. Gyrocopter was the final pick. They had opened with the Terrorblade knowing they could flex it, and Gyro came in at the last end, but didn't feel like the most amazing Gyro game. It just felt like a stable Gyro game, which is kind of how Gyro goes. But I don't think the other three heroes, the Silencer, Tiny, and Sand King, I think one is fine. Like, they've been nerfed, it's fine, but all three of them are maybe a little bit too much.
Wow. I appreciate you so much, Zach. Thanks for holding down the show here. I've had a
Actually prefer it without you, Ricky.
I'm sure most people probably do. They're like, God, finally that super annoying guy who makes no actual valid points is gone, and we can just listen to the genius Dota mind that is Zach.
No. They can finally focus on Dota because they're like, oh, this mullet is just it's too beautiful. I can't think of anything else. But without it, finally I can think about Dota again.
Yeah.
Now, happy to have you.
Did you give them any of your unhinged takes, to, like, forcing people to
I didn't get to that yet. I was properly praising OG, and I was about to start getting unhinged. You saved the people. You made it just in time.
Yeah, I will say, I think OG is playing the best I have seen them of the last 2 qualifiers. Like, I mean, I know they've played some very good games, but that was a game where it really felt like every single person was hitting exactly what they needed to do. And it just made it look really difficult for Sin Compromiso to get any sort of like footing in the game. So I think if OG picks similarly strong lanes, which that was like kind of the key to this game, is all 3 of their lanes very strong, very stable. And then they just transition it into a very powerful mid and late game. Like this was not a long game. This was 26 minutes and they finished the game with like what, almost 20,000 gold advantage or something.
It exploded at the end. Yeah, I mean that's part of taking the base, right? You get so much money when you take those tier 3s and barracks at that stage of the game so quickly. So usually it's a little misleading at the end, but either way, right? Very strong performance from OG, which I agree. I do think this is some of the strongest we've seen them. But I've seen this similar level in the past. I think what they struggle with is the consistency, doing that every single game. The times that they have a good draft and things are going well, it has been really good. Even if they ultimately lose, I really like the way they often play around their timings and objectives. It seems that is something they're pretty clear on. For example, if they have a Beastmaster, they're like, hey, we're going to get the fast Roshan, we're going to go for the fast Tormentor, do stuff, we're going to be there again as soon as it spawns. Like, they've been very strong about that, but sometimes it feels they come out of the lanes a little poorly, or the draft is not quite connected. Yesterday game 2, see a little bit of cooked too hard on the draft. That's tough, right? They're a relatively newer roster, even with the backing of OG. I think that is something that takes time to form, and maybe that's now, right? Maybe they have now played together long enough that it's starting to become a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, I think this is
Dire team
going
back.
to be... I don't think this is a series that's like necessarily decided in draft, but I think if OG gets another very stable draft where they look good in the
10
lanes,
seconds remaining.
if they keep playing the way that they are, I actually don't know what Sin
5
Compromiso
seconds
can do,
remaining.
because
Ban.
that was just clean, really. So I do think Sin Compromiso has to find a
10
solution
seconds remaining.
to the lane strength of OG, and if they can't do that,
5 seconds
I'm
remaining.
going to massively
Radiant
favor
team
OG
ban.
in this game as well.
Dire team
And maybe part of
ban.
it is dealing with Tai Lung, because he's actually been a major like lane dominator in this event. Like, I don't think he's lost any of his mid lanes that I've seen, at
seconds
least. Like,
remaining.
sometimes they're even, but I feel like a lot of times
Radiant
Tai Lung's actually
team ban.
winning the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that one Underlord game we saw yesterday, I think it was like
Team ban.
That's right.
It wasn't even a heavy loss, but it wasn't the dominant performance I think you want from the mid Underlord because of
Dire
how the
team
draft
ban.
went. But like you said, all the others, it tends to go pretty well. If not winning the lane, then he makes a lot of plays afterwards to
seconds
make
remaining.
space, which is pretty much what you want from a mid laner, right? Either dominate
5
the lane
seconds
or
remaining.
make plays for the team. And he's been doing both really well. I got to say, pretty impressive start for his the beginning of his career. Even if it's not this qualifier, I'm pretty excited to see where it goes in the future.
Yeah, I
Sin
think he has a
Compromiso.
lot of potential.
Yeah, I agree. Sin Compromiso, this time they've got second pick. Last time they were first pick. I do think that's a good step forward.
Dire team
We were talking about how Parker usually gets the hero that's like, I'm going to crush this game as long as it goes late.
Radiant team pick.
Gyrocopter's good. Didn't feel like, Gyro is the end-all be-all, right? Because that troll pick came out at the end. So I think having last pick is going to be a little bit more comfortable for them to make sure they get that final pick for their carry. Most likely, kind of depends where the
10
draft
seconds
goes, but
remaining.
it's something we see quite often, is they save that very last pick for Parker.
5 seconds remaining.
I really think it's smart, not only getting a hero like Pango for Tai Lung, but I think it's really smart to just take this away from Dark Mago. It's been such a stable hero for him, and he's won a
Dire
lot of
team
games with it.
back.
So yeah, I like it. Very safe, very smart pick. We'll go for the Darkseer as well. Darkseer is probably one of the most
Dire team
stable
ban.
offlane heroes we've seen in the last couple of days.
Team ban.
It has like a variety of builds now that we've seen, right? The primary one really just being the pipe, Crimson Guard, kind of just whatever you need for the game. But then there's also this like Helm of the Dominator with into Orchid and stuff like that we've seen, where in really bad
10
matchups where
seconds
Darkseer doesn't
remaining.
feel confident pressuring the lane himself, he just runs a
5
a
seconds
huge creep
remaining.
with a lot of HP with an Ion Shell on it and lets that shove the lane. So it works well against bad matchups for the Darkseer, and if it's a good Orchid game, and even better. So we'll see.
Time to consider that Oracle again.
That's
Very
true.
good performance from El Micho in that last game.
It was so funny. We actually saw a
Radiant
game
team
of the Oracle versus the Darkseer. I think they might pick the Oracle right here on Sin Compromiso, but we saw a game of Oracle versus Darkseer where he went the Helm of the Dominator build, and the Oracle just followed his creep
Dire
around the
team
map for
pick.
like 3 minutes and would just immediately dispel it when he saw it get the Ion Shell, and Darkseer lost so much farm as a result. Very funny stuff.
Now we'll see the Tiny come out instead. Thought they might snipe the Oracle in the same way
10
OG did last
seconds
game.
remaining.
I mean, this lane is good. Tiny Darkseer is a classic, but
5
could be that
seconds
mid-Tiny that we were talking about last time. That didn't quite end up happening, but into the Pango... I don't. That's a weird one where I actually think Pango's fine, especially the way Tai Lung's been playing. I think he'd be pretty good in that lane, but it is an option for them if they want. Still down for the Oracle for OG. Otherwise, I mean, Shadow Shaman's in here. Can't really surge away if you're shackled for 5 years. That could be a good one. It's Undying. Oh, Undying is banned. I was going to say Undying into potentially a double melee lane would be
Hype.
Dire
crushing
team
them.
pick.
Maybe Naga you could steal. That's something that Sin Compromiso has played and is good with the vacuum. Gonna see the Disruptor. I'm sure Transference coming out here when they surge in, just
Okay.
knock them away. didn't even give me a second of that.
10 seconds remaining.
That was I mean, to be fair, it might be the
5
talent
seconds
or the
remaining.
facet he goes anyway, because you're definitely not going the wall. Maybe you can make a case for Thunderstorm with the Thunderstrike in this game. I don't know. Transference isn't that bad of an ability in terms of being able to save your ally against like a Darkseer team, so it might be Transference.
Nah, it's gonna be
team pick.
it's gonna be Electric Fence, I imagine. Okay, we do see the Shadow Shaman. Maybe versus the Darkseer, you leave it. What is it? Thunderstorm, so that Kinetic Field applies the Thunder Strike in the middle. But
Yeah.
not Thunder Fence. Kinetic Fence has become more
10
popular.
seconds
You get the
remaining.
charges, and yes, technically Darkseer can run
5
out of that because it's not a
remaining.
circle. But usually there's a direction you want to be going, and so that's the most important part to block off. Now, it may depend on what other heroes come out. For example, if you get a Storm Spirit that you really want to keep him in the Static Storm, that's where it's sometimes worth just keeping it at the Kinetic field. But right now, with just a Darkseer and a Tiny, I'd say you can do Kinetic Fence, especially because you have Shadow Shaman to do the true lockdown as needed.
Shadow Shaman, I feel like, is just such a safe pick. I think, realistically, it's not great in a Tiny and Darkseer because they actually have a lot of damage that they can do to the Shadow Shaman, and Ion Shell is actually one of the better abilities at dealing with foul play
Radiant
because
team
it's
pick.
tiny little instances of
Admiral
damage
Kunkka.
constantly. They go for the Kunkka. I think that's pretty good. I mean, we saw how strong of a lane it had last time here from Tai Lung. If it's into the Pango, I feel like it's also pretty good. And that being
seconds remaining.
said, you have to be a little bit quicker with your X boat
5
combo. If you're
seconds
trying to use this on the Pango, you actually have to go for the X torrent into boat, which is a lot more difficult to land with Swashbuckle. Because if you try to just do the X into boat, he has enough time to Rolling Thunder. So I'm a little bit curious to see how he's going to play the matchup. But overall, 3 really in-your-face melee heroes, and I'm wondering if you want to see a hero like Timbersaw come out here.
Ooh. You're right. Three melee heroes. I mean, this is probably a support Tiny now with the Kunkka coming out. I suppose you could do a carry Tiny, but that's not really the way they've been playing around Parker. And especially with the Jakiro pick coming out, that's a very strong support to enable whatever their final pick's going to be. So I'm thinking that's the offlane combo of the Darkseer Tiny, the mid Kunkka, 5 Jakiro. I don't know if I want Pango offlane. I feel like Pango's not that strong of an offlaner, and you see the Jakiro coming in. So Tai Long has played a very good Pango this tournament. It might not be the easiest lane versus Kunkka, but I feel like you'll get what you need, and you can pick a stronger offlaner. Ooh, they go for the Troll again. This is... Okay, so Troll is very strong in the laning stage, can handle the Darkseer perfectly fine, but then Darkseer tends to just run away. That's where the Disruptor actually is quite good, because you can glimpse him back, and now I am kind of interested if you want to go for the kinetic field to actually get those early game kills.
Team ban.
Go with the Gyrocopter. They just beat the Gyrocopter, actually, but still respecting it. Taking out some of the other heroes. And I do think it's fair. I think Gyrocopter can beat a Troll, but it really depends on how the supporting cast works. And this time we have a very different draft of heroes involved, so there's no guarantee that Troll gets such a free game while Gyro does not. Plus, we've actually banned out several of the carries anyhow, so going down that list, it is kind of the Gyro. I'm trying to think who else is there. A really long-ranged hero could be good in the back, because Disruptor has a hard time actually using Glimpse on those. And you also have to beat Troll. It's tricky now. Maybe someone like...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what carries you have to deal with Troll
remaining.
Warlord. There is actually the option of going carry Mars, or I'm sorry, carry Tiny, or carry Kunkka. You could do something like the carry Kunkka and go Mars mid, because I do think Mars is actually quite good against Troll, and it is a Dark Mago classic. So I wonder if they want to do something like that. The big question is, though, if you go that route, you might be lacking the late game damage. So it becomes a little bit... You're on a timer type of thing. Like, do you think you can kite out the Troll with something like a Kunkka carry and a Mars?
Radiant team pick.
Ember Spirit.
Ooh, okay. That's a good pick, too. Because they do... You kind of lack catch on the side of Sin Compromiso. And most carries don't fill that role.
10 seconds
I do like that the catch
5
from
seconds
Sin Compromiso is not the easiest, right? We talked about X-Mark, Roll being able to get out of that. You can also mess up the timing, and then he just remnants out, uses Sleight of Fist, dodges some of the combo. Avalanche Toss is pretty good, but you frequently need to go get to your Blink Dagger first. So at least the early game, you're going to be very free. Then you'll struggle a little bit to Avalanche Toss, but then you typically get a BKB at some point. Maybe a Yules could be an alternative as well versus a Kunkka. You can do some stuff there.
You may now select your heroes.
Wow. So we talked about Terrorblade Troll matchup last game. This is typically favored for the Terrorblade if you're on even footing, just because Troll Warlord is not really great at dealing with illusion heroes. And if you like pop your ult, he can just like Manta or spawn illusions, and then you're stuck chasing them, and you're playing into a Darkseer who's going to have even more illusions. So I'm wondering, kind of an older build, if this is a Maelstrom Troll Warlord game. It's not super common, but it was a pretty like potent build for a while on the Troll Warlord when he was meta.
That could be cool. I also think the later the game goes, Ember Spirit and Pango actually do have a lot of AoE damage, right? To help you deal with the illusions and to hurt the Terrorblade. So maybe you don't even need the Maelstrom to do that. You just like do a regular build, trust your teammates to help you fill in the gaps on that damage. But I would be open to it. I think it would be kind of cool, especially if you want to play fast. The Maelstrom a lot cheaper than the Battle Fury.
I think right now, the Disruptor also offers like something a little bit unique against the Terrorblade, because this is not a hero that loves to build BKB. Like if he can get away with it for a long time, he will. But Sunder is such an important part of your kit that if Disruptor finds you and like Troll Warlord does manage to get on top of you, then the fight's actually very much in favor of the Troll. So I'm curious to see if that's going to make a difference in the game or not, or in any of these team fights. But as for now, all of it just speculation as we are getting ready for game number 2 here of Sin Compromiso versus OG Latam. A very clean game from OG last time, and I think they're definitely firing on all cylinders. So if they keep that kind of momentum here into game 2, with some pretty strong lanes here once again, I do have good faith in this team.
Prepare for battle.
I think my one worry is that Pango Shadow Shaman lane versus Terrorblade Jakiro, right? That can be very strong. Pango can maybe swashbuckle out, but if Shadow Shaman gets caught by the slows from Jakiro and then meta gets popped, you got a reflection as well, right? I think that's a very strong lane for Sin Compromiso if you don't have to deal with a bunch of creep dragging. Moose, might be looking to be a little sneaky there. Dodge that lane. Didn't get any move speed to help with that, so it does look like they want to take a more direct laning approach. Maybe they'll just smoke, see if they can get a first blood. I mean, that always changes the way a lane's supposed to go.
30 seconds to battle.
This is it. We don't really see this smoke rotation all that often, so I'm curious if they're going to go kind of deep onto the bottom side, like into the river behind the tower. No, they're just going to go the standard route bottom. They are potentially going to get scouted by a ward here.
Yeah, Jakiro immediately turns around, place their own observer ward, but not able to find anything. They will get the D ward for this.
Nice, yeah.
A bit of damage into the Kunkka.
Kind
Not
of
going
a
to be a
given.
kill.
Right, if your smoke pops and you see them backing away beforehand, you're like, all right, I think they see me,
Actually
guys.
took glimpse.
That's, I mean, we don't really see glimpse that often, but Dark Mago, if he gets,
Is he faster
I think
than the
he's
Shadow
gonna have
Shaman?
to-
Can you get?
he
Can you
is
get the
fast.
shackles?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Whirling
one
Axes.
more axe.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was like, maybe he tries to suicide to a tower, which he does get it. So the gold splits rather than all of it going to K1. But that is still going to be very painful for his mid lane. Jakiro's just sitting there trying to soak the XP, so someone's getting anything.
Darkseer does shove in the lane right away, so they're going to get Equilibrium up here.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He went glimpse 1, remember? And he just stuck around mid. Talk about the worst start to the mid lane you could ask for. He pops a smoke just to get back slightly faster, but Stinger is now basically your mid laner for all intents and purposes.
For real, right? Unless you get some amazing trade onto the Ember here and you kill him in return, this lane is cooked. All right. So Kunkka's Kunkka. I mean, you'll still kind of be okay and get to stuff you need. You're not going to be like at risk of dying too much. But Ember's going to hit 6 well before the Kunkka at this rate and be able to start making plays. Jakiro, I guess, going to be a stronger support than usual for the first minute, but actually not even that much because of the first blood XP. I guess it's top lane that suffered a little bit. Balanced by the fact that K1 was part of the kill, but then because Disruptor stuck around for that glimpse, Darkseer and Tiny got the lane exactly where they want it, so they're going to have a good time. Ooh, kind of close.
I think right now, this bottom lane, looking okay for Parker, but being that you pop the meta, lane's in a pretty good spot here. I feel like you need to get something out of it. Moose is going to be, well, as I say, maybe going to get forced to pop the foul play, but he still doesn't, so.
He's
Overall,
very low, though.
Yeah, overall,
Had
pretty
a salve
good
being
damage. All right, the Jakiro's actually owning. He's doing so much damage here. They go for the Shackle into the Hex. A lot of damage being done over to Parker, and Moose obviously coming out the winner here. Fully reset on the Shaman.
Ooh, I like this fast, fluffy hat from the Terrorblade just to tank up versus some of this burst damage from the Ether Shock and the spells of the Pango. Hero, no fluffy hat on him though. Not a very fast hero. He's gonna be dead here.
Yeah, really good pressure coming out from the Pangolier, using that level 3 timing of the 2-point shield crash. And this is one of the main differences from the offlane Pango is like, the shield crash is even more value when you're able to hit multiple heroes with it. So he's getting really, really solid trades. Top side, get themselves a kill onto the Darkseer.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They don't even have kinetic field. This game, he did take Thunderstorm, by the way. We were talking about it earlier, which facet you would go. Has Thunderstorm, so you're going to have the regular kinetic field, which is what I thought you would need to kill the Darkseer, but doesn't even have that. Glimpsing the Tiny back to get the Water Rune for himself. Very nice.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Overall lanes looking good for OG here. Once again, off to a good start. We'll see what happens in this mid lane, because Kunkka's definitely recovered. He's still behind in experience, of course, but his CS really isn't that bad. It's just mostly going to come down to if that XP is going to make a difference, right?
Yeah, because it's usually a pretty close race to level 6 by the 6-minute power runes. And unless something crazy happens, I don't think you'll even have level 6 on Kunkka by that time, which means you're much more likely to get the power rune on the side of OG and then go find a follow-up kill based on that, or just like exponentially increase your farm because you get like a regen rune or something. So although you're okay now, the concern is in another minute or two how this will affect them.
Pango is getting way more out of the bottom lane than I would have expected, but they will find themselves the Shadow Shaman. Last hit goes over to Parker.
Doesn't even
Nicely
move.
done.
Just accepts his death. Okay, what if the way to balance foul play? You know, the original source of those chickens
Okay,
was the mini game that gave money. Genic getting pretty low here.
Ooh, I had Shadow Strike Blood Grenades,
One
got
more.
him. What a play from Elmisho. This dude, in 2 games in a row, he's been owning. Elmisho is a gamer. 6-minute
for
Lotus
sure.
as well, going to go the way of Hector, so he's very happy to have that in his back pocket.
Regen Rune actually does get stolen by the Chihiro.
Oh, that's nice.
Everything I talked up didn't even matter. Though Kunkka, not 6 yet, which is the point we were making earlier. Okay, anyways, the original source of those chickens was for money in a mini game. I think Dark Moon was the first one, right? So maybe that's what it needs to come back. For Shadow Shaman to use foul play, you also lose like a tiny bit of money, and every chicken that gets killed drops that money bag.
Dude. I remember that one. Yeah, you would just try to run around, collect as much chickens as possible, or like
Hey,
deal as much
going all the way
damage
back to
them.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Disruptor was really good versus that.
Disruptor
right?
was
You just
OP.
kinetic
Yeah,
field
you
the
would kinetic
chickens.
field. Static Storm, Darkseer was OP. You just Ion Shell and run around. Yeah. Good times. You'd come out of the event with like thousands more gold than you normally would.
We're cooking here. Terrorblade is off to a strong start. I mean, you're not like super farm, but you've got everything you need to keep accelerating throughout the game. I do worry about his team's ability to make space if the game keeps going the same way, but it's not too bad yet. Let's see if the 8-minute rune changes anything.
Dire's bottom
Because the
tower
mid
is under
laners
attack.
haven't really rotated to any of the side lanes yet. I thought we'd see that a little sooner in favor of OG, Wasn't able to get the rune. I guess it was a regen anyways.
See what happens on this 8-minute rune, because we are going to see Genic and the Shadow Shaman make their way over. It's going to spawn top, so Dark Mago gets a haste, and he's walking right into a Disruptor, so that is unfortunate for El Misho. Well, X into the boat. Time is correct. Good kinetic field, though. Stomping him for the moment. El Misho still should die here, but makes him work for it. Sacred ends up getting the kill with the Ion Shell. Very nice.
Tries to pop a salve to live as long as possible. That one was a little hopeful, I think.
Middle tower is under attack.
That was a nice play that would have saved him versus any other rune but haste. So that's the recovery. That's the reason power runes are so good, why the supports always go. All right, Kunkka off to the one of the worst starts you can have. Gets a haste rune, gets a quick kill, and really not too far behind anyone else at this point now.
Bottom lane with the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be able to catch everyone coming in off the TPs, but maybe a little bit afraid to go too far. A great glimpse. Going to send the Kunkka out of here. Now the question is, can they find Parker? He goes right in with the Sunder, and well, Hector, level 1 Battle Trance, not super strong, but with the extra heroes, they might still finish the job. They do, but not before your Troll dies first. It's really going to be up to Illich here to clean things up with the help of Tai Lung.
Kunkka's back.
But yeah, Kunkka's back. A very long walk back to the bottom lane. I think he just got glimpsed again for fun. A fight seemingly going on forever. Shackles out, but Shadow Shaman eventually dies as Sacred gets the kill there. Nice Searing Chains holds Sacred down long enough. Dark Mago with a boat, not going to connect onto anybody. Didn't have the X available. And another glimpse. All right, Dark Mago spent most of this fight running back from where he started. Very good stuff from the Disruptor here to just, well, disrupt the gameplay, I guess, of the Kunkka.
This was such a long fight. This is a minute ago that this fight started. It went on so long. I've never seen someone at this point get glimpsed 3 times in a single fight. But there's the first one on Dark Mago, which this would have been a very easy fight with the Kunkka. The Tidebringer damage was ramped up. Look how lumped up they are. They do kill K1 first before Parker dies. You don't always take Sunder at level 6. I think that's what he was kind of hoping for. Like, he's going to go greedy, but it's more common now for this exact reason. It can get you a kill and save your life sometimes.
Yeah, I think Dark Mago is going to maybe pay more attention to X marking himself in some of these next fights, just because it's one of those things that it's a good counter to Disruptor, right? If you're ever worried about getting glimpsed, you just X yourself and come back into the fight. But he used it offensively in each scenario, and it kind of resulted in him not being able to participate, like you said, as much as he probably would have wanted. El Misho walks out of this one. They actually get the mid tower for this. Shackles now onto the Kunkka. He's tanky. Boat in 5. Searing Chains there as well. El Misho is nearby, but with the wall coming out, they will just back away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You got a support kill. You also took that mid tower with the first Serpent wards, so you don't need to go that much further. You're happy with what you already have. Looking around for the Tiny maybe, but Tiny's a pretty tanky support.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So I went back and forth a little bit based on that last fight, but for now, OG reclaiming their lead, 3K.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good spot to be in. And I think it should grow, because every time you have the Serpent Ward, you should just be moving up to each tower, finishing them off to help build you up. And I don't think you can easily do that, unless you bring Terrorblade with the meta, but then his farm speed's not quite as good. The Fusel's on the way for the Pangolier as well. It's gonna be a nice power spike. Can't Sunder if you have no mana.
Parker is still doing okay on the Terrorblade, but he is definitely falling behind that Troll Warlord, Avalanche, toss, but here comes the rest of the team. Rolling Thunder, foul play, buying him a moment, but there's going to be a really nice ult from the Disruptor. Dark Mago needs to get out of this to get the boat. He finally does. It's going to help tank them up quite a bit as Illich gets pulled back from the X into the hands now of this Terrorblade, and, well, he's the one that's in a lot of trouble. Remnants on through. Dark Mago still living through all of this, and a Sunder from Parker to make sure he does not die. X comes out. He's got one Remnant left. Tai Lung, I don't think he's going to survive this one for too long. Into a toss. Macro Pyre, an amazing fight this time from Sim Compromiso as they lose nothing as they get the two big kills, honestly.
And the Shadow Shaman to start all of that. Finding him first was huge. Not only are you removing the crowd control, but the Serpent Wards do a lot in these early team fights.
Yeah.
For example, this Kunkka could have been ward trapped in the Static Storm. A lot of damage would have come in. Like, he'd be dead right now, and the fight's a lot easier. Instead, you're able to use the control of the X-Mark to take several of these fights. Amazing Sunder save here at this final moment, right? Like, Ember's baited in by the Kunkka.
Yeah.
That kill just happened easier, and then you just get out. This is the longest range toss about to come in too from Genic as well.
Yeah.
Just really reached his arm out. What is that?
He used his friends of the trees. I don't know. Illich caught him from an X mark, but they don't. I don't think OG are looking to try and force any fights right now. Like you do have some nice spells up in the Kinetic Storm, Kinetic. You know what I mean. Kinetic Field, Static Storm, but Serpent Wards are down. Where did they get spent?
I guess he just used it on a kill attempt? Oh, they did finish the bottom tower, actually. Maybe they went back for it after that. While we were watching the replay, I think they used it on that bottom tower.
Looking bottom lane.
I don't think...
Oh, that's an Orchid reveal. X into the Torrent boat. Illich never gets a chance to move. Not a build we see all that often on the Kunkka, but in the right game, very good.
Who was doing the farming Serpent Wards yesterday? Moose doesn't strike me as that
It was
kind of
Knight.
player. Yeah. Moose is an objective Serpent Wards kind of guy, in my field.
They're going to find this Tai Lung Ember top lane, but not really able to combo off of that Orchid, and he takes down the Jakiro, gets away Moose. Tries to get to safety here. The cleave, it's just barely in range. That's like the last pixel there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tidebringer range is pretty crazy. How does this guy reach 1,100 units away?
Dire's
I don't
top
know.
tower has fallen.
I think that's one of the nerfs he could take.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire
Very back and forth game so far. Sin Compromiso, I think, doing a lot better with their early plays. Good recovery from the Kunkka. I mean, if we go back to the start of the game, getting killed and then getting glimpsed.
Yeah, his game is completely recovered, right? He's like dead even with, well, he was dead even with Tai Lung until that kill right there. Bottom lane, we're going to see Illich and K1 actually in a little bit of trouble. The Orchid comes out, but the Troll with the space to get away, and Disruptor now coming in as well as the Ember Spirit. They're going to look for the Kunkka stuck inside the Static Storm. They actually, I don't know how Darkseer got in there, but he's in trouble as well. They finish off Genic. Now Darkseer out of mana, rooted up, trying to get away, but another Searing Chains, and there's the ward trap you were talking about. They buy back on the Tiny to try and get back in this fight, but in some trouble. That's a huge win now for the side of OG.
There's another Static Storm doing a lot of work. Just chasing too hard, thinking it was just the Pango and the Troll. So didn't expect the rest of the team to make their way in.
But they
Then
saw
here
the
comes
Disruptor. Yeah, they saw Disruptor, but not Tai Lung. And I think that's
Did
where...
he get tossed in? What was
Yeah,
that?
that's why I was confused. I was like, I don't know how Sacred got in there. Maybe it was a toss by mistake, because it looked like a toss.
Maybe he was trying to toss someone else away.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what I
Jackson
think he
Crowder
was
Darkseer.
But
Kind of
yeah,
unfortunate there.
Radiant's middle tower is
but
under attack.
the ward trap, like you mentioned that earlier, if you can actually play around the Serpent Wards, they do a lot of damage in these fights, and that's pretty much what kills the Kunkka.
Marker was farming in that time at least. I think right now... I want to see what he goes next. Oh my god, Ember.
Ooh, that's a nice toss in, but he's got a shield rune running. Genic, he's low, gonna get glimpsed. They're trying desperately to finish him off. This one swashbuckle actually missing there saves Genic's life, so he's gonna make his way back to base on his 80 HP.
This goes back to Avalanche Toss is good instant catch on, you know, slippery heroes like Ember, but what do you have after that? You know, you gotta somehow chain Torrent and Ghost Ship onto that. I guess Orchid must have been on cooldown, but eventually you'll have BKB on Ember. Actually, not eventually. It's real close. 200 gold away. He's getting it after his Mage Slayer. So now that Orchid combo, now that's out of the picture. So should be pretty free on Tai Lung to provide all the vision he needs for his team. Just go in aggressively. Feel comfortable that he can get out. Because there's not really... I mean, I guess you have to be worried about being X'd as you try to BKB exit the fight, but... I think they're used to, like, dealing with that.
Into Roshan we go. Now, typically, the massive Serpent Ward is something that is a little bit better at doing this, right? Because you don't really lose any of the damage of these.
But Troll will help make up the difference. He actually just needs the Serpent Wards to tank for him more than doing damage. Yeah, this will be a quick Roche.
That'll
make it in time. Actually,
he gets the Aegis.
He's got to pick it up.
No,
he
he got denied. What? Did he not make a slot? I'm not sure. And now Hector's stuck fighting himself inside the wall. He's dead. 2 gone on the side of OG. What just happened? Did he not pick? Did he just not make a slot for the Aegis?
I mean, he got torrented. I thought he would still land and be able to pick it up, but
the illusion definitely wasn't there in time by the time, like when he landed. Searing Chains are still gonna look for something
a little bit better.
I don't know if you can. You don't have the numbers. You're missing a lot of damage. Glimpses away the Kunkka. I mean, once it's done, I want to see a replay of that, because you can't afford to get your Aegis denied after that much of a commitment. All right, here we go.
No, see, it is in there.
He's just stunned. How is he still stunned?
The wall? No, it was the Terrorblade illusion.
Just X and... It was just Torrent and both.
Illusion. I mean,
and Avalanche
attack fast.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you're going to go for this play, your team needs to position a little bit better to protect the Troll, right? Like, you know they're coming down that pathway. You saw them with the illusions. Just go immediately, trap them in place, and try to prevent them from getting into the Roche pit. That is super painful, because not only do you lose the Troll, you lose your gold advantage, Terrorblade takes the top, and they get Tormentor.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's like a 4,000 gold swing, at least.
Kind of crazy. OG still 1k gold lead, despite that. Just messing with Illich, who has a Yules now, so we'll be safe from some of those combos. And you can actually use this aggressively too when they try to use X Mark. You can Yules that target, or Surge trying to get away. So it actually is a pretty good Yules purchase. Thought we might see the Ags first, because it's usually so much damage versus illusion heroes. But gets the Yules and has the Ags queued up next.
Bounty!
How do you feel about this going? You're still shell-shocked. How do you feel about this going late? Because I feel like they do have Terrorblade answers as the game keeps going. And I don't think the Troll illusion from Darkseer is the scariest illusion out there.
I mean, the thing with like the Darkseer into Troll Warlord is like, yeah, the Troll Warlord's illusion's not the scariest, like you're saying, but if you happen to press ult inside the wall, like you actually just hold the Darkseer wall until Trollord presses ult, and then he just sits there playing, you know, stop hitting yourself, as every time he kills his own illusion, another one instantly spawns and he's just trapped in purgatory. So
That's true.
it is a really weird... That's why I was like kind of confused about picking the Troll Warlord into the Darkseer already. It's a good lane and it scales well, but you do have to be very careful about when you actually use Battle Trance, because you cannot afford to cast it inside of the Darkseer wall, which is exactly what happened in the Roche pit. He basically CC'd himself for 8 seconds.
Disruptor is going for a blink, so some of the ideas, you know, that's not going to happen if you control up the Darkseer. No wall can come out. If you blink, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, Darkseer will eventually have to get a BKB. You'll eventually get an Aghanims. So that could be some of your answer to that, to make sure Troll is free. Don't have it yet, though, so this smoke play, maybe we will see that 8 seconds of self-crowd control.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a nice smoke here. I mean, they can pressure this mid tower.
Is
It's
under attack.
We always see butterflies become like a very potent timing on certain carry heroes. Medusa, Terrorblade, Morphling, probably the predominant ones.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, looks like they are just going to pressure the tower, seeing that they're dropping the ward's bottom onto their own tier 2. They are just going to go for the trade.
Terrorblade faster than Serpent Wards, though.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Ease clap.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And
under
you can
attack.
keep moving.
Radiant's bottom tower has
So you
fallen.
can send it into the mid lane, make someone deal with that wall. It looks like they're headed top to try to get another tier 2 tower. If you didn't fight him the first
Dire's
time, are you going to
top
fight him
tower
the
is
second
under
time?
attack.
Can't even threaten a
Dire's
trade because
structures
Serpent
are
Wards are
falling.
down. Might just lose this tier 2.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Well, they get another tier 2 top. I mean, honestly, these are good moves coming out from Sin Compromiso. They're getting a lot done right now with this Terrorblade and just like grouping S5 around the map. And I have to wonder if OG is like afraid to take a fight now, considering what happened in the Roche pit. Is there, maybe there's a big item they're really waiting for, but your tier 3 is just dead. You don't have a fortification for your melee or ranged racks, so you gotta start doing something here. The Whirling Axes will give them the mischance, and with that, they force all 5 heroes back onto the high ground. And Hector needs an MKB ASAP. Like, you can't put this off anymore. Like, this needs to be done. He's not that close. He still needs about 1,500
Radiant
gold.
are scanning.
But maybe that's what'll surprise them. Thinking you're waiting for the MKB, but they're actually smoked up right now. Hoping to catch Sin Compromiso split up on the map. Ford is watching Troll, though. So you know he's not in the fight.
Gannick walks into the wrong neighborhood, despite it being his own neighborhood. It was invaded by OG.
Hate being in your own neighborhood. Ags is done on the Pango. He's about to get a shard too, so pretty strong Pango in these team fights. I think a lot of it is going to come down to the ultimates. On one hand, we have the roll and the static storm that I think are incredibly impactful. Same with the Serpent Ward, you know, adding in more damage, maybe trapping someone. On the other side, you've got that vacuum wall that you were talking about, and a lot of AoEs to combo on top of that. Ice Path, Avalanche Toss, the Torrent, Boat, all while Terrorblade is just attacking everybody. So these fights really comes down to like who finds who, what angles you come in at. So where maybe Ember helps out a lot, being willing to just walk in and slide a fist, trusting that you'll be able to remnant out, BKB if absolutely necessary.
That'd be cool, yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, OG have definitely slowed down their momentum. If they had gotten that first Aegis, I think this game would have been in quite a bit of a different state. But that one little mistake costing them quite a bit of time here in game number 2, as it's
Radiant's
very
top
much
tower is
evened
under
out.
attack.
X both. Do they have the damage? Yeah, okay. Not even close.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like that's just a, space-making death, though.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. He's like testing the waters on where they are.
And you need to buy... You want Troll to keep farming. He does have that MKB now. And working now on... He's got a Basher and an Axe queued. He's kind of pushing aggressively on his own. It's a little scary. Disruptor's nearby, but no Static Storm. Gotta be real careful about that.
I mean, this MKB is pretty huge. Like, he needed this really badly. We'll see what they can get done here. BKB now done on the Terrorblade. I mean, it's still a very close game. I'm just not sure which team is like really favored in the fights right now, because we haven't really seen like a big clash in a bit. It's been mostly dodging, split pushing, getting objectives. But I will say it is Sin Compromiso playing more like
Radiant's
together
top
on the
tower is
map.
under attack.
But there's the Roche attempt as Hector just walks in, and we kind of saw what happened last time.
Dire's
They're
bottom tower
again
is under
positioned
attack.
kind of defensively here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As you hear a surge coming out, but no one really finding anyone. Parker just walks into the pit. He's like, if you're not going to do it, I will. Feels very safe here on this Terrorblade, knowing he has that BKB available. As K1's going to go ahead and try and start going toe-to-toe with him. He has damage, but there's the wall. He's stuck inside the Static Storm. Hector, he's just, there it is, stuck for the moment. Gets over to Dark Mago. The BKB is out, but there's the roots, and he will finally be able to lock down a target long enough. They buy back on the Jakiro, pulls back in. This BKB doing a lot of work, and Dark Mago's gonna escape, but he has no HP left as the rum expires, and it's just Illich needs to hit one swashbuckle. No, it's gonna be the glimpse from El Misho to kill him. Very funny. So 2 dead. With the buyback from Stinger, it's pretty good here from OG if they can get more. Tai Lung back in with the Remnant here, ready to go fight again. As the Shadow Shaman running his way down the lane as well to rejoin his team. And Hector with an Amplify damage rune is pretty massive, trying to finish off the Roshan in this bottom pit, and he will be able to very quickly. And now the chase continues. Moose looking for a target. The Remnant's out from Tai Lung. The Searing Chains gets the Jakiro. And with this Aegis, they need to go get the banner, but with a 9k lead, the second Aegis, you're probably feeling very good about your game chance now.
I sure hope someone gets that Aegis, or sorry, the banner, because you need the help at pushing these high grounds. So this fight, I think scouting Sacred at the start was really strong, so the Macropire and Wall only catch the Troll, which I mean kind of is the main target, but it means your big teamfight spells are really only hitting one hero. So as you're able to move around the rest of the fight unbothered, OG just works one target down at a time. X combo, you can just BKB leave on the Ember. So he scouts all this information, pushes off the Terrorblade, and then just gets away for free.
Radiant are scanning.
It's so funny to see how fast Kunkka's health dropped once the rum buff went away, because he tanked like thousands of extra damage. And the second rum expired, he lost like 600 health in a second. It was really funny. Top side here, Parker gonna get glimpsed, does have the BKB to dodge it, and he will be forced to use it. The Rolling Thunder doing a lot of work here. The question is, do they continue fighting? Moves with the Ward Trap, the Long Duration Shackles, great vacuum wall here onto 3. Dark Mago with the BKB to get some distance, as they will burn down the Shadow Shaman for their efforts. A nice play there from Sacred to turn it around.
Troll wasn't actually in that fight. He is a lot of their damage. I think they were hoping to just get a Kunkka pick off, or maybe not expecting them to commit wall to defend him. Troll has his Basher. Working on the full Abyssal now. I mean, that'll help provide some of the lockdown. A couple of the times the heroes are getting away from him. It's close to his 25 as well. This is a bit aggressive without the rest of the team nearby.
A bit, yeah. Gets away just the tail end with that.
That's kind of strange to me. I thought they were waiting for Shadow Shaman to respawn, and then they were going to group up and go, but they actually just go with 2 of them. Now you gotta wait for Disruptor. And then you gotta wait for Disruptor's ultimate. Then you gotta wait for the BKB. They're kind of wasting some of their own Aegis time. Though I suppose they're waiting for this Abyssal and 25 on Troll anyways. Uh-oh, he doesn't have it yet.
Man, they are really, I mean, honestly, Hector kind of wants his level 25 as well with the Abyssal. The Abyssal is great and allows him to lock down one of these heroes even more so, but Moose jumped in. Here comes Illich with the Rolling Thunder as well, trying to find heroes on the backside. He misses everyone at the moment. He's like, all right, I guess I'm just gonna leave. I don't know, kind of awkward. Glimpse. Did he glimpse an illusion there? I think he glimpsed an illusion just to kill it.
X the Troll. Well, and we're gonna keep him alive for now.
He's a hard kill.
They have detection.
Ooh, they went a little bit too far. Hector just gonna sit on range here. They even dropped the Static Storm just to guarantee, but a huge initiation from the Ember Spirit. He's getting so much done with these remnants. Drops Parker down to just 30% HP. He has BKB in the Sunder, but here come the BKBs out from the other team. They've got to get Parker away from this troll. Instead, it's Dark Mago. He's got his attention, and now the BKB out. There's the Sunder. Hector going to heal up quite a bit here under this battle trance, but there's the X, the torrents, everything throwing him into the skies, and he will still survive. They don't get the Aegis, but they do get the Terrorblade out. It costs you a buyback on Genic, but OG starting to really pull ahead here in this game.
You need Tiny's lockdown to be able to control heroes for the fight. So the fact that he walks up first, gets found, ward trap, even the defensive Static Storm to prevent anyone from walking up, gets you the easy Tiny kill so that as Ember jumps in, like, who can stop it, right? He just keeps remnanting back and forth, doing an insane amount of damage, and there's no control to grab him when he has the BKB. They almost get Parker. It's fortunately a very fast hero to run out of this. Sunder trying to get K1 killed, but I mean, Kunk on his own, not enough damage. I say that, I mean, it's kind of close. Almost got like a triple kill on that Tidebringer, but not quite enough.
It was so close.
Now they've made their way down.
Radiant's
They
middle
get pushed
tower
off for
is under
now.
attack.
They're doing
Aegis
a,
expires.
yeah, they're doing a pretty decent job at controlling the Troll Warlord during his battle trance. I'll give them that. And I think that is probably like the most important thing that they need to do. Because if the Troll gets his hands on the Terrorblade, gets the Abyssal off, and gets battle trance off, nobody survives. He will kill any hero. So you really need to make sure that you're getting the saves, like the Force Staffs, trying to trap him in the wall or vacuum him away from your target. Like they're doing a pretty good job at doing that. But the more farm Troll gets, the easier it is for him to just find a hero and kill them.
Shadow Shaman also has a BKB queued up, so if you've got that to work with, it's a lot easier to keep heroes locked down for the Troll to just get to work. Just smoke up. Disruptor have Ags? Oh, Disruptor does have Ags. All right, this could be huge.
I did not see that. Dark
it's just
Seer. Good TP out. Really smart TP out from Sacred. He dodges that one. I mean, this is also Blink Disruptor too, so it's not like it's going to be difficult for him to find his target. He sees someone, he's going to go right in for the Blink into the Static Storm. Genic with a nice toss back, looking for Dark Mago, but you got to be careful. They don't know about the Axe quite yet, and in comes the Ember Spirit. They lose the Tiny Hector, but he forced a BKB. Rolling Thunder on the backside, just controlling up some of these extra heroes. As El Misho still ready to go, looking for his target. They get the Hex onto the Terrorblade. There it is, the Static Storm trapped them in place as the Troll gets the 1v. Oh, wait a minute.
I think they just won the game.
Yeah, they did anyway.
Oh,
it was
well,
just
no
all
troll.
Tai Lung and Illich, you know. No troll for 50. He has buyback.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Man, if Troll is alive, I think he just won. But Troll being the tower damage and he's the only hero that's get killed, you'll get this barracks. I think you'll chip the mid barracks too. If you knew they had no buybacks, I think you'd be willing to buy back and end the game. But it's, you know, it's too scary to do that if without that info.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, that
Be
Static
patient
Storm,
on that static
so good.
storm.
He
I think
didn't get the BKB either. He was waiting to BKB for so long.
Yeah, because I mean, he thought he had to wait for the static storm. He didn't realize that Ags was finished, which I actually think they maybe wanted to throw it sooner, but the jump, the way that Sin Compromiso went, they had already thrown down some of the ultimates from Kunkka and Darkseer that it's no longer worth catching them. So then he wisely pivots to wait for the static, or the Sunder timing on the Terrorblade, and it gets them the team wipe. I wasn't sure how much they'd actually be able to capitalize on this, but it looks like they are going to get the second barracks as well.
I mean, Pango's decent enough damage. He's got a nullifier.
One more hit.
Right? Like, they'll get it, surely, right? Someone's going to get it. No one's going to get it,
I don't know.
Illich going in here, going to get some help from the Ember Spirit. They've got remnants to play around. He is going to be able to walk away with this one. Blinks to safety, so the melee racks actually survives.
Can't believe that. That's crazy.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you'll send a troll illusion at some point. I mean, it's regenning, but yeah. So here's where I think you'd like the static storm, but he's a little too far, right? Like on this initial jump before they throw everything. Now they dump it all, and it's like, well, actually, what's the point? So he just keeps waiting for the Terrorblade instead, which troll takes that ultimate. Look how much damage he's doing. Right, you can't let him heal up all the way to full, so you have to still hit him, but it just means you're not killing any other hero at the time.
I mean, and the other thing is,
job, but
Tai Lung
the
did
price.
so much damage and so much work in that fight on the Ember as well. It's like you have to worry about this troll, and they're committing so heavily to kill the troll. But then there's this Ember Spirit with an Aghanim Scepter and this Shiva's, who is just dancing around the fight, just cleaving your whole team.
Let me tell you, that Ember Spirit has an amplified damage and a refresher. So, if
that
you thought he was
refresher
doing
is
work in the
nice.
last fight, this next one's about to be crazy. He even picks up a shield, and he's got both runes. You're looking to fight right now if you can. Actually, hoping for Roche, and then
It's
for them to
soon.
come fight you, and you'd be so strong.
Roche is like 15 seconds away if they don't back. I think that's what they're playing for. I don't think there's any reason to force the high ground when they know Roche is soon, right? Max spawn is in just over a minute. But it's about to spawn here in just a couple of seconds.
Moves, just a ward right now. Role playing his ultimate, scouting out the Roche spawn.
Empowers me.
That's worth it. Shackles.
Instant. He was
Yeah, he's just holding down the
pressing
hex
W,
button.
waiting.
Got that quick cast enable, just sitting there holding it on the Roshan, like, oh, it's there, guys.
I'm surprised he even commits the ultimate. I feel like you don't even need it. But I guess they're scarred from the first time that went wrong. They just want to grab it as fast as possible. Troll did not have space, guys. You gotta come get these goodies. That's
I was gonna say,
half
there's
the
a
value of the
refresher
Roshan
shard.
still in the pit.
Instead, they're gonna find themselves Sacred on the Darkseer. Someone's gonna go back for it. I think now that you just spent Static Storm, you go get that refresher shard for your Disruptor,
Yeah.
and you have a second one available as...
Guys, go, guys. There's
There's just no
Guys.
way this
Go,
is
guys.
Avatos in, Hex onto the Pango. He's just dead. You're gonna lose your Troll's first life as
Guys.
well. This is where you really wish you had a
Guys.
second Static Storm. Tai Lung is out.
He is cliffed. No way.
I actually cannot believe it. I'm watching. Hector will be able to get the ult. He actually glimpses him away from the Troll. Okay. Oh.
It's falling apart. Got Tai Lung. The pit, Tai Lung. There's so much money in the pit right
Radiant's
now.
middle tower is under
Double
attack.
Static Storm, double Serpent Wards are both insane value.
I can't
double
believe
Roll
that.
also would be really good.
Or just Cheese and Pango maybe wouldn't have died there.
The pressure's hitting. Someone's got to get in
Dude.
there.
This is like... This is unbelievable to forget this. Your troll is going to be forced to buyback here. You have a 25,000 gold lead. Your Pango has no buyback. You're up 2 lanes of barracks, basically. Okay, well, they're going to go with the refresher here to try and just burn down the Terrorblade. Glimmer Cape's giving them the space, the glimpse. It's not enough. They get the kill. Okay, apparently, Tai Lung does enough damage, and they're not worried at all. X-Boat gets moves, but the BKB from the Ember Spear is still working. Hector buys back finally, blinks forward into the Abyssal Blade, stuck dealing with an Ethereal Blade, but they will finally get their hands on the Kunkka and find that kill. Okay, apparently 25,000 gold is too much to overcome.
I mean, it's the Ags on the Disruptor, right? Preventing Terrorblade. Full health, Terrorblade got trapped in there. You dump every single remnant on that Terrorblade, and they managed to kill him. Really well done. Really cool if you had that a second time. Still in the pit. Anytime someone wants to go get that.
God,
you may not even need it, which is the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Based on that kill, I mean, 50 seconds, no Terrorblade. Trolls on the tier 2. There's their last Fortify.
The thing is, it's not like it was Trolls soloing the Roche and no one else knew. There were 3 heroes around Roshan when it died, and they just left everything.
Well, they thought Troll would pick it up, but he's suffering from success. He had like so much junk in his backpack.
Too much junk
Literally
in the
only
trunk.
picked up one thing.
A Troll Warlord classic. Well, it's all right. 31,000 gold ahead. Who needs your spells 2 times? As 1 lane of Rax protecting them from the Mega Creeps, and they will back. See, this is where maybe double Serpent Ward would be hype.
Unironically, you mega them if you had Serpent Ward.
If you had double Serpent Ward, you actually just take it. Because they don't have, like, the Terrorblade was not up to take it. It's like just the Jakiro that can hit him.
Okay, let's not just on the side of OG. If Sin Compromiso, for some reason, were to look in the pit, or to realize, like, wait, who had Cheese and who had Refresher? Right. Things you could have double Wall. You could have double Macro Pyre. This is an Ags Macro Pyre, so it's actually a lot of damage.
And he's almost
Your
18.
Terrorblade could BKB preemptively with the Refresher available so that he's not so worried about this Ag Static Storm. Like, there's so much they could do if they just happen to stumble into the pit and find that amount of money. It's like game-changing money on the ground. Guys, yeah, you're so close. Go look inside.
You should be able to smell the cheese from there.
It's fermenting.
I love dirt cheese.
Maybe the river's washing it away. You can't tell because the river, you know, is like...
yeah, maybe it's cleaning
washing
the
the
cheese
smell.
instead. Yeah. Well, BKB for the Darkseer.
Tell you what, the next Roche is going to be insanely valued.
Someone's going to walk in there and be like, wait a minute.
You get double the value for second Roche.
Imagine having a Roche banner and double Serpent Wards when you wanted to push that top lane right there.
I mean, you could push top while Shadow
knows.
Shaman just...
He's like, wait a minute. Okay, no. Okay, never mind. I thought he was walking straight back to the pit. It looked like it. He was like, wait a minute. They're going to force you back top? It looks like, maybe. They're going to try and make a play for the base.
Dude, if you could double Serpent Wards right here, you could actually throw them the...
It's a little bit more defensive on the wards than I would have expected.
Yeah, they actually can't reach.
They can't reach the other tier 4.
A second set of Serpent Wards totally could.
I mean, that tier 4 would be dead if there was 2 Serpent Wards there. Actually, would be dead.
You could have gone Mega's top instead.
True. I mean, they could have gotten Mega's top when they were pushing a moment, like while the Terrorblade is dead, yeah. Like double Serpent Ward and the Roshan's banner that's still in the pit.
It's actually absurd. The win condition is literally in the pit, just sitting there. Like, this is crazy. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, you know. I know it is a big mistake. I kind of get it. You know, there's a lot of pressure. That fight, someone was overwriting the comms because they're like finishing Roche as they go for that Darkseer. So there's probably too much talking going on, and then it just slips your mind because you taste the upper bracket grand finals like return. You know, you just close this game and you'll get it, and it just slips your mind. But boy, it would be a lot easier to get to that grand finals with that refresher.
Yeah, I agree. It certainly would.
When can Roche start to spawn? Another minute 10. And it could spawn top. Dude, if it spawns top and then they fight over it and they take the stuff and no one sees it bottom, I'm gonna laugh so hard. Both teams really cautious of where the other are. They're going to try to force them back in Compromiso heading mid to just try to force OG back. OG can do the same thing. You know, just head top. Tell you what, guys, you could go through this. Bottom creeps are there. Just drop 2 Serpent Wards.
Well, they drop one
That's
Serpent
one Serpent
Ward.
Wards.
Oh,
He did it!
The Chikiro found everything.
Oh my god. Stinger's probably losing his mind right now, too.
He's like, guys.
Why did Stinger even go?
I mean, he was just looking to maybe plant
Probably
a
had nothing to
ward.
do because everyone was just posturing. He was just clicking items.
Maybe
Like,
he
wait a
knew. Maybe he saw. He's like, guys, I never saw a refresher shard. So he probably just like figured it out. He's like, there's no Roche banner that's been dropped. So he
He's
probably
probably
was
like,
like going
man.
for the Roche banner and finds everything else instead. So that is refresher Kunkka now available with double hex, double boat.
He's like, man, there's been like 8 opportunities to just double Serpent Wards us. So what are they waiting for?
Radiant's middle tower
If they
is
win
under
off of
attack.
this, OG is going to be kicking themselves forever.
They will find themselves a very quick kill there. Tylon goes in aggressively
Jet.
with his BKB, just scouting everybody. Does get caught from the ice path. Dark Mago thinking of looking for more, but they need to wait for their Tiny. He just bombed back.
Radiant's middle
Your base
tower
also
is under
under
attack.
siege here. Tier 4 start to take some damage.
They're going to lose to tier 4.
Glimpse. Nice X. Great X play. This is what we were talking about earlier. Like, you can use this as a tool to get away from the Disruptor.
Roan's been exposed. Creeps are currently distracted, so they're not at risk of dying now, but any fight you get caught out, you can't make it home fast enough because of glimpse, because of bashers. You could just lose. Could have lost already, but we'll move on. I'll move on.
Do we need
I'll
to,
move
though?
on. I'll move on after the refresher card gets used. Kunkka still has it. I mean, it could be a game-changing boat. He has Hex too, right? So like you
Yeah,
could Hex,
exactly.
Torrent, Boat, Hex, Torrent, Boat, chain stun one of these key heroes for ages.
Oh. He walked right out of Roche's at spawn. Hector's like, oh, okay, it's up.
Suddenly he has a sense of deja vu. He's like, oh, I feel like
Guys, we didn't leave anything in here before, did we?
there was something. Maybe last time he was like, oh, I'll go pick up this stuff later. Forgets. He's walking in here. He's like, oh shit, I just forgot. I said I would pick that. Oh, I don't see. Oh god. I just won't say anything. Maybe they won't know. They won't realize.
They're like picking up these items. Like, this was only second Roche, right?
It's like, yeah. We would have refresher and chi. That was That was the third Roche. Yeah, first third Roche.
They definitely didn't click the Kunkka yet and see that he has a refresher shard.
Guys, how did Kunkka buy a refresher shard? I thought you could only get that from Roche.
I don't know, guys. It's really weird. Must,
weird.
he's just
Bug
cheating.
abusers.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still in a controlling position, and now you have the refresher shard.
Yeah.
They gave it over to the Pango. I think Disruptor's close to buying his own refresher. Yeah, he's saving the money. I think he wants buyback. Stop farming in front of God. Let him have it. Let him have it. He's like 100 gold away.
He needs Ag Synth first, though.
And close to, okay, not that close to 25 actually, but the thing is, okay, the later this game goes, I actually do think Static Storm is the strongest ability in this
Absolutely.
game. And he's got the Ags, he's about to have refresher, level 25, you know, off of one more fight. huge static storm, trap them twice. There's just not a lot you can do about that, especially as the creeps have been objective gamers. They're slowly getting this tower down. Eventually you'll be mega, you'll be stuck in here. Kunkka and Terrorblade happen to be some of the better heroes at dealing with megas, at least. So if you do get mega, it's not, you know, it's not GG quite yet. And if you win one fight, you can run down with a Terrorblade and simply end the game off of one fight because top barracks is opened.
All right, Refresher Shard onto Hector's Troll so that he will have double ult if they manage to kill him once. Up on the high ground, they're going to immediately toss back to the Pango. There's your Static Storm. Hold up, can you get in there to get on top of this Terrorblade? The damage is absolutely coming through.
Instantly buys back.
He buys back, you're right. Hector fighting himself on this wall. Hold up. He's trapped now in place. That's going to be his first life. Tai Lung with a refresher. Just controlling up the backside. Just deletes the Jakiro.
He's hexed.
Looking for another. He gets hexed and he's dead. They're going to buy back into this game on the Troll. Parker quite strong. But Hector, he's got another round of everything. Big buybacks from both teams.
That was one of my worries of him having the Refresher Shard, is that the Aegis time is faster than the backpack cooldown, so he couldn't actually refresh your BKB. He got instantly hexed on his respawn. Look at the damage coming from the Terrorblade when he's allowed to attack. Right? Like, he's scared because he's in Static Storm, but when he's attacking, his damage output is absurd at this point.
Yeah, and that's where the Darkseer versus Troll matchup really hurts. His BKB ends and he's still just fighting himself on the wall. The instant hex, like you said, coming out after the respawn takes down the Troll's second life.
I wish they'd given the Refresher Shard to Shadow Shaman. Actually, part of that is also Shadow Shaman blinked into Ice Path. That fight might have also gone a little smoother at the opening. Not to throw him under the bus, but
yeah. I mean, he
had
had
maybe also helped.
He had the BKB shackles onto the Terrorblade inside of the first death, right? I think that was decent enough.
This tower has 7 health. I can't even see. This bar is empty. Next Refresher Shard has got to go to Shadow Shaman. Troll has his own refresher. I know there's double roll. I genuinely believe the objective pressure from double Serpent Wards is worth more. Like, you don't even have to risk your life, you know? You just drop the wards. I feel really nervous for OG, non-biased caster here, but man, if you lose because you forgot the Refresher Shard, that's brutal, man. That's so brutal. You have to at least win despite it and be like, oh, okay guys, oh, it's fine. We can sleep at night.
See what they can find here. The Shackle's doing a lot of work. The Terror Wave comes out, but it's not enough. They get the Kunkka. He's going to buy back into this game. The big question, can you kill Parker on this Terrorblade? Hector, he's got his eyes on the prize, stuck inside the wall, forced to BKB, turns his attention to the Darkseer instead. He's dead. And now Tai Lung continue to chase for more with the help of Moose. They X the boat, comes out. It's just zone here. 3 dead on the Radiant, 2 without buybacks, and everybody alive. For the side of OG, this is the best fight that we've seen them take.
You've still got a Static Storm available, so you just head to the buildings. If you see anyone, you can just blink in Static Storm. There's not much you can do about it. This range barracks falling instantly. Double banner, why not? We've been stockpiling them.
They're gonna really help with the creep wave that's there.
Can't kill both banners, got him. Mega secure.
There's a shackle for Moose.
He's really
waiting. Blink Abyssal onto the Kunkka. Hector pops the BKB. That's going to be a dime back. The throne finally in the grasp of OG to try and take the series 2-0, secure themselves that
Storm's a
spot in the
fountain.
grand finals. They're going to jump right in. Static Storm right on the money, holding down the Terrorblade, and Tai Long, with the help of the Troll, will get the job done. GG comes out, and there it is, baby. OG with a 2-0 over Sin Compromiso. I mean, they have proven they are the better team. They beat them early on in the upper bracket 2-1. Sin Compromiso goes undefeated in the lower bracket until they meet them once again. And OG just has their number, man. A very convincing series from them.
The crazy thing is game 2 looked pretty close, but actually would have ended a lot sooner with that refresher shard. But either way, well done to be able to forget the refresher shard and still win. Shows a little bit of both the draft win, I would say, knowing you've got that late game potential between the Troll and the Ag Static Storm, but also their early playmaking, right? Their lanes went pretty well. Honestly impressed by Sin Compromiso that off of how that mid lane started, which has snowballing effects, right? Like Kunga's late to the mid lane. That means Jakiro's late to the bottom lane. So they only have one lane going okay in the top lane. They still, make a bit of a comeback in that early game. They have to fight it out back and forth for a while before OG eventually does take control of the game. But then they really hold on. They really buckle down for that last 20, 30 minutes. And Stinger, paying attention. He's like, where are these items? I know where they are. I'm going to get them. Honestly helps them hold long enough. There were some close moments. They almost won that game.
Yeah, this was very close. I do agree. I think there were a couple times. I mean, to be fair, OG also a couple of mistakes. The first Aegis, I think they should have been able to reliably secure. I think the fact that it gets denied there is pretty massive, and it does delay their game quite a bit. And then, of course, the third Aegis of leaving everything in the pit, it slowed down their ability to go high ground. Having double Static Storm or double Serpent Ward, either one would have secured them the high ground. And it kind of leads them to delaying this game like another 15-ish minutes. So OG the Tom, they walk away the winners, but it's not without a couple issues here in game number 2. And they really will have to tighten themselves up if they want to, take the wins against Heroic, as Heroic has looked incredibly strong.
Yeah, that's... Maybe the pressure was on, needing to make it to the grand finals. But now they got a bit of a break. I believe about an hour and 40 minutes. And then we'll be back with OG Latom versus Heroic. Everyone, go get your food, get your snacks. Remind your friends to pick up Refresher Shard. And then be back for the grand finals. Hour and 40 minutes.
Everyone
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're
Welcome back, everybody, here to the EWC closed qualifiers for South America. We got a cute special guest in the mix. My baby girl was sleeping. She wanted to come hang out. How you doing, Zach?
I'm good. My cat was also asleep and did not want to come hang out, so it's staying asleep, both of them outside. But at least we got your cat.
Yeah, she's a good girl. She's hanging out. She's excited for some South America Dota. We're going to be watching OG Latam here versus Heroic in just a moment, and I'm sure she loves me yelling in her ear, so I'll let you talk for a second.
Heroic versus OG, like you said. We just watched OG earlier today, 2-0 Sin Compromiso. They have been looking pretty good, beating everybody except OG Latam, losing to them twice, unfortunately. First in that upper bracket, now down here in the lower bracket. So They are out. OG is the one that gets to move on to the grand finals for their repeat match versus Heroic, who knocked them down yesterday. 2-0. Game 1, very close. Game 2, not as close. But now he got a new series of games, best of 5. Lots of room to do some interesting drafts, but also bring it back to maybe more standard play, which kind of worked out better for them in game number 1.
Yeah, I agree. I think for the most part, Heroic has been just the most impressive team, but OG Latam definitely impressed me in this last series, and I think they definitely have what it takes to win this. They've just gotta, there's a couple things they messed up on. It's okay. Those are easily adjustable, easy things to fix, like remembering there's a whole bunch of stuff in the Roche pit, kind of a big deal. But those are, like easily corrected. I think the biggest thing was the fact that they're having a good time in their lanes, and Heroic is a very strong laning team, and so I think that bodes well for them. Falling behind against Heroic is typically not a great strategy. So I think this gives OG a pretty good shot here. If it's not like dead even, it's at least really close.
Yeah, I think as much as we hype up Heroic, it's not like they play perfectly either, right? So if they're not on top of their game, maybe OG's coming in hot with the momentum from the 2-0 this morning, then you certainly have a good shot at either team winning this, and you gotta be ready to go.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of the plays like dots here. I think this is the big one that really closed out this game, is the Disruptor Ags. We kind of saw this as like, well, it didn't end up winning, but this was like a big one. This is where they cracked the lane, as well as the mid lane. Even though the controller died, you have the Disruptor blink. Aghanim Scepter just locks down the Terrorblade as the rest of the team is getting killed by Tai Lung and Illich on Pango. So cool stuff from them.
Tai Lung doing a lot that game. I'd say both of their games this morning, he has been really impressing us since he's relatively new to the scene. He's been doing a great job in that mid lane with some of the classics, bringing out some of his own style with like the Underlord mid. Sometimes it's intimidating, suddenly you're playing on such a big stage or trying to get to an even bigger stage through this qualifiers. But it doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. He's been consistently very good. I'm looking forward to seeing him bring it to Heroic, where yesterday, I'd say he outlaned Analog in the games. Like, maybe they didn't win, but at least his lane went well.
His lane did go well. I think he had a pretty great performance in both of the games earlier and in yesterday's series, so I do feel like
turn to ban.
you can't really just like
Radiant team ban.
shut this guy down, maybe? I feel like Tai Lung has really been impressive, so
Radiant
I'm
team
gonna
ban.
keep seeing how he does.
Taking out that Pango, though, that's something that Tai Lung has been
10
playing
seconds
a lot. You can, of course, move it around to the off lane, too, so some
5
flexibility there.
seconds
But
remaining.
Tai Lung winning with that Pango versus Analog's
Radiant
Ember Spirit
team
yesterday
back.
in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up
Radiant team
doing
back.
with the rest of the draft, like, because we're,
Heroics
the big ones we're keeping our
turn to
eyes on are
ban.
going to be the Timbersaw and the Magnus, and, well, the Magnus currently unbanned, which should be,
10
in my
seconds
opinion,
remaining.
a first pick hero for the side of Heroic whenever
5
they get the
seconds
chance. This is
remaining.
pretty much something they want to go for.
Heroics turn to
They did lose with it once over against Estarbox, but
Radiant
I do think
team
overall they love the Magnus. They'll go for the Shadow Shaman. All right.
I mean, there's no reason you can't go back for the Magnus later. That's not something
True.
OG has been playing nearly as much. So, in a way, maybe OG was hoping you would take it, right? They planned for it, like, oh, yeah, give it to them.
10
Here's our draft
seconds
for
remaining.
it. But now they've gone for the Shadow Shaman, which really doesn't reveal
5
that much.
seconds
We have just seen
remaining.
Shadow Shaman be a great support all around, no matter what lane he starts out in. He kind of does the same thing. You get to the blinks, the Aether Lens support items, late game
Heroics
refresher,
turn to
right?
ban.
Just so much objective pressure, so much lockdown. Clockwork, pretty good at dealing with that Shadow Shaman. Thanks to the battery assault, power cog, hook shot. You got a lot of ways to make sure that one of your cores is not being shackled for the entire fight.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
as we take a look at the next set of bans,
5 seconds remaining.
I still think the Magnus is pretty decent for
Heroics
Heroic if they
turn
want it
to
because it is
ban.
something that they do flex, and Clockwork's not the worst against him. That being said, I do think Dawnbreaker is a pretty great hero against Magnus, and it's not something we've seen a ton, but I know heroes or certain teams still have it as a kind of backup hero.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Neither of these supports require much from their other cores. They just offer so much on their own, so it's very open, whichever way you want to go. I always
Radiant
love watching the
team
Magnus. What else? I feel like Whisper's hero has been prioritized towards the end for a lot of Heroics drafts. Kind of give him a really strong game. Pick up someone
10 seconds remaining.
kind of like all around in the mid lane for analog, something like the Ember
5
Spirit, which is
seconds
still
remaining.
available, though I see the Monkey King actually didn't get banned, so maybe you do have to
True.
be careful of that. They have 18th pick though, so you could wait till then and then ban out some stuff as needed.
18th pick is pretty strong for a Monkey King, or just like saving your mid pick till then. And I'm not going to be super surprised if that's what they want to do, unless they want to just go for like the classic like analog hero of either like typically Beastmaster or Ember, but Beastmaster's banned, so maybe they just pick an early Ember. Last time they picked Ember on 18, I'm pretty sure they did end up banning out the Huskar though, because even though we haven't really seen Tai Lung play it, they are still that
Radiant's
worried about the
team
counter match. Medusa ban.
Be a Doom about to come out here.
Yeah, could see that.
Heroics turn to pick.
Okay, an Ancient Apparition actually instead, which this support duo is pretty strong. They can get a lot of work done on their own or with any core in the game. And Medusa is strong versus the Ancient Apparition. Or not, maybe not strong is the right word. You just don't
10
care. You know, like,
seconds
go ahead and
remaining.
Ice Blast me, whatever. Right? I can still gain mana. I don't care about the
5
healing so
seconds
much.
remaining.
There's very rare cases where you're in that like final stretch with no mana. It's down to your health. It's not really a relevant hero to her. So taking her out, maybe we'll still see the Doom at some point, but just Ancient Apparition alone, I can understand why they don't want to deal with the Medusa.
Well, I'm curious what heroes they want to pick that are
Heroics
decent
turn to
enough in the
pick.
Ancient Apparition. There's going to be our Magnus, which we did kind of expect to go the side of Heroic if it was still going to be making it through. The couple of really good heroes against AA are not available. You could still look for that Oracle.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm curious if they want the Oracle or if they want to pick a flex here, because I think going the
5
Oracle is
seconds
not
remaining.
bad, considering you see the support duo, and there's not really a good avenue to stop Oracle outside of like Clockwork finding him, which not guaranteed, right? So
Radiant
I don't
team
mind it.
Mirana.
They go back for the Marana, something we saw them pull out yesterday, which it looked really good in game 2. Every single time a fight broke out, they were very quick on KJ to get the Moonlight Shadow off, and there was a couple of times where it actually saved heroes'
10
lives.
seconds
So
remaining.
Moonlight Shadow, pretty powerful if you don't have detection, which
5 seconds
cores can't
remaining.
always carry it. But just a really strong support duo as well in terms of the lockdown and damage.
A little bit of a repeat from game number 2 yesterday, where we felt Heroic ended up winning the draft. It was a Beastmaster instead of a Magnus, so it is already a little bit different, but we saw the Marana lane well versus the Clockwork. You just got the leap, so you're never too worried about him, while having that playmaking potential with the Shadow Shaman. The Medusa was part of that draft, so we are going to move away. Like, the support duos are the same, but now the core heroes potentially all different. I think last time we saw the Gyrocopter picked up for OG, but I think that was in response to the Beastmaster. So, trying to see what other carries you could grab if that's what you want to do, because you might be into the Magnus. Someone's going to have to lane versus it. You could do something kind of like middle of the road, like Kunkka. No, he's banned. Just kidding. Not going to do that one. They actually grabbed the Ember Spirit now. It has been a very good hero. Does mean you get the counter pick on Heroic. You're probably not going to do the Huskar since they have the Ancient Apparition, but Monkey King's in the pool if you want.
I like the Monkey King. I think that's kind of sick. I think that'd be cool if they want to go for something like that. And even though it's into Ancient Apparition, it's doable. Like, you can build an early BKB and play for that, but
5 seconds remaining.
we'll see what they want to do.
Clockwork is good at finding the Monkey King, and Abaddon can run through the Wukong's command without caring too much. So you got some tools of against that Monkey King. Boundless is not the greatest arrow setup, which is kind of nice to have from your mid laner with this Mirana support, but I think for how strong that matchup typically goes, I'd be down for it.
Heroics turn.
I'm curious where... I mean, okay, they do go the Monkey King. I was going to say, I'm curious where the Abaddon's going to end up going. I feel like it's obvious for it to be K1's hero, but like part of me is wondering, like, ooh, I wonder if OG is going to get a little, you know, a little mysterious here and move it into the offlane and pick something else for Illich. But I think into Magnus, it feels really strong as a carry because RP is a lot less value against this hero. We'll see. I'm curious how they're going to end up playing it.
I think another big part of it is that not only for yourself with your ultimate, but your aphotic shield is great at saving people who are being hex shackled, arrowed, RP'd, boundless strike, right? A lot of stuns coming out, especially that shackle and arrow. Very dangerous if any of your teammates are stunned for that long. So whether this is a carry or an offlaner, a lot of good value there.
10 seconds remaining.
But if you want to be more in the save role, I wonder if you want this to be an offlane Abaddon.
Team ban.
Okay, ban the darks here with the Ursa. I
do worry that
Heroics turn to
Abaddon
ban.
makes sense for the shield and everything we just talked about. I don't know if you really stop Magnus from farming, and that's kind of scary to give Whisper a lot of farm on the Magnus. The blink skewer plays, RPs. We could see the Aghanims, the refreshers, right?
Remaining.
We have seen Whisper just destroy so many games with
5
Magnus when he
seconds
gets to
remaining.
farm. And Abaddon, I don't know. With a stronger support, maybe, but I feel like Ancient Apparition Abaddon does not sound like a very strong duo.
I agree, but I do feel like it's also like almost a necessity into the Magnus. I think they're really worried about picking a more fragile carry into it, unless if you go offlane Abaddon, I think you can still get away for like going somewhat greedy, but you're gonna need an early blink dagger to be able to save whoever's caught from the Magnus. And so I'm not sure if there's another carry that you're willing to play into the matchups. Like Troll Warlord actually doesn't seem that bad, to be honest, in this game. Troll Warlord does seem actually kind of sick. And you do have last picks. You'll have a better idea of what your carry matchup's going to be against the side of Heroic. I don't know.
Heroics turn to pick.
Death Prophet. Okay. That would have been a pretty good pick, actually. Good tower damage. Something to be in front as well.
Thinking about that offlane Death Prophet. So I wonder if it's like a melee hero that would be at
remaining.
risk of Clockwork and Death Prophet just running him down.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
I was
pick.
gonna try and theory craft.
Templar
Whoa,
Assassin.
TA's still in the pool. So last series,
These teams don't usually play TA. She actually goes ignored in quite a lot of their series, so I kind of wrote it off. And I think OG maybe
10
did too,
seconds
thinking like,
remaining.
you know, they never play TA, so let's not ban it.
5 seconds
Now you get it here at the
remaining.
final pick.
I mean, I honestly don't feel like Abaddon is that bad into the Templar Assassin. I think it's pretty good generally. So that's kind of a weird one for me. And now in terms of off lanes, the Batter's banned, Enigma's banned, Brewmaster, Darkseer. I mean, those are all really good bans.
There was a series, though. I think it might have been Heroic playing the carry
now
Abaddon
select your heroes.
versus the TA, where
There
she
he is.
builds enough crit hits that she can potentially kill the Abaddon without the ultimate proccing passively. So it is something to be careful of the longer the game goes. Doom does end up coming out in the end. There's a lot of good Doom targets here. I'd say Magnus, if you can get him before the RP. Even Shadow Shaman, you're not usually dooming supports, but all the control from Shadow Shaman is actually so strong. If you can take him out early, it's very nice.
This is cool. I like the last pick Doom quite a bit. I think overall,
10 seconds remaining.
I like OG's draft more in a weird way, which
5
is like
seconds
bizarre
remaining.
because like Heroic has so many good heroes. But the big tipping point for me is going to be how well this mid lane goes for Tai Lung, because he's playing into the Monkey King. He has to go double impact because you're not going to be able to like really trade with the Monkey King or play around like Flame Guard in lane because he's just going to punish you for it. So if Tai Lung can find a way to still salvage something out of the mid lane, which like, you can do through like creep wave manipulation, like going behind the tower and dragging it, then like maybe it's okay. But I worry about the rotations from like a Shadow Shaman or a Mirana killing him.
That's true. This is where which supports can come over to help can either further destroy that matchup or save it. And Heroic actually has the supports that are a little bit better at rotating over. The Shadow Shaman, Mirana. Clockwork's pretty good, but the Ancient Apparition is just not very... It's not very intimidating to a Monkey King when AA shows up. Now later, with the level 6s, maybe that's some way you can get some kills to get yourself back in it, right? Chain Gang into quick Ice Blast will do a lot of damage. But you do have to make it to that point. That timing should be late because of the Monkey King matchup.
All right, well, here we go. It is time to jump into our first game here in this best of 5 grand finals. Now, unfortunately paused to kick off the game, but we have a lot of stuff that we can still talk about. These facets, I'm trying to see if there's anything very like too much out of the ordinary, but we've been seeing a lot more changing of the guard for the Monkey King since the Wukong's Faithful got removed. Whisper does go the internal empowerment. Chicken Fingers as opposed to the Chungus Ward. And KJ does go the blind on Starstorm, even though it did get nerfed, but it does definitely seem like the stronger of the facets.
Chinket Fingers. I think both of the Shaman's facets can be good. And in this game, you have a TA on your team. I don't think you have any issues with objectives. I mean, you still have regular Serpent Wards that'll help you, right? But you don't need that extra power from the massive Serpent Ward when you have like a Deso TA. Rather, it might be this Ember Spirit that is being really tricky for you. Maybe it's Abaddon. He can dispel some of the crowd control you have. So another source on the Chicken Fingers. It's a little shorter, but, every little bit can help in some of these clutch team fights. I do worry about this TA for OG. Like, I don't know if you can really stop her from farming. Doom Scorched Earth is not bad at breaking refraction, but I feel like she just shoves out the lane and then goes and jungles. And Mirana's really good at farming or stacking for the TA to hit that strong timing. And what was that win rate we saw? We had she's at 70+% win rate on TA, and that's usually a first pick TA, not a last pick TA. an empowered TA too.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how well that TA is going to do in this game.
30 seconds to battle.
I feel like she's just consistently been a strong hero even after the nerfs, and we'll see how well it does here. I have seen a TA lose, and in one of those games it was to a carry Abaddon. So, oh, did they get the ward? I think it's in range, isn't it? Is it not? Dude, is that... Okay, maybe it's not. That's actually crazy.
The battle begins.
That was kind of scary. She saw all of them there, and she was still like baiting / pretending she doesn't have an observer. But I don't know if that's worth like dying for, you know. But Yuma does the math. He knows just how far he needs to be knocked away with the power cogs and not pulled in.
Dude, that sentry is just barely out of vision. That's crazy.
That's unfortunate. She's starting 3 heroes top. Maybe looking to get a quick trade in. There we go.
There's the TP.
Oh, it is Clockwork down here rather than the Ancient Apparition.
I kind of like that because I think Doom's a strong enough lane, and Clockwork doesn't really do much against the Mirana. So you have like Ancient Apparition who can at least like throw snowballs at the Mirana.
Throw snowballs and stack, yeah. Clockwork down versus a melee and a short range Shadow Shaman. Also kind of a better time in that bottom lane. Though
true,
so
yeah.
far, I've seen them be very well coordinated on the power cogs. Every time it comes out, they both immediately hit the same one.
I'm surprised right now if we're looking at CS. Ember's actually doing pretty good in the mid lane, despite what should be a pretty strong lane here for Analog. Maybe something went wrong on the first block, but Tai Long's not giving him the Jingu mastery, and he's just able to manipulate the wave. He's actually winning the CS war here.
I don't think it's too crazy. Ideally, you win the whole time, right? But a lot of mid players are very skilled right now, do everything they possibly can, and it's only after you get more levels on the Monkey King that the matchup starts to become stronger. It's kind of like the snipers we see, where like the first few levels it's kind of whatever, and then after a little bit it starts really ramping up your way. It's actually important to get as much as you possibly can, but it wouldn't be the first time we've seen Tai Lung kind of outplay a matchup.
Does manage to dodge one of the tower shots there, but with the with no boundless here, he's actually not going to get a ton of health back. He needs to be very careful, as the next chains, if it catches him, could be pretty devastating. Yeah, Tai Lung is owning, actually, like really owning this lane. I would love to go back and see like the first 3 waves of this and see what he ended up doing to win this, because yeah,
he knows it. He knows he's owning.
Yeah, this is one of those lanes that are like a Monkey King should be like forcing the Ember under the tower, and Analog he's down CS and denies.
Maybe the series earlier today helped warm up Tai Lung. He's ready to go. This is Analog's first official match of the day. Some players, I feel, are very good right off the bat. You know, some people need a couple more games. There's like a warm-up period, and sometimes it's just random on the day. You know, you're just not quite on point. So hopefully you get a best of 5 here. Lots of time to pick things up, because if Tai Lung keeps winning these matchups he's not supposed to, it makes drafting in the mid lane really tough for you.
I mean, he's even now, maybe slightly ahead on the Monkey King after a really good contest of that last wave, but like you're even, and like we said, in a matchup that he should be winning. So if Tai Lung's drawing even, he's very happy with how well he's playing the lane.
Down here, K1. He's farming, but not that well. Right? He hasn't really died, hasn't been threatened. But look at that Magnus CS, 31 and 12. This is what I was worried about with the Ancient Apparition, and I thought maybe Clockwork, okay, you swap it, maybe that's a little stronger. Doesn't seem like it. Seems like Whisper is still free reign farming up here. I expect him to make great use of that money.
Yeah, Eternal Empowerment Magnus with like a bunch of extra stats makes it really hard to contest this hero. Even as like Hector on the Abaddon, like usually you just get like one attack in and then you're, you know, it's like damage over time from the curse as well. But Magnus just has so much more damage than you that going up for a trade, I guess, just not really worth it.
Dire are scanning.
Good idea.
He also has like 400 more health or 300 more health than him, which doesn't help much at all.
Got our usual 6-minute migration over for the power runes. Now there's a Mirana and a Shadow Shaman here, so if you're not careful, you can land an arrow, go for a kill.
Nice trap here from El Misho. The Cog's doing some work. The Shackles will help sustain the Shadow Shaman for a moment. And foul play. What a shocker. Allows First Blood to go to Analog. The Shadow Shaman doesn't even die. And now they get themselves a second kill. Now,
And
is there
the rune
anything you
spawn
would
top.
like to say about foul play?
I think it's a very cool ability that allows some nifty turnarounds, like right there, where the arrow and the trap, you thought it was Power Cog trapping Shadow Shaman, they actually got the Ember Spirit. I see nothing wrong.
Just walked away. Speaking of walk, I don't understand why he's actually invisible on my screen, but there is a Monkey King there. Kind of a weird interaction with the Mischief.
Radiant's
But
top
because
tower
this
the
level
Invis
6, yeah, it's like I knew he was level like, but there was no, he didn't have a model or anything either. That was just, it was weird looking. Anyway, because of the Monkey King rotation at level 6, he's able to contest the Wisdom Shrine. Schofield secures his own, actually sets up for a kill for Whisper, and we're now up to a pretty substantial XP lead off those couple of kills and the double Shrine.
This support duo is very strong with an early 6. I mean, you'd have the Serpent Ward, so you can start taking towers very quickly, but also that Mirana ult. It's kind of like a free smoke, right? You just go gank someone with it, and if you get that online sooner, thanks to getting all this extra XP, then that's an extra kill you get to start that snowball. Trying to get that Ancient Average. He's pretty fast, actually. He got boots quickly since he knows he's not going to do much in the lane. He just wanted to stack, so he's able to get out of here for now.
I could do this all day.
8-minute rune also going over to the Monkey King. Not that impactful, an illusion rune, but you're denying it from the Ember Spirit. It's far more important. The icing on the cake would be if the Monkey King lane had gone the way it was expected to, because then like both supports who are behind for losing the Wisdom Shrine, mid lane would be behind for having a rough time, and K1, you know, having a rough time on the Abaddon versus the Magnus. So then you have one hero to play around in the Doom. OG instead, Tai Lung, having such a good game, will still be able to make plays for his team since he's got his level 6.
No, don't think so.
I just want to throw out. I know we're looking at. Oh, hold that. Thought.
Oh, go. Shackles are out, and with this, Hector cannot chase. Whisper, I mean, he got low, but they had to commit the RP for this one. The Ember Spirit throwing a remnant, looking like he might want to contest. Boundless strike from Analog. Snipes him from the top rope, and they'll definitely know there's a ward there eventually. And with the help of Whisper, they will start cleaning up some of the stacks here in the triangle. What were you going to say?
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, we're on net worth now, but in the CS, I just checking just because I know Magnus was free farming. He has 28 denies, man. It's so many denies. And that's why the lane has been just staying near him the whole time. He's just not letting it go anywhere thanks to all that extra damage he gets from the Eternal Empowerment.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And he finally get a rune.
It's a nice one. Regen's pretty solid. Doom coming on in here. Pops the drums, trying to get in range for the Doom. It does connect Arrow. Not going to do a whole lot, and that will be a very easy pickup there for Illich as the rest of the team continues to dive. They get the Mirana as well. And that should be the tier 1 tower with the catapult showing up. A very good rotation in here at the 10-minute rune.
Yeah, if Mirana hadn't died, maybe you can arrow that catapult right now, but without that, this is a very fast tier 1. Not what you'd expect, Ember versus Monkey King. It's usually the other way, but a nice rotation, bringing in the Doom, who has been having a good start, and Monkey King maybe a little low to be contesting the rune, but not expecting 4 heroes from OG to show up for it. Now trying for bottom, but I believe Ember just scouted them all out with that Sleight of Fist. They have Serpent Wards available. They want to get a tower of their own. I don't think you can really stop this.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Tower is under attack.
Yuma is doing a pretty good job at keeping the top lane shoved in. Just one of the benefits of the Templar Assassin. Did go the Refractor facet, so plenty of damage. Now has max refraction.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Actually, because they didn't defend, didn't even end up needing to use the Serpent Wards, so
Dire's middle
he's made
tower
his way
is under
top.
attack.
Maybe thinking about committing for this one. Yuma has been pushing this in a lot. It's actually quite low.
Radiant's
Maybe you don't
top
even need to
tower
commit
is under
Serpent Wards
attack.
here. Maybe you head to the mid lane next.
Radiant's top tower has
It's
fallen.
the threat of the Serpent Wards, man. Doesn't even have to use them. He's looking for a kill because of it. He was hoping to find Doom in the side. Might stick around for it. Doom suspicious.
I like this smoke rotation. Getting the Monkey King would be absolutely huge, but he's pretty deep. Not the easiest catch, but just slight chains into the Ice Blast is probably enough damage.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, he's out. Really good TP from the Monkey King. They're going to wrap around top, maybe find the Templar Assassin. It's going to be close. They do see Yuma.
Scanning.
Gonna head back around top side here as they're like, okay. Dude, Yuma's reading this too. He puts a trap down. He's like, guys, they're up here. Something's going on.
Radiant's top tower.
I'm not
is
sure if
under
they
attack.
did see him. That was just about the max range of the daytime. Shadow Shaman went for a kill onto Doom, but I think his screen might have been looking somewhere else, so the Doom was actually a little faster than he expected and didn't quite shackle him in time. Not every Serpent Ward was hitting, so Doom ends up popping the wand and sprinting out of there. I'd say it's a unfortunate use of the first Serpent Wards, but the threat of the Serpent Wards got them 2 tier 1 towers, so it's not too bad if the actual cast ends up not doing much. And you'll have it again in about 35 seconds, so maybe you can go clean up that mid tower. Or with the TA, I mean, this Desolator's not that far off. About 1,000 gold, a little less than that. Deso and Serpent Wards are a very fast Roshan. farming together. I believe that's the Blink Dagger on the Magnus. Going for a 4-staff this game. Not something you see from the offlane Magnus a bunch, but it's pretty good versus Clockwork.
That's really nice from KJ. He actually gets the Wisdom Shrine Steel just in front of Illich, so they get both Wisdom Shrines again, and we can see it in the levels here. Level 6 supports versus the level 8 of the Shadow Shaman. Yuma coming in as well. They do manage to get a lot of damage here onto the Shadow Shaman. He's going to die, but it's going to cost you both of your supports in miss. What was causing him to miss?
The Sister Shroud.
Oh, okay. I was like, what was that? I guess he just combined it or something, but unlucky.
Rare to actually get that many misses in a row, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
still not enough to keep him alive. It'll refresh. Maybe it'll save him next time. They suspect the Dooms here. Here's the Magnus with a blink.
He's
At
right
a
under
ward
ward.
top.
Into the
Easy
skewer
peasy.
arrow. That's a painful one here as the Doom. Pretty dang farmed. Ember Spirit was coming up here to try and offer some assistance, maybe gank himself, but can't really do much now. He is also under a ward. Needs to be careful. Bound the strike as they saw him walk to the other side of the trees. There's going to be a shackle. The Hex will be there. The Blade Mail is out. They just burst him down, and Moo's just going to get popped by Yuma on the side. Analog catches the Ice Blast, and they should get 1 kill for their trouble, but it's basically 4 across the map.
They were hoping to find a Doom target, which is why they were so far up there. And I guess he just didn't expect Shadow Shaman to be here, because otherwise I think he should just be backing out of this area. He thought he'd always be able to remnant out. Not when there's a Shadow Shaman. At least you get the Monkey King, who has been doing quite well, but 1 for 4, that doesn't... You know, I don't know if you're feeling good about that at all.
Yeah. Probably not, if I had to guess.
Radiant are
Serpent
scanning.
wards and 2 Deso stacks. I am interested when they do Roche. I'd say if I was to think back on like OG versus Heroic series, I feel like OG has played around Roche and objectives better than Heroic has. And I feel like if you swapped like drafts right now, OG would be going for a really fast Aegis with this Deso and with this Serpent wards. So Heroic with a bit of a different approach.
On track.
This is a really good smoke. They know Yuma is up here. They just have to get vision, and there they do. Ice Blast, hook shot, everything on top of the TA. She's going to try and just get a cog or something for her trouble. Whisper actually misses the skewer back. So Misho, he's probably going to die for this. Question is, do they get on any... hold on. Stuck on the wall. It took him a while, and now the Serpent Wards aren't going to hit. There's the RP to pull them back, but they don't have the damage. A little bit of an oopsie there from the side of Heroic. It's a very nice kill, and they get away with it.
Serpent Ward not really doing very much. Now Doom finds the Monkey
That's
King.
a huge kill, too. Tai Lung, miss, on the high ground. Does he have any more HP? He's out. No way. Now it's the time for OG to find 3 kills around the map.
OG so back with those last couple of plays. You now have the Radiance on the Abaddon. That's the Doom finding a huge kill on the ult, getting him to his Crimson Guard. Yuma was really close to a blink. If he has a Blink Dagger, he can get out of here. But it's like one of the last camps he needs to finish the blink. This skewer, unfortunately, would have been an easy Clockwork kill after that. The Hex. I think he underestimated the movement bonus from the water.
That's
so he
exactly
makes it
what it
further
was.
before he can shackle.
That's exactly what it was. I don't know if they had gotten any damage on him or anything before. I actually don't remember. Does damage remove the bonus move speed or no?
No, I don't think so. The water's going no matter what. That was the nighttime stuff. Water is permanent, I believe. Well, so long as you're going in the direction.
Yeah. Ooh. Whisper kidnaps his Clockwork here once again. Quick pickup for Yuma. Another set of Deso charges, but Not as much as you would probably like to
middle
have.
tower
Only
is under
4
attack.
here at 19 minutes.
I really feel you should do Roshan.
You have Serpent Wards, right? Yeah. No Doom either. You only have to worry about Ice Blast. I mean, you either do Roshan or you wait 40 seconds for Tormentor. Which I think they need to just stay top and guarantee that they get Tormentor. Because they have, like, a... I mean, actually, both their shards are, like, not great, now that I think about it. Is it worth trying to deny them, though? Probably.
You can argue that the opponents can't do Rosh, so you don't have to worry about it being
Radiant's
stolen,
middle
but
tower is under attack.
I don't. They can actually do it so early. Like the time we saw TA die top, she actually could have had a farming Aegis. Like if
Yeah.
you had chosen to prioritize it that early with Serpent Wards
Radiant's
and
middle
Desolator.
tower is under attack.
And it, you know, it doesn't seem like they're saving for Tormentor because they end up leaving the area. The shards for Heroic are maybe not the greatest, but they're both really good for OG. It's gonna go the
That was
way of
exactly my
Moose.
thought. They're popping Moonlight Shadow right now. I think they know this move is being played onto the Monkey King bottom. Analog almost walks right into the Doom. They'll find Tai Lung, but he gets the zip out, and it will just be a kill onto Moose. And I mean, that's the Roshan hero, right? You no longer have Ice Blast, so this, I guess, trade for the Tormentor does kind of end up paying off.
I'm just not sure it needed to be a trade.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I do think if you were forced to it, Roshan for Tormentor, you pick Rosh. But I can't help but feel like, I mean, I have the full vision, you know, so from their perspective, it's a little harder. But I think they could have had both. I think you could have had a much earlier Roshan into the Tormentor.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This Monkey King build is actually kind of sick. Didn't really expect the Diffusal Rush, but it's not bad.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Going into Mage Slayer, I think, after that, right?
Is he? Yes, yes.
So I see a
Warrior waiting by
cornucopia.
the side shot.
So Blink Force on Magnus. A little bit of a utility slash defensive build. We don't see Force Staff that often on this hero, but he is against the Clockwork. So being able to get some distance for him and his team. Also, if he gets doomed, he might be able to get the Force Staff to get away and then maybe reset if he doesn't die to the Doom damage.
Yeah, I think it's really nice for his role this game, which is the playmaker. You just need to move yourself and enemies around the fight.
Radiant's bottom
And teammate
tower
sometimes
is
with
under
the Force
attack.
Staff. You don't have to do the damage as much.
What is our Shadow Shaman Blink timing? Is he going Blink? Are we going Aether Lens? What's he feeling?
He's got the blink. I think they're
Oh.
looking for a target right now.
Okay.
It might be this Doom as he walks up. You've got the damage because of the TA. Unless he uses
Absolutely.
Crimson Guard before he gets hexed. That might let him stay alive.
I mean,
They
TA
sure
has
seem like
Blink
they're
as
getting
well.
ready for this.
Meld Strike first to open. There's... Oh,
no!
That is an uncharacteristic mistake. I don't... Like, he wasn't even remotely close on the Shackle, right? Like, I think he, like, shift queued it or something, and the shift queue hit the creep. I don't know.
Maybe.
Because, like, Doom was, like, a full couple hundred units away from the unit he shackled there. I don't know. That hurts. I'm not sure. I mean, Doom was phase booted, and then the phase boot buff ended, and he got kind of shunted to the left side of the creeps. So it is kind of a little bit weird there, but yeah, that is a rough miss there on the Doom.
The funny thing is, usually the mistake that happens is that you blink too close to your target because you don't want to move your mouse too much. You like blink really close to the target and then hex them, and you're like point blank, even though hex actually has a really long cast range. He did blink further away, and he even hexed accurately. That's like the hard part. And then maybe he calmed down too much after that. He's like, oh, I got it, easy peasy now. But the final piece, the shackle necessary to get the kill,
Is under attack.
misses that part.
Hook shot in onto the Monkey King. Analog will bonk one. Should be able to walk back through eventually. Oh, he has the shard. Okay, he's definitely safe. Illich with a BKB there, trying to find anything. Not really wanting to doom Schofield. Yeah, he's going to back away knowing that if he doesn't commit, he's going to get shackled. And Whisper, that's the Ags reveal. The RP ends up catching the Abaddon. Boundless Strike catches the Clockwork. Uh-oh. Ice Blast, I don't know where you are. It doesn't seem to have done much of anything. Tai Lung here with a Blade Mail absorbing a little bit of damage, but a Yule's dodging out so much of the time here that was being used by the Abaddon. They get 3 for 1, about to be 4. Sorry, 4 for 2. Oh boy.
Attack.
Sometimes
Where it all
you
started.
BKB a little too soon, and you just gotta cut your losses. You gotta be like, okay, I messed up, I gotta go. I think there's a case where they used it and they felt like, oh, we gotta get something out of our first BKB on the Doom. So they all stay too far, go too aggressive, and Whisper just patiently waiting. He's like, yep, now's the time. Recently finished Ag, grabs both. I feel like you need to pop Abaddon ult right there and then save your Doom. And then, I mean, Doom probably dies, but he gets the Doom off. And the fight might go a little better, but kind of lets it happen naturally, and Doom is dead by that point. Sure, you live for a little bit, but then you just get skewered right back into the Wukongs. Rest of your team cleaned up shortly after.
This entire fight was set up off the Yules from the Mirana. She leaps in, Yules Illich on the Doom. It was going to hit him with a frame arrow, and then, well, hold on, bottom lane. Does he get out this time is the question. Ice Blast does connect onto 2, but Whisper helps secure the kill. They'll take down the Clockwork, and next will be the Ancient Apparition. But yeah, the Mirana, she leaped in, hits the Yules, goes for an arrow, and that's what forces the BKB. And they try to like make the play forward, they just back away. And then the second Yules was onto the Abaddon during borrowed time, and she arrows him when he drops. It's like his entire ult was wasted. So pretty sick stuff out of the Mirana, a hero that we haven't been seeing a lot of, but super value already.
Yeah, the Yules. Classic item for her for the arrow setup, but it's not been as popular for a while because you know, you just like Solar Crest people instead, Guardian Greaves. But this game, really good value versus the Abaddon, and then you still have the original setups that you bought this item for, especially for someone like Ember Spirit, who can be pretty tricky to land an arrow on without having him just drop into it from the Yules. And then fast plays to get more kills bottom. Schofield never misses 2 shackles in the same area on Doom, so easy kill that time.
Well, Yuma, I was worried about the amount of stacks he was going to have on this hero. He was at, what, 4 or something at like 20 minutes, maybe 6. He's up to 20 now on the Deso, so not bad, not bad.
Poke the high ground. I don't think they're that committed to this. It's more force OG back, but if they don't come back, I mean, you'll take the buildings. This is, like you said, 20 stacks on the TA. You may not have Serpent Wards, but you have the threat of the Magnus behind her.
Dire do scan. They know exactly what's going on here. Magnus, oh my goodness. I was like, he's going fishing. He has no idea what's on the other side of that cliff, but he's going to horn toss it, and Hector dodges it in a fraction of a second.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now,
He knows K1. He knew he was farming there.
yeah. Ooh, another Wisdom Shrine. That's every Wisdom Shrine this game has been stolen by Heroic. Right? They got 7, 14.
I don't remember the 21
And-
Wisdom Shrine.
I'm pretty sure the Mirana stole it. Or maybe she stole the 14? I don't know.
Well,
either way, they've gotten
either-
at least all but one at most. Or at minimum.
Yeah. And that's leading to a 2-level difference on the supports. Now, some of that is, you know, the plays that are going on, but it means your ultimates are stronger sooner, right? You have your other abilities leveled up more. Like Shadow Shaman has all his CC maxed out because he gets so much extra XP.
Daedalus now done on Templar Assassin. 4 staff now for the Shadow Shaman. A really good game for Force Staff, honestly. Between Ice Blast and the Clockwork, like, you need to make sure you can get outside of that. Then Shadow Shaman can consider going for something like an Aether Lens, or even just a BKB, depending on how well his game is going. Right now, he has Glimmer queued up, but here's the deal. The Templar Assassin, I was going to bring this up earlier when they were pushing bottom. If you had a different carry, you might be less likely to do that, and you may be just sitting around the Roche pit because you're sitting there like, guys, Roche could be up, but Templar Assassin actually knows when it's up, and so they are just like, yeah, we don't have to worry about Roche spawn. It's going to spawn at 29 minutes and 30 seconds, and they don't have a lineup that can even take it in that time, so it'll play on the bottom side of the map. So they're just not even worried about contesting Roche until it's daytime.
I think there is a world that you could do it, like if you have
Double Force Staff, Ice Blast. Oh, it
Good
still
hook shot.
connects. What a shot. With this, they're going to look to maybe try and finish the job here. They do. It's going to cost them 1. Clockwork for the Templar Assassin. A pretty damn good trade. Now, Monkey King on the other side here, thinking of going in maybe with Schofield. They still have a lot of damage on just these other heroes. A lot of spells are also down on OG.
You have to try to take Roche now, though, if you want to. Like, as soon as TA's up,
Into Wukong,
it's going to be gone. If you don't do it now, I don't think you can get it, is the thing.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't
So
think you can.
They do some damage testing. What is...
Hector just
Blinks
blinks onto the
in,
high ground.
skewered
He's going to try
back.
and force something out, and the Shackles, however, they've managed to find a lot onto this Ember Spirit. He's out of mana thanks to this Diffusal on the Monkey King. Shadow Shaman's going to burn to Illich, but Hector, he needs to get out of here, and he can't. Ice Blast going to come through, does manage to connect onto these two heroes, but dude, Analog's Wukong's command has done so much work. Tai Lung going to try and come back in. Yules interrupts his TP out. There's going to be the burst damage, and they've got him. What a play from KJ. The hook shot will catch him. He's going to die, but Whisper skewers on throughs, looks for El Micho, and, well, Analog gets himself an ultra kill.
I think Tai Lung was trying to scout out where Heroic was, and they were chain stunning him. That's why Abaddon jumps up initially. This is at the very start of the fight. Finding the TA to start is actually one of the best ways you can do this. And if that hookshot doesn't connect, I actually think she gets out, and then you don't have Doom. You're going to be in a great spot. But fortunately, they do finish the kill at the price of Clockwork. Very much worth it. And then we were saying, like, if you want Roche, you have to go for it. But here he jumps up to try to help the Ember, and instead ends up in a really bad spot himself. Thought he might be okay because he has his ultimate, but this is now the second time we see you think you've escaped and you just get skewered back in. It's really difficult for a hero like Abaddon. You get one blink, and then that's it. If that's down, you've got to walk out, and that means the skewer is always going to catch you.
Yeah, and Analog at this point, he is just so strong, able to pretty much do whatever he wants. Gets full healed off that Boundless Strike. He's level 23. And when you factor in the Empower he's getting from the Magnus, this dude hits really hard. And you're having to worry about the Templar Assassin, but the build from Analog also makes him very scary. They're going to find themselves the Ember Spirit. Now the Ice Blast stuns him up, but the arrow, it actually catches a bonus kill in the Ancient Apparition. He's going to have a hard time getting away. Has a Force Staff, but there's still a Yules. He's not going anywhere. Whisper will be here with a skewer to secure this. Dude, KJ has played such a sick game.
Scanning.
Things are getting out of control so quickly. I feel like right before that high ground fight, it was actually a pretty close game. OG starting to fall behind, but felt within reach. Now you've lost Roche. Now you're losing kills across the map. TA soloing the Tormentor real quick for Schofield, making foul play even better. I'm sure Ricky feeling great about that.
I cannot wait till they buff this in 8. Dude, honestly, the thing that should be done with foul play is once you trigger it, if you take any damage, right, to punish anyone still doing damage to you, it instantly removes the cooldown, and you just stay invulnerable until they stop doing damage to you. It's like borrowed time, but it never ends until they stop doing damage. That's what they need to do to buff it. It's not strong enough.
More chickens.
Yeah,
Spawn
well, every
8 more chickens.
instance, yeah, every instance of damage spawns another chicken in a random direction.
Oh, that would be so good, actually. No, it should be the money bags. All right, let's go back to that. Okay, this is the balance. It does everything
Why
it
not
does
both?
now, but for all the damage instances you do to Shadow Shaman, he loses some of his money.
He just starts, dude. Like suddenly, Darkseer is just like the counter pick. You just instantly
Yeah.
delete his bank account when he pops
I
foul
actually kind
play.
of think it's balanced. There's only so much money you can lose in that time, right? It only lasts so long.
Well, it does 10 instances of damage a second, so
10x whatever balanced amount there is. I don't know if it was Ricky being asked, probably like 1,000 gold per instance, something like that. Not sure.
Dire are
Smoke
scanning.
Blade completely dodged out by OG. Good read.
yeah, this is good stuff. But we'll see how far you can actually get away. Moonlight's Shadow's going to come through. They are very fast getting across the map here.
Finally
As
got a
they
wisdom
finally
shrine.
got a wisdom shrine. Heck yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Sentry lets them know that they were looking around. Invis. Now they were hoping to find somebody because it makes the push easier. I don't think you actually have to. You've got a minute and a half on this Aegis left. Go for mid or top tier 2, maybe both. Have some time to still poke the high ground with the Serpent Wards.
Or just
Drop
the tier 2.
Wukongs.
Right? Like, you can get some tower. There's still 2 tier 2 standing. I feel like it's very straightforward if they want to try and get these. But mid lane, Yuma, a little over a minute on the Aegis.
I mean, they do seem to be playing it safe. It seems like they're just going to go for the tier 2s. I feel like they can
Radiant's
get
top
more.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
Well,
is under
looks like they're going to get both of these towers pretty much uncontested here.
Radiant's
And
middle
then
tower
you get
is
to go
falling.
high ground. A little bit of a scouting arrow. Well, the top one's still alive for the moment, but not for long. I mean, I can't blame them, right? Like, this is Aegis TA. It's only up for 30 more seconds. Maybe try and take the fight once it's down, but...
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, who's been kidnapped?
They found
That's an
Abaddon.
Abaddon. Hook shot in. Ice Blast connects onto 2 and some pretty big targets. Illich needs to find his Doom target, but a 4-staff RP. Gonna hold the Doom at bay. Wukong's command is out. Illich, that long stun's gonna cost him his life. Well found by Whisper, and guess what? He's got another. The Ember Spirit pulled right back in. And this is why you just struggle to give this team Magnus. They do not miss.
Shackle sometimes, but skewers, never.
Radiant's top tower is under
Well, with
attack.
that, you don't have the Aegis anymore, but that's okay. There are no heroes to defend. So TA getting to work on that top tower. 26 Deso charges, making quick work of this, even without the Serpent Wards helping her out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It should be the top barracks, and then maybe the mid.
Radiant's top barracks are
I don't know if you can get
under
the full mid barracks before they're up to defend, but you can at least get the tower
attack.
down.
Bottom tower
Oh, they're
is
actually not even going to finish the range top. That might allow them to get the at least one barracks in the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I mean, they did pop the refresher,
Dire's
right?
bottom
So,
tower is under attack.
are they actually afraid? How long on
Radiant's
Wukong's?
middle barracks
He's
are
level
under
25 now?
He has his refresher available. There's 10 seconds on Wukong, so you really want that up
I think, yeah, just wait and then do it, right?
naturally.
Oh, boy. Came in to try and grab that banner, but now you're in pretty deep. Here comes Illich. Nice Doom. The BKB is out. The 4-staff RP catches 2, but Elmisho's going to try and go in and cause some damage. Same with Tai Long. Refresher out here from the Monkey King for the second BKB. Trying desperately to survive, and well, it's going to be close. They do get the kill. Yuma blinking up to the high ground, trying to TP to safety. He actually makes it out. But an amazing chase from Tai Lung. And a great high ground defense. I mean, they were 3 seconds away from just Wukong's command onto the high ground. But what a time to catch Analog with this Doom.
I actually wonder, there's times you should initiate and times you should not. This skewer might have actually come a little bit too soon before that Wukong is ready, like you said. If Wukong's is already down as the skewer's happening, then it's a very straightforward kill. In fact, Doom's even jumping to his death into the Wukong's. But being able to Doom the Monkey King before any of those abilities come out, Refresher even gets used just to try to stay alive, and it doesn't even pay off.
Yeah, that's an incredibly good hold from the side of OG. They're going to get themselves tier 2 tower here on the top side. Monkey King and... Wait. Did Magnus just die?
Dire's
Okay.
top tower has fallen.
Thank you. Yeah,
Found the
Magnus gets
while
caught.
we were watching the replays.
Dire's top tower is under
And now Schofield going to drop wards here to defend top tower.
Dire's middle tower. is
OG
under
not
attack.
able to take any barracks, but they are clearing out a lot of the outer towers. So if you win a nether fight, you
Dire's
can
middle
easily
tower
come
has fallen.
balance things out. For
Dire's
choosing to
top
try to
tower
get
is
multiple,
under
Heroic
attack.
tried to really maximize what they could get. They end up really with just one melee barracks in the top lane and 2 tier 3s. It does set you up for the future the next time you're over there. But now you have to win another fight. You gotta get Roche again. Gotta kill some heroes again. And we kind of just saw OG does have a chance at winning fights, especially if you take the Monkey King. If you can get Monkey King or Magnus without them being able to cast too many spells, I think that's where your life becomes much easier. KJ gonna work on a Lincoln Sphere. Try to help protect some of his teammates from being doomed. It's gonna take a while to get there though. I was gonna say he is pretty rich. I feel like he is, but somehow still second from the bottom.
Yeah, that's kind of wild, huh?
This Ancient Apparition's been getting a lot of the kills.
Radiant are standing.
Every movement spell committed there just to get to the... There's like 3-4 staffs, like all sorts of stuff being spent
Gotta
just
go
to get through the...
fast.
Yeah, I mean, you do. They saw someone on this bottom ward. The smoke does come out now from the side of OG, and they are so close to crossing past. The dire scan does connect, so they know that they're in the jungle there. Well, it did connect. A really long wraparound.
I think someone
a
saw the creeps get body blocked a little. I saw a ping come out. I don't know if that was his own.
Second smoke. Now Moonlight Shadow. Arrows to scout. Just trying to find anything. Who's going to find who? Oh my
Ember's
god,
got
what
a
a
shield
sentry.
rune.
What a time to place a sentry. They get a kidnap. They immediately delete El Micho. Illich goes in, gets the Doom. He got the BKB off, but they're going to try and chase for this Magnus as he's going to have a second ult. Otherwise, Analog fighting inside the Wukong's command. Schofield here as well. There's the Refresher, and Hector, well, he is super dead. Schofield will use the last bit of his life here to try and hold down this Ancient Apparition. He gets a Force Staff to safety, but Yuma says he's not safe enough. It's a 2 for 1, but you get the big kill onto the Abaddon. He does not have buyback.
I don't think you even need Roshan now.
Dire's bottom tower
I think you
is
can
under
send that
attack.
TA with her max out Deso.
Radiant's
Get
middle
to
barracks
work.
are
You're not
under
worried
attack.
about Doom being available. Magnus still has 1 RP.
Dire's
Just watching her
bottom
clear up the
tower
mid.
is under attack.
Creeps finish top, or maybe that was the Monkey King already hopped over.
Radiant
Now
structures
they're looking
are
bottom.
fortified.
Still 45 seconds till Abaddon's up. I think this is just the Megas.
Yeah, you don't even need to Wukong's this, I don't think. Like, the Abba is the big part of the fight. You know Doom's on cooldown. This is just completely free, and I think you Wukong's maybe the tier 4, or you go back for the Roche, which, well, the backdoor protection slowed them up for a second. But now they see it. The thumbs up as they leave, as always, and Heroic will go straight for the Roche pit to get, I'm sure, the Aegis, but
Just
to
the
leave
Aegis.
everything else, yeah,
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
pit, right?
You don't need the rest.
It's okay.
I'm sure they were watching the series earlier. Don't worry, we'll never make a mistake like that.
Dude, what if Heroic grabbed the rest of the items and just dropped them in the base for them?
just left. That
Like,
would be funny.
how? That would be beyond next level.
It'd be really funny. I don't think Heroic is that. Well, I mean, a lot of the players know each other, and they're
Yeah,
like,
it'd
I
be a
mean,
good
right?
game.
Heroic literally played with K1. They have his spray,
Yeah.
right? But I don't think they would do that kind of BM to each other.
It's
Also,
it's a fun region. They do poke at each other constantly,
That
but
is
there is a
true.
lot of respect between the SA teams because it's a super competitive region, and you know, there's not a lot of bad blood between the players. There's a couple, but most of them are in really good terms.
It would be funny to see, I'm not gonna lie, but this is also the grand finals, game 1. You want to get off on the right foot, take no risks. You will not live it down if you do something like that and then lose the game.
But you're underestimating the mental damage that it would
True,
do.
some
which-
5D chess.
That is more important sometimes than anything else.
Dire are
Breaking the
scanning.
mental of your opponents.
Ooh, they got a block of cheese on the TA. She's got it in her backpack right now. I
Use
guess she's
it.
gonna eat it preemptively.
Yeah, it's like you should just use it. There's no reason not to. That barrier is actually pretty useful.
So does the barrier get used before the refraction?
Yes. Ooh. Well, it's, yeah, it is, because the 500 barrier is, like, the initial barrier, I think. So, double ward drop from Schofield as he gets hookshotted. He's like, I don't care. My job's done. Kill me. Instead, he gets the BKB, able to get away. I hear an RP on the backside as well, and there's a whole nother fight taking place over there as Illich just cleans up. The question is, can they get out? The Doom still on the Magnus. Wukong's command doing too much work. Yuma just deleting heroes one by one. And K1, well, with no borrowed time left for him, not really going to be able to escape. It's going to be another kill. This one goes the way of the Boundless Strike. And, well, 2-hero RP. Whisper, cool guys don't look at explosions. Just kind of walks away from the damage he's done to the side of OG. And 4 heroes dead. Illich the lone survivor as the Serpent Wards are still taking down the throne. The GG comes out and Heroic looking as good as ever, man. A game 1 victory for them.
It was a pretty close game for a lot of it. I'd say OG outperforming that mid lane for sure on the Ember. Tai Lung, he's been doing that a lot lately. But they made a series of good plays, kept it quite close. It comes down to Whisper eventually just finding so many great skewers and RPs to kind of break this game open. They still have to work for it a little bit towards the end, but you can just patiently wait for another big RP, another big skewer, which is pretty much exactly what they do to win those late game fights and then close it out.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of TA in these qualifiers. Like, there's a little bit here and there, but most of the time it's either banned or that for some reason the teams just aren't playing it because like their carries prefer other heroes. Yuma actually does play a lot of TA, but he still like has other heroes he prefers to play in the current meta, and this is one of those games where it's like, okay, we're gonna see a late pick TA in the draft. We didn't really expect it, but 23rd, I think, overall responded to by the Doom, and it's still just owned. Like, he goes 14, 2, and 10. He's top net worth, you know, top building and top hero damage. Like, that's pretty much the performance you want. It's one of the reasons we see TA as a super contested hero. But, yeah, overall, really well done from Heroic. I also have to give props to Analog on the Monkey King. Even though he struggled a little bit early on in the lane, his item build was sick. The diffusal into that Mage Slayer actually got so much work done in some of those mid-game fights.
Yeah, and then helped out by the skewers again, right? So many times you see heroes trying to get away from Wukong's, which is the weakness of Wukong's, and then you just keep bringing them back in, keep skewering them in. Can't get off Whisper's Funhouse ride. Straight to the Wukong's.
Let me go!
No one goes.
Whisper's the conductor of the game, it seems like always. No one's allowed off the ride. Well, that's game 1 here. It is a best of 5. So OG, they have plenty of opportunities to still try and pull this one out, walk away with the victory. But for now, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 in the South American closed qualifiers, that grand finals for the EWC. We'll see what happens after the break, everyone.
something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all.
We're back, everybody, here on the road to the EWC. It is the South American Closed Qualifiers, and it is the grand finals between OG Latam and Heroic. One of these teams will move on to, represent South America at the main event, but we'll see who that is as Heroic takes a Game 1 lead, and pretty convincingly, I'll give you that. So, Zach, as we get ready for game number 2, what can what can OG Latam do differently? Because I don't feel like the pressure is on Heroic right now.
I think the way they play is pretty good, right? I don't think they're being outplayed in the game too much. There were some mistakes into the Magnus towards the end that kind of ultimately cost them. I feel like the draft, I just don't love the combination between Ancient Apparition wanting people to set up for it, and then you get like this Abaddon because you see the Magnus, and things started to get messy. And then credit to Heroic, 5D chess with the TA. You know, you pretend to ignore the hero multiple series in a row, even play OG, never pick this hero. You're like, oh, we totally don't care about TA. Honor, you know, you don't play TA, we don't play TA. It's no cool, honor. Guys. And then they go, 23 pick TA. We got him, boys. You know, it paid off. And at that point, you know, you go like, oh, how do we deal with this, right? They go for the Doom. Some value to it, but just not quite enough.
You just have to ban TA now? Like, I don't know. It's
I mean, that goes back to like Heroic. I call them cheese picks, but I mean it's a legit hero. You know, TA. It's not like the usual Brood, Huskar, Meepo. But that's the scary thing when you get down to the last pick, whether it's like the 23rd, 24th pick, right? Every single one of their cores have a pretty wide hero pool and can pull out something like this, or it's like we pretended not to care about the TA, or it's actually his Meepo, you know, or it's like, oh, it's actually Carry Magnus, and now we pick a crazy thing for Whisper. Like that's what makes it so tricky versus this team.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those teams that it doesn't matter what you like. I mean, obviously preparation is a big deal about going into playing a team, but Heroic is a very hard team to prepare for. And I think that's one of the strengths and has been one of the strengths of this specific roster for a while. And to be honest, like teams are lucky Meepo is not more meta. Otherwise, you're going to be forced to first phase ban Meepo every game, right? So like there's even that issue
Heroic's turn to
that you have to consider.
Beastmaster still in the pool. They shifted things up. They banned the Shadow Shaman. I was going to mention that hero. I really feel like this. He just does too much. I was about to go find his win rate in the qualifiers so far. I'm pretty sure it's at least 60%. I'm so wrong, actually.
I'm going to say it's probably close to like 55.
It's 49. Surprisingly low for how impactful this hero feels in so many of our games. But you do have to pick it real early. You usually have to get countered. He's got 114 picks. So he's one of the most picked heroes, if not the most picked heroes for the
10 seconds
Esports World Cup qualifier so far. And the fact that he still has about a 50% win rate is pretty crazy.
I think with the first pick of the Beastmaster, Heroic is just like right in their wheelhouse, you know, like they're feeling real good. Probably for Analog in the mid lane, which we have seen him do over and over, but it is absolutely something they flex and are willing to flex to the off lane for Whisper. But I don't think they've lost with Beastmaster in the last, like, if my memory serves, I don't think I've seen them lose either of their qualifier games or in either of the recent qualifiers where they had Beastmaster.
I'm doing a quick scroll through. It looks like they did lose one, the most recent one I can find, actually versus OG Latam a couple days ago in a different qualifier. But they have many wins on this hero.
10 seconds
so it is, like you said, something they're very comfortable with. I was thinking maybe you just pick your core matchup, potentially, right? You can flex as Terrorblade, but if it is the offlane Beastmaster, you need to be okay versus it. Terrorblade used to struggle more when the Aghanims was even more powerful on the Beastmaster because it was just such overwhelming magic damage into Terrorblade. But it's been nerfed a bit, so it's a little bit more manageable, easier to get through that power spike and get to the late game where you are strong versus the Beastmaster. Though I don't think it's one-sided. Like, Beastmaster still has things he can do versus the Terrorblade.
As we go into the next set of bans, do you feel like you need to protect the Beastmaster? Because it looks like they banned the Storm Spear, which is going to be one of those rougher matchups. Do you think you want to ban something like the Monkey King even? Or do you think Analog has that matchup under wraps with the Beastmaster? Because they tried picking the Underlord into this, right? And that one did not quite work out.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, you need a different approach than Underlord. The thing is, even if you counter him, you know he's going to go stack and farm that. So as part of countering him, he
10 seconds.
the lane is actually less important than the stacking and the farming of stacks, in my opinion.
5
So it's
seconds
more important
remaining.
to be able to go and contest that rather than to crush him in the lane. And I think... Okay, there we go. Jakiro is a support that can do this, right? So much AoE damage early. On your own, no. But like with the help of another hero with AoE, you can steal stacks if you find them. So I like that idea. It's also very strong with the Terrorblade if this ends up being your safe
10
lane.
seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think like what you could pick to really wreck them,
5
especially if it's
seconds
Beastmaster
remaining.
off lane, you know? I don't know, right? You're probably just creep dragging versus these guys and going even. So in that sense, you're setting up at least the Terrorblade carry to have a good time.
Dude, I really appreciate the axe ban. That's so funny.
He was really good with it, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that game was terrifying, dude. He just like shows up, gets a double kill, gets level 6, and you're like, oh lord. Obviously, part of it was, you know, the Phoenix Sunray doing work that game.
What other supports we got? You know, Undying, we've wrapped around again. I don't think I've actually seen Heroic play Undying, so I don't think we're gonna see them. But I feel like at the start of all these SA qualifiers, we used to see like Undying banned and picked, and he slowly dropped off, which is too bad because I don't feel like I got my fill of Undying gameplay. You know, I wanted to see more of that guy.
Okay. Dark Willow.
10 seconds remaining.
We see this hero a lot
5 seconds
recently.
remaining.
It's just
Radiant
pretty
team
strong
pick.
in lane. You can play it as a 4 or a 5. I think with Brew, it's pretty dang strong, but I also think that there are other combos in the pool that you could still pick that work well with the Brewmaster in the off lane. And this does kind of lend me to believe that they're going to have to be...
10
They're trying to
seconds
force the
remaining.
Terrorblade into the off lane. Because Terrorblade is really not going to have a good time against
5
Brewmaster Dark
seconds
Willow.
remaining.
What else can you grab then? Gyro or Sven, perhaps? Could be good.
Both are definitely good. There's also Lifestealer. But
Either
I'm wondering
way-
if you want to save your 24 to hide the Terrorblade. I mean, you know it's Beastmaster mid. You should pick your mid matchup here, I imagine, in these two picks.
Yeah, I feel like this is the downside of grabbing the Brewmaster here. If you don't grab it, I mean, there's a chance OG takes it, so can understand why they did it, but you now know where the Brewmaster and most likely the Beastmaster is going. I feel like there was a time we saw more carry Beastmasters. I'm not saying they couldn't do it, but I do think it's been nerfed, and it's not as popular now.
That's a
Oracle
nice
is
pick.
cool. A lot of the early damage from a Brewmaster Dark Willow lane would have been the Cinder Brew and then activating it with like Brambles or something like that. So now you can either dispel it with the Fortune's End, or later
10
on you'll get
seconds
Fate's
remaining.
Edict, just become immune to it. And it's a very nice save versus the
seconds
Beastmaster Roar. The ultimate can remove that Roar, or you just put the Fate's Edict again and really mitigate the damage from an Aghanim's build, which from a mid Beastmaster, that's probably still what you're going for rather than the Helm of the Dominator.
Yeah, I think you should still just aim for the Ags. Even though you're against the Oracle, it's still just so good. Helps you farm at absurdly fast rate. And then on top of it, if you do roar someone and Oracle is not right there, they're probably dead. There it is, baby. The Death Prophet, likely for Tai Lung would be my guess, into the mid lane of the Beastmaster. This should be pretty strong. Max Crypt Swarm, couple points in that Spirit Siphon should allow you to sustain
10
the lane
seconds
pretty well.
remaining.
And we've seen this
And this
hero
time you
actually
do
have a
have
lot
a
of
save.
success.
Seconds remaining.
You've got to save from the Oracle. Even the Sunder can be used to save the Death Prophet, especially if this is off lane Terrorblade. But downside, this lineup has like no catch, man. I think this split is going to happen just about every game. And I was going to say if you pick a more mobile hero, it would be difficult to catch. They go for Drow, not really the fastest hero, but her ultimate and eventually the Aghanims are very strong versus Oracle, and the Death Prophet, the ultimate
10
bypassing a lot of
seconds
Terrorblade's natural armor. So this is a really strong Drow pick.
5 seconds remaining.
And you don't have initiators who can get close to her easily.
Yeah,
Gonna
I
have to
think
be this last pick, which... Yeah, there's some flexibility. I mean, you could do offlane DP, pick a new mid. You could do offlane Terrorblade, pick a new carry.
I think you have to go offlane Terrorblade. You cannot afford to run DP and Terrorblade as your core, as like your
Radiant
2
team
primary cores into the Drow.
Radiant team
But
ban.
they did go ahead and ban out the Mars just in case, because it is one of the better counters to the Drow. It's one of the very good counters to the Drow. I just... Drow hard counters both TB and Death Prophet. So I'm a little bit hesitant to leave those in. They do go ahead ban out the Naga Siren. That would have been
10 seconds
exceptional.
remaining.
In terms of being able to delay the fights, Death Prophet popping Exorcism, you just
5
put everyone to
seconds
sleep and walk
remaining.
away. Maybe wasting the meta or just resetting, allowing your team to maneuver. I think there's a lot of things that would have offered the game. You still need something to be in front of the Drow, and unless they're planning on running like a 5-position Brewmaster, which I've seen some teams run support Brew. I just don't think that's going to be the case here.
Heroics turn to ban.
I mean, you
They don't
kind
have
of...
clockwork.
I guess it depends what offlaner comes out. If it is. I don't know. Maybe you ban Sven. I feel like he fits a couple things, like good versus the Brewmaster. You can get close to the Drow and try to delete her quickly. It's
10
a
seconds
stun,
remaining.
which you're kind of lacking.
5 seconds remaining.
I wouldn't dislike that. Sven's definitely not bad. As other options, I mean, are you worried about the Abaddon again? Probably not.
I don't think
Offlane
so.
options. You could ban the Darkseer here. Even though it's like a Jakiro
Hurrahs,
lane. They
turn
banned
to
Centaur.
pick.
Okay, similar idea. I was like, you just need to ban like mobility, I think, from the offlane. So they get rid of the Centaur. Much better matchup into the Drow Ranger than something like a Darkseer, so... Last pick for Heroic, it's got to be a 5 position that can just play
10
in front of
seconds
Drow. And I'm
remaining.
trying to think what the options are.
5
could
seconds
do-
remaining.
There's always
You
like
get something like
Bristleback, but it's kind
Tusk.
of not a good game for him. Is Tusk still in? No,
Isn't
Tusk is
he?
banned. Yeah, he's banned. I just assumed he was
blind?
banned.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, I was like, there's no
Yeah.
way. I mean, they're out of time. They got to
shrunk
pick
a little
something
bit.
here.
Team pick.
Yeah, you're really deep in the
Who
you're
is
really
this?
deep in the support pool if you're going for an ogre. Oh my god. They're looking at the list like, guys, is there a single
left?
melee support left in the game? That's why I was like, there's
10
Bristleback,
seconds
but it's a really bad Bristle game, so I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Drow, we talked about why her attacks are going to be so
your
strong.
hero.
Now you got
Wow.
Bloodlust as well. So really strong Drow. You just need to get her through the lane and then chill. They're going to go for the Slardar. Unless it's mid Slardar. No, okay.
No, it's
Offlane
Illich, yeah.
Slardar. Not typically the matchup you're looking for with like into the Drow. It's not easy to get close and bash, at least in the laning stage. Later on, you are a hero who will jump in and try to get to the Drow, which they really needed something like that. I don't know. Feel like Yuma's gonna get the farm he needs.
I feel like it should be
10
pretty good.
seconds
Like, the lane's
remaining.
actually not bad for the Drow. Like, Ogre
5 seconds
with learning
remaining.
curve, like level 1, you're kind of like, you know, not the best. But the second he actually has like 2 points in Ignite, he probably trades positively against either the Jakiro or the Slardar. And I don't think you're going to get to the Drow Ranger as a result. Like, KJ is going to have to invest in a lot of regen for this lane, but 2 points Ignite is very strong.
You can move the Oracle there.
I was wondering that too, but I think you need him for the Beast or for the Brewmaster, right? Like, otherwise,
You need him for
I
a
feel like
lot of
Hec-
things this game.
Yeah, I feel like
It's tricky.
Hector's game will get griefed if you move the Oracle.
Jakira's a pretty strong laner, too.
Yeah.
You might be able to zone him.
The first level is the big one for OG. They need to punish the learning curve on the ogre. But the problem is the power spike on Jakiro is also level 2. So it's kind of weird how that works out.
I guess you'll try to smoke into her. You know, maybe you can get like a quick tri-lane trade while Ogre's weak and then break up after that. It's looking like a good Drow game to me. Unless her lane gets dumpstered, and I'm having a hard time seeing how that's going to happen. You can maybe push a fast tempo if Death Prophet has a good game, which we've been seeing Tai Long play very well. You know, if he's moving around, ulting, taking towers, you're going to be removing a lot of the space from the Drow before she gets too large. And that's the scary part, right? The later the game goes, especially when that Aghanims comes out, I'm going to favor Drow for the rest of the game. But until that point, she isn't that scary.
Well, it is time. Game number 2 of OG Latam versus Heroic, as both teams pretty solid drafts, but I'm kind of with you. I do like the Heroic draft quite a bit. Mid lane, though, might decide a lot. A big part of the Beastmaster pick for Heroic has just been its success in the mid lane and just kind of snowballing off of that. Not going to be as easy against the Death Prophet. At least I think, right? Not a matchup we've seen a ton.
I think it should be fine. Again, like, even if you're countered as the Beastmaster, you just send a boar to go stack. Sometimes we see the early smokes go to the enemy triangle to block, but that did not happen this game, so even if the lane's not great, I think he's going to get what he needs. 3 for the side of Heroic.
It's over.
It's just GG out.
Yeah, well, we're going to head to the lanes here. Again, the mid lane, I favor the Death Prophet with the Crypt Swarm spam, especially once you get the bottle. And Analog also will be providing lots of stick charges, so when it comes to the sustain in the lane, I do
hold
favor
on,
the Death
top.
Prophet. That's an oopsie. First blood for Illich. I did say you had to punish Ogres level 1, and, well, they killed the Drow instead. That kind of works.
Oracle was so patient waiting in the trees. Drow thought they were just body blocking the creep wave. She'd be fine. But the extra stun from Oracle, or, you know, Rude from Fortune's End, gets the kill. Why did she wait so long before TP?
I was looking at 2. I was like,
Wraithband money.
Yeah, he was 5 gold away from buying Wraithband, so rather than wait for the courier, he just bought it. It did give some XP to KJ. So he will hit level 2 now. Here comes the 2 points ignite, and the fun begins for the side of OG. This is when things get a little bit more painful.
Big brain. Give Ogre solo XP to hit level 2. No learning curve weakness, except for the fact that Drow died. Now there is no weakness.
We've actually seen this as a strategy in certain teams where, like, they'll have a 5-position Ogre, and the carry just literally goes and sits behind the tower for the Ogre to get level 2 off the first wave. And then they start playing the game. I don't think it's actually good, but it's not like it's not happened, you know? We've seen it before. Kind of funny.
Didn't get nerfed, though. I forget what exactly the change was, but Ogre was actually quite popular for a while, which is rare. And then he dropped back down. I forget what that nerf was, but...
Okay, that's a pretty big play out of the mid lane of Analog here. Denies the Water Rune while securing the other. Tai Lung now has no bottle charges to play around.
The Death Prophet, though, so be able to Spirit Siphon his way to stay healthy. In that bottom lane, I am surprised. Oracle being top so long for that first blood meant that they got the full body block off and the lane shoved up. But Terrorblade is still at the top of CS with the Death Prophet, and Whisper actually struggling a little on this Brewmaster to start. Guess that's the power of level 1, or not level 1 meta, but whenever he used it, I forget. I don't think he took it level 1. There's that Oracle Dispel. I mean, it would be really strong. If you didn't have that, Terrorblade does not have that much health. He'd be at risk.
Good pull on this top lane. Now, they are going to get aggressive here onto Yuma. The ignites are out, but the damage came out so fast from the level 2 timings there. Or, I'm sorry, the level 3 timings of that Jakiro. And Ogre, typically a body you want in front of the Drow, is instead on the other side of the heroes.
Too
Kind
far
of painful
in
there.
front.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
I didn't think there'd be so much struggle in this top lane, but I think you really need this to happen. Good on OG if they knew they would be able to do this. Props to them. I was not
That's a
aware of it.
huge-
Another
huge
dive
wraparound
from the
again.
Oracle. He just died.
He's just dead. The magic damage from this Jakiro is overwhelming. They're going to get the Blood Grenade and the return here probably with the help of KJ. And it will. But
And KJ make it back to the tower.
yeah, that's super costly. Brambles expire, another crush, and another kill double for Illich. Now looking for Schofield. He can tank this tower for quite some time, but didn't quite have the mana for another crush. El Misho,
Radiant's
maybe.
top tower is under attack.
No, they're not gonna go any further, but that is gonna be a long, painful walk back to lane for the Drow Ranger.
This is really nice. I think they have also identified that Drow is going to be a huge problem for them if she has a good start. So constantly bringing the Oracle over since the start of the game, getting now 3 kills onto Drow. She's at the bottom of all the cores. Now that means there's no attention going mid, so Analog has been having a pretty good time getting the runes. He might be able to make space for the Drow with the start he's having. He's pretty close to level 6. Maybe you can even get a kill. Are there any stacks being made? Not quite yet. I see one.
Man.
Yuma scared.
Well, they take down K1 bottom with a rotation in from Schofield and Whisper, so getting a little bit of revenge. But yeah, Drow, it needs a lot of space. I mean, we were a little bit worried about this Ogre, right? We're like, man, this is just not a hero we really see. You know, maybe the learning curve will help, but it has not had the impact in the lane that I think they were hoping to get out of it. Illich is going to be super farmed on the Slardar this game. And now you're kind of reliant on just the bloodlust from this Ogre being enough to help this Drow. And I don't know if that's going to be the case. She's 1,500 gold behind the offlane.
Dire are scanning.
I still think, given time,
Dire's
she'll
top
reach.
tower is under attack.
She'll reach what she needs to do, which is hypothermia and marksmanship onto the
Radiant's
Terrorblade.
bottom tower is under attack.
Will she have that time, though, as Ogre, typically a very tanky support, being run down here by Illich and Jakiro? They've crushed this lane. Moose and Illich, I think, really outperforming. Even with the Ogre, you know, like, not a common support. I still don't think it's supposed to go this way.
No,
With
there was a
the
misplay for
rotations
sure.
from El Misho have been massive. I don't know who made the call, but I think it's really good from OG.
Is under attack.
That being said, like, this is going to be a 10-minute treads double bracer blink. Like, this Slardar is going to be uncontrollable because he's going to have Blink Dagger maybe before 10 minutes, honestly, at the rate he's going.
Dire's top tower
And
is
then
under
When you take this tower,
yeah, no one can stand a chance against him. So they absolutely need to rotate and kill this hero. Analog is here on the Beastmaster looking for the find instead. It's just going to be Moose, and that's not good enough. He still gets the tower. It's going to be denied, but
Dire's middle tower
you
is
don't get to
under
put the
attack.
roar on cooldown, and Illich dodges this one out.
Yeah, that's the big one. Slardar staying alive. You don't get the tower, whatever. The important thing is the tower's falling.
Radiant's bottom tower
That makes
is
it
under
easier
attack.
to invade this Drow, who you know is going to be jungling for quite a while now, trying to catch back up.
I would like to see a very deep ward placed either in the jungle there to try and find the Drow. I think that's kind of essential at this point to try and slow down her game even more. Analog farming up the stacks in the triangle at level 7, just a staple of the Beastmaster as he needs to get to his Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible.
Something good going for the side of Heroic. Because so much attention has been placed on Drow, Heroic's off lane in the Whisper Brewmaster, he's been having a pretty good time here. He is always farming aggressively, dragging the creep waves to camp. This safe lane tower is actually pretty low, which he's done on his own. His Radiance, it's going to be pretty fast. 1,000 gold for the Sacred Relic, and then you just need the Talisman. It's going to do a lot when he has that. It's very strong this game. So we often hype Whisper up as this carry from the off lane, but not playing just like other carry heroes. Brewmaster's one of those. You know, I think if Brewmaster's having an insane game, he is such a nightmare to deal with.
I really like the kind of item builds that they have queued up on the side of Heroic, but my worry is that the Drowse is just never going to come online. If they actually get this Blink Dagger and find her one more time, I actually
This couldn't have ended any other way.
don't know what you can do, because this Slardar and Death Prophet are going to start just taking your map, and we haven't really seen an Exorcism quite yet, but it's all going to be coming off the back of that Blink from Illich, because once he has it, he'll just go to the mid lane, look for a kill. Like, Blink Crush with Corrosive Haze is so much damage.
From here, if you can back the Death Prophet, use Exorcism, take this mid tower. You know Drow... Okay, actually, Drows of old would go to the triangle, right, and just farm there. Can't really do that nowadays because the mids and the off lanes are typically actually farming there. In this case, it's going to be the Beastmaster. So Drow is going to be in her own safe lane jungle. The safe lane tower being down, that helps a lot. You can also take this mid tower. It becomes much easier to invade multiple angles of the jungle and continue the pressure on this Drow Ranger, who already farms slower than a Terrorblade. All right, if Terrorblade... He's also not having the greatest time, but thanks to his illusions, he farms faster than Drow. He'll be able to reach the same level of impact before her.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that's why we see the ward that they have placed on Heroic right now, is they're like, we need to have some vision of people potentially entering the jungle. So that gives them some sort of knowledge to play around, but I do think it's probably only a matter of time before they place some deep wards on the side of OG to try and scout this Drow Ranger.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
Blink is being
denied.
delivered for Slardar.
Yeah,
And
9
we've already
minutes,
seen,
dude.
as long as he can get on top of the Drow, which is the hard part without the Blink, he will kill her. So the fact that this Blink is already online is absolutely terrifying.
Nice solo kill there from Whisper, using that Primal Split. He's just been chilling bottom, but there's no reason for him not to put it on cooldown. It's better to just use it than to sit on it. You're not going to be taking a team fight anytime soon, and it does push him a little bit closer to that Radiance.
Sometimes you hold it just because it's not worth trying to kill Brewmaster if his ult is available, because he's always going to get away. But I think it's pretty hard to kill him even without the ultimate, so that's where it's for sure you just chuck it out and get a kill. There's the Death Prophet Exorcism. Oh, it's
a lot of heroes in
uncontested.
there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
All right, which of you have been feeding? I have noticed this about the exorcism. Eventually, the hero spirits just disappear and get replaced. So I don't know if they're like temporary or something. Like if they've been used a couple times, or it's just bugged and the visual is wrong, because it looks like there's like several spirits just like not there anymore.
Well, with whatever spirits were there, they used the tail end of Exorcism to invade the triangle. You don't get a kill, but I believe they stole a good chunk of that stack in front of Heroic's face, which that's... We talk about the Beastmaster recovery plan, or even winning game plan, is go farm stacks to get a faster Ags timing, and I'm really happy to see OG contest those and try to steal them as much as possible. And now he feels pressured. He's going to move into his own safe lane jungle. Now where's Drow gonna farm, right? Now she's limited to the top half. So, pretty well executed plan from OG up to this point. Putting that pressure on, making these heroes feel scared. They're gonna have to start farming each other's space. And you have to keep holding this until the Radiance is done on the Brewmaster. Probably the Ags on Beastmaster as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's working towards it. It's not like it's really that slow. But this is definitely behind the net worth that we typically see on his Beastmaster. And again, that's like partly just due to the Death Prophet matchup in the mid lane. Tai Lung just putting a lot of pressure there. He gets the tower, and there's just less area of the map. Now, top side here, I think they know there's a gank coming as KJ standing right next to Yuma.
OG is expecting them to have expected us, and they're heading back to the Twin Gate, going over, reading the read. If you can get Whisper, I don't know if you have the chain stun though into the mischance.
Nah, not at all. He's
Yeah,
still got
you
Primal
don't.
Split too.
I was like, oh, maybe you can since he didn't go Talisman first, but no, not while Brewed Up and Drunken Brawler's here.
Yeah. Level 4 Drunken Brawler, I mean, he's only level 3 Brewed Up, but even then, it's like 70+% evasion. So, it gets higher. There's just no way you're touching that hero.
Dire's
That
bottom
doesn't mean the
tower
hero can
is under
stay,
attack.
though, into the face of all the magic damage, so it's another Tier 1 tower going to OG. Really
Great
getting
use of the
control of the
Exorcism.
map.
Has fallen.
Yeah, Heroic's just
And
trying to
now-
dodge us out.
Is under attack.
Now here's where, if both carries
Dire are
suffer,
scanning.
but one carry has free reign of his own jungle, and the other one is constantly being hunted, naturally the Terrorblade will get a lot of farm. And even though he's technically countered by the Drow, if you have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 more gold, right? That's where the counter doesn't really matter. So if they can keep this pace going, they could win before Drow's really a problem. Like, if he gets... I don't know if you're going to get Butterfly. You're going to get the Manta. Actually, he's got the AC queued, which I think that's pretty cool for the Terrorblade versus the Drow. So, a Manta AC timing, right? You'll destroy buildings with an Exorcism.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion.
They're going to smoke up here on Heroic. I think he's just going for the Wisdom Shrine. Like, he's just zooming down the side of the map. He's like, we don't want to ever fight these guys, but you know what? We might get some XP on the supports. And he would be correct. He's there in time. And we saw Heroic do
also-
this last game when they were ahead, right? So, taking that XP when they're behind feels very good.
I think he's also going to go for the KJ, which is you just sit in the enemy side lane and farm their jungle. He's actually leaving. He hasn't embraced the KJ enough. I actually think there's not much else to do. You're just waiting for items to come in on the cores. I actually think stealing farm would be pretty good right now. Well, the Radiance is done, I suppose, so maybe he's making his way to the Twin Gate to go play with the Brewmaster. But you still need the Aghanims on Beastmaster, which is about 100 gold off. You can just sit there and bedlam the camps.
Whisper. Shaking down. Moose here on the bottom lane, gonna try and TP. He could Primal Split, but doesn't want to pop it. It would have been close, and it's one of those things that, like, maybe he wants to save Split for level 12, right? When he gets the second level of it, it's a little bit more powerful. Might be able to accomplish more with it, like getting a tower. Or just wants to save it for a potential Roche fight, as that is gonna be the next big contest here, as I think both teams can very easily go for Roshan. So, Aghanim Scepter now complete on the Beastmaster. That's like component number 1 for going for Roshan. Meanwhile, on OG Latam, you've got, you know, Death Prophet, Slardar, Terrorblade. I don't think you're really too worried about it.
I think it would be, if you can get the Roche for Heroic, that's really big in terms of buying you time for Drow to come online.
It's really hard
For the same
to sneak
reason.
it.
Yeah, for the same reason, that's exactly why OG would like to get Roche. Keep going real fast.
Man, can you imagine being this butler that KJ is and just being like, yes, master, here's the bloodlust. All right, yes, I'll pop the goblet now so you can get a little bit faster to your next creep wave. Anything else, my lord? Like, just
The worst part is that he can't even do the KJ. The Ogre is terrible at jungling.
yeah.
There's really not much for him.
No, there it is. 15 minutes. Puts Roche on the top side of the map, and it will just take only an extra minute there before OG decide to secure themselves the Roche. And they scan it out. They know this is happening. It was kind of it was inevitable. You're dealing with Exorcism and Corrosive Haze. You're going to be the team that gets it, especially when you're ahead right now.
And now it's up to Heroic to survive this first Aegis. They don't have the scariest tower defense lineup. You know, like sometimes it's really scary, tossbacks, RPs, vacuum walls. Drow is really good at it. Drow's not that scary this game. I say that, he did rush the Aghanims, realizing how important that item is. Usually you get other stuff first, but you actually have the Bloodlust helping you maintain some attack speed even without the smaller items. And Ags actually is a good farming item once you actually get to it. So now he's going to go back for the Hurricane Pike. I don't know, maybe they're getting there. I think if this first Aegis doesn't do very much, Heroic is going to be kind of back on track.
Do they find Tai Lung here? It would be an amazing kill, but El Misho is on the backside. Schofield is going to try and find a Terrorize. There's the roar. El Misho, does he get in range? Not in time. Okay, a nice fight here, and they will get the double kill as a result. They did not expect the Beastmaster, 100%. They thought it was just the two of them. The roar ends up setting up so much more damage. Those are massive kills, and a good, like, just good zoning from Schofield, and great micro off the Brewmaster to pull this Death Prophet even further away.
I'll be honest, I thought they had more of the heroes there for OG, and I also thought Death Prophet had the Aegis. I actually don't know if you really need this on the Terrorblade. He's just going to be farming right now. I say as he hits the enemies here too.
KJ's here, Meta's out, he's dead. Drow needs to be careful. She does have the Aghanim Scepter done and does have Sidestep. He just missed, like, I feel like he just missed. Okay, high ground, it happens.
Can't miss this tower though.
Dire's top tower.
I suppose they do want
Dire's
K1 to get
top
involved
tower
if you feel like you're on a timer and you're going to lose
Radiant's
later.
bottom tower is under attack.
It's got the Hyperstone. The illusions now get that,
Dire
right?
are
So
scanning.
actually kind of a nice boost in farming speed.
Exorcism onto Whisper. He's got a Lotus. I think
He gets
he's
a lot
out.
of damage.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage. Never mind, that last Crypt Swarm is enough. I actually thought he'd be fast enough to get away, but that's where the Witchcraft... Is it Witchcraft combined with the Exorcism? Like, passive, it gives you movement speed, right? You just run them down.
I think it's the active. I think there used to be a passive component of Exorcism, but now it's just the active.
Okay, yeah.
Like it's the bonus move speed. But yeah, just can't get away. Corrosive
big.
Haze, making sure you know exactly where he is at all times. So now you're gonna get the Tormentor. You know, they're checking the boxes. Still see the gold lead, only sitting at 1K though, which I feel like is something Heroic has been very good about in these SA qualifiers, that when they lose, they have been very efficient about avoiding and farming. And they never seem to lose a huge gold lead unless they're... I don't know, it sounds obvious. Unless they're really losing. But like in other situations where a team would have built up a 5, 10K lead by now, Heroic always seems to manage to keep it down like 5K or less.
I mean, this is a really smart smoke. There's 40 seconds on this Aegis. Schofield's just going to intercept here, catch him off guard. The TPs are coming. The question is, can you find the Oracle and prevent this? Whisper's going to look for him onto the backside, just going to chain CC up the Oracle. A big crush on the other side of the fight here as Tai Lung's going to go in as well. They've managed to get the kill onto the Ogre as Yuma's still just throwing in damage on the Drow. He needs one more hit and it's going to shatter the Frost Arrows and it's going to just go one to the other. 2 big kills. Can they find Hector? He's chasing for Schofield. Manta to get rid of the Cursed Crown as Whisper is going to recombine here. I mean, not a bad fight from Heroic. You get the Aegis and 2 kills.
They're the ones who will win late. Like, I still stand by that. I think Drow, we see, right, with her one item, still does a huge amount of damage to Terrorblade. Love the reposition he goes for. Instead of just waiting on the high ground for K1 to respawn, moves to the left side with his team so that she can start adding those hypothermia stacks onto the Death Prophet, onto the Slardar. That's what helps kill the Death Prophet here. Kill the Slardar, even though Whisper's the one that actually grabs the kill. And that means you got Aegis and the other 2 cores for 2 supports, right? For being on the back foot for a lot of this game, just having to avoid, like, that's going to feel like a huge win. And finally, you breathe a sigh of relief. Drow feels like she is coming online.
Look at net worth, actually.
A disaster at the start.
How did we get here? How is Drow above Death Prophet Slardar?
Exactly.
Heroic's just been stalling and farming while they, like you said, were checking all the boxes on the side of OG, but Slardar's a hero that you have to get aggressive with when you have something like an early Blink Dagger. You got to get that shard online immediately, and you have to start killing people.
Yeah, and I think they've tried, but Heroic has read enough attempts that they never built a huge lead. You know, like here's Slardar moving in looking for something, and actually it's him going to be dying to the Bedlam. I think they're feeling the pressure, starting to look for more desperate plays.
On the other side of the fight, Whisper is just going to walk right onto the high ground, gets the split, and now you're in some trouble as the supports, they're all going to get revealed. A big Terrorize is going to catch too. El Micho's hiding in the trees, Cursed Ground. That's going to get spent. Tai Lung just destroyed by the Hypothermia. A Yule's, or rather the Cyclone, will just remove Hector from the fight for now, and El Micho in trouble. He's going to try and maybe get a saving ult here onto Hector, but a second Cyclone to waste his time, and that is the absolute dream fight for Heroic. It's a 5-for-0. All set up by this beast, or all set up by the pickoff here, and then, of course, the Brewmaster after that.
I mean, the rest of his team is on the far right side in the lane, so Slardar thought, oh yeah, I'll just go connect to them, but Heroic was preparing to mount a defense, so getting that pickoff, you suddenly don't have the crowd control, right? The Brewmaster gets low, just pops Primal Split. He's like, yeah, whatever, like, what are you going to do to me? And then Drow just keeps pushing away the Terrorblade, step back, lift him up, deal with the supports. They're playing very carefully here. They didn't want to give him a Sunder option at all. Just keep lifting him up. Now there's the Oracle kill, and it's like, okay, now he's left. Now we can get him. Don't worry about the Sunder.
We talked about Drow being such a good counter to DP and Terrorblade for many reasons. And the lane was such... He's just going to throw... Oh, Ice Path! Does he get out of this one? Okay.
I think he's good.
Analog, a little too cocky there. He could have very easily finished this kill, but...
Arguably, being too cocky would have been staying around, thinking you can get the kill and getting out, and then feeding.
I mean,
So
he had a
maybe
shield
he's,
rune. He would have gotten out, you know?
maybe.
He was
Though if
just
you do
one
it wrong
auto
and you-
attack.
Yeah, it might have been fine. But I mean, you had to fight your way back here, right? You don't want to be your team looking at you like, hey man, we finally pulled a gold lead here. What are you doing over there? I mean, from here, second Roche is up. You put this on the Drow. She's good to go. You can start taking buildings of your own.
All right. If you know this Roche is happening, which you will
You now
now.
know this Roche is happening.
I was gonna say, do you
here
contest? But no,
fast
it
enough.
doesn't look like it. Drow's heading bottom. I was gonna say, you need Bruise Split to go in, and you just need Drow to multi-shot from the side. And looks like they're just gonna give it up and continue to just split farm the map.
Fallen to the Radiant.
As Drow's Hypothermia has done so much work. They no-care
I think
Aegis.
It makes a lot of sense. Drow is close to 18,
Radiant's bottom
and
tower
earlier I
is under
said,
attack.
you know, your high ground is maybe not the best. It's Drow who is usually the one who scares you, but she wasn't strong. She's strong now. So even with the Aegis, these actually aren't even on the best Aegis heroes. You know, Death Prophet has Exorcism. She loses that. You have the meta that you lose. So they're not even the strongest Aegis heroes. And you know, when they push your high ground, you will just sit Drow behind the tower and be really strong. Roaring his way out of there.
Has fallen.
This team gets the bottom tower. They're actually going to go threaten the high ground and force OG to come back and defend.
Why not, right? You kind of can. They're going to see Hector. Terrorizes out right away. They
Dude.
have the burst. He's gone. The ward place from KJ just barely on the high ground there gives him enough vision to play around. And the TP's just not in time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
That is not supposed to happen.
Don't worry, guys.
They have the Aegis, and they've lost the Terrorblade. Heroic is pushing
gonna do it
high
again.
ground.
Top tower.
They're going to do it again. They're just going to go straight for Tai Lung. He gets the silence off. He gets the blade nail off. Ice Path is out as well, trying to do a lot of damage mitigation, but you need to be very careful as the hypothermia stacks are super problematic for your team. Brewmaster just sending in these Radiance Illusions here to stop any initiation from the Slardar. They get plenty of tower damage in, and they just walk away. Damage done.
Analog's
Meanwhile,
not even here.
yeah, I was gonna say Analog's going for your Wisdom Shrine, dude. Wait. He should be, right? Analog?
Well, he's kind of scared now. They've left. Yeah, he's back now. It doesn't even matter. You don't need that Wisdom Shrine. The thing is, OG took Aegis, and then you sieged their high ground and killed their carry, right? So that's already a win in Heroic's book. You don't need to push it further. The most important thing is to not throw, because the longer this game goes, as long as the gold lead is even, which you even have an 11k lead on Heroic, right? You're going to trust that Drow will win the game. That's why you picked her into this lineup. You know she is the strongest hero. So you just need stable fights. Don't need to take any kind of risks at this point. The risks had to come earlier to buy you time to get here after the start she had. But now all you need are careful plays, and it should be your game like 8 out of 10 times.
It's just an exceptional
Dire are scanning.
like play coming out from Heroic. Just basically playing super patient, getting to the items that they know they need.
Radiant
And
are
I'm curious
scanning.
where they go next, because Whisper's got himself a Shiva's queued up. Sometimes we see Brewmasters go for like an Aeon disc and just like chilling around that, but
I mean, Shiva's is the original hypothermia.
yeah,
So
that's
it's
true.
pretty good versus these heal heroes. Really good armor against the Terrorblade and the Slardar.
Are scanning.
And you really just need to keep people away from Drow. So, I mean, some slow, like, can't be understated. You know, you gotta just run to Drow for most of these heroes,
Dire's middle
except the
tower is
Slardar.
under attack.
And now you're gonna have to run through the Shivas. feel like I saw this. This is some real deja vu. Analog running away from this area from a Slardar.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now suddenly pings bottom. Wait a minute, guys. Is this... What's happening here?
This smoke's going to pop. They know exactly where they're going to be. The Bramble does connect, but they're actually afraid to walk up onto the high ground.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Whisper, though, maybe not as afraid. Will just pop the Primal Split. Gets vision on both of the supports, but he's lost his Brewlings immediately. The rest of his team maybe a little bit afraid to go in. There goes Analog. Blink Roar onto the Slardar, and they're like, I don't know, guys. Maybe not the best fight. They're going to back away. Terrorize comes through as well. Whisper still trying to make space and find something as he's going to recombine here in a moment. He's nearly killed Moose. Does he get out of this one? He gets the Brood up. He's got the Manta. Will be able to instantly dispel the Purge. He's out. What a weird fight. Bramble now coming through. Curse Crown as well. Going to hold this Death Prophet in place for a little bit. But Analog is mid. He's just clearing out the waves, pushing this one in.
There's 5 seconds left on this
Radiant's
Aegis.
middle tower
He's
is
got
under
It's a
Roar
good
again.
time to
They're gonna
fight.
be looking
There's-
for more.
Yeah.
There's no meta, no exorcism.
They're going to try and burst this Brewmaster, and I was like, they absolutely can. Onto the backside of the fight is going to be Analog with a Roar. In comes Drow, tons of damage. Sunder's there. They're going to try and save Hector. They do. Oh, he's going to try and TP to safety, but that is a lot of damage. Blade Mail now out here from the Death Prophet. Nice Force Staff to get away from Illich, but with Yuma, he's still got reigns to go. Plenty of space being made, and Illich will be next. It's an ultra kill for Analog. As that's a 5-hero wipe as you lose Terrorblade inside the fountain.
The positioning, once again, quite strong for OG, just like that fight earlier. But this time you don't have your big abilities, so Heroic last time just kited out those abilities. This time they just push into this area. You get the save, but you take so much damage from Hypothermia. You still die in the fountain on that Terrorblade. From there, without the Terrorblade's damage, you just don't have the damage. Drow, has to be a little careful here, but even then, those slows coming into play. Slardar are usually a very fast, fishy hero. Couldn't get to her, finish the job.
Such a good push away on the Drow with that Hurricane Pike as well, just getting just out of range of the Slardar as he was trying to hit the Crush. And it allowed her to just like hit 2 more Hypothermia stacks, and then it, the hero dies, and it just shatters and hits all the other heroes still. So like there's, like Death Prophet, she goes in, and I just don't see how she survives like without a BKB, because she's gonna get 5-6 stacks of Hypothermia within seconds.
You right? I got nothing on that. This is why Drow is so strong this game. I really don't know what you can do on OG. Or what you have to do is like a tactics thing, which is you find Drow on her own, you kill her first, right? Once you get on top of her, she is still I'm going to call her a squishy hero. I mean, she's pretty farmed now, but, right, you can kill her. The thing is, it's getting tough to get to her. You've got the BKB piercing roar. You've got all the junk from Terrorize and Bramble Maze on the ground. She even has the shard, right? So even as you dispel Curse Crown, more stuff pops out. We've seen Whisper be very good with the Bruling Micro, lift heroes, push them away. Ogre doing his best, pressing Bloodlust. That's about it, But that's the hero. He's got a Force Staff to move her around. It's really all he needs to do. And as long as Drow's alive, you'll pretty much win the fight. But if OG somehow finds them split up, that's their ticket back in.
Ogre is definitely it ain't much, but it's honest work meme, dude. He's like, I'm doing my part. Schofield gets scouted here. Illich up onto the high ground, but there's the gust, the stun, the push back, and Yuma, he's got the distance. Tai Lung is in. Hurricane Pike away, pops the Blade Mail, trying to stay on top of the Drow, but you can't do it alone, and Analog with the Roar, gonna hold back Hector. He gets saved from the false promise. His Moose gets pulled right back down, and Drow, she's gonna rejoin the team here in a moment. Hector They don't even need the second roar, but they pop it anyway. Yuma with a triple kill on the Drow, and this game is, I mean, I hate to call it,
It's over.
but this game's definitely over. You have no avenue to win these fights at this point.
Is under attack.
That felt a little desperate from OG.
Radiant's middle tower has
It's
fallen.
honestly the type of play you're going to need to make, which is as soon as you see Drow, you're just going to have to jump her. But that was into the enemy triangle. They were really well positioned. So they just get Drow away from the Slardar, kill him off. Death Prophet tries to chase her. That's Ogre and his honest Force Staff. You know, just get her out of there, do your best. Death Prophet can't chase forever into the slows. And eventually Drow turns around, kills the Death Prophet, TP's in, helps with the Terror Blade.
Radiant's middle
There's just not a lot. Yuma, he's...
Radiant's bottom tower is
Team,
under
they've got it. They'll finish the job for me. I'm gonna go steal this Wisdom Shrine.
He's like,
He's
he
like,
wants
I
his
haven't
level
gone to do
25.
this.
He wants his level 25 in his shard, dude. He wants to just plant the Glacier on the high ground and say, fight me, as he kills the entire team one by one. That's the plan. It's hype. It's gonna happen.
I think he wants to
Roshan's
extend
better.
the suffering a little bit. You know, he's like, hey, they tri-laned me twice. Extend this game. I'm gonna kill more heroes. Gonna hit 25 before we push again.
I'll take that.
All right, Yuma, it's your
Radiant's
time. He just
top
needs a little bit of
barracks
mana.
are under attack.
Oh, he has suddenly full mana. I don't know where that came from. He has full mana now.
Radiant are scanning.
Mid lane. And these guys are smoked up, trying to find an opening. Schofield's going to blink towards his team. So they are on the wrong side. And Analog, well, he's got a shield rune. 25 on Yuma with the shard. This is where things, I mean, if it wasn't scary before, it's even
Radiant's top
worse
barracks are
now.
under attack.
As your top barracks just being sieged. Do you just run into the enemy base? I kind of feel like you do. But they're going to walk
think you
all the way
can.
back around the left side. Whisper leading the charge, of course. The smoke pops. He blinks up onto the high ground.
I mean, I was watching his illusions earlier. They were having a hard time killing the Brewling illusions, let alone the actual Brewmaster just running in.
I honestly thought they would just run into the enemy base.
Oracle's so
Oracle just
dead.
got 3-shot. Okay. That's a pretty good start to the fight. Looking for Illich. There's the blink, the roar. Analog's got a refresher. Looking for a second target. It's just going to be walking down moves here. That's 3 dead. And Drow into the Roche pit. Drops the Glacier. Challenges it. He pulls Roche onto the Glacier. That's kind of sick. I didn't know you could do that. That's like, that's some Olympus gaming right there. I don't know, dude.
It'd be weird to lift up in that spot and leave Roche behind, you know? I mean, both teams were trying to find the wrap around, the angle, and you're kind of working blind on OG because you're so far behind. So it ends up being heroic that finds the Oracle in the back line, just kills him off right away. No save coming in. The fights are already hard enough. Doesn't get any better if your save here is the first one out.
Yeah. Yuma being safe here, pushing in bottom so they have the ability to get this last lane of racks here. As he just munches on some mangoes for some of that necessary mana. He has an Agsynth queued up so he can pull like his boots or something back into his inventory. He might do that. I was like, or he might just buy another damage item and just not care about boots anyway. And it looks like he's got a Daedalus queued, so here we go. It's time to jump. They go right on in. Yuma, still very safe, of course, has the Glacier to play around, looking to just try and get to that throne. Whisper just goes in immediately. Glacier down. You need to run from this Drow Ranger. They will pop the fortification. Schofield, again, just creating havoc with Whisper on the backside. There's the roar immediately used onto the Death Prophet. She just goes with the BKB. Save from El Micho. That's a lot of damage. And Whisper, he's just taking down moves on his own. He needs to be careful, though. He's got no health left, and they do get the Brewmaster, but Yuma is doing so much work. Here we go. Illich with the BKB chasing now onto the Drow. Hector with space. They buy back onto, but can they actually get the Drow? She pops the Glacier here once again. Great Terrorize sends back the whole side of OG, and Ultra Kill will go the way of the Drow. He's got himself a rampage. Adding insult to injury, Heroic will take game number 2.
I actually can't believe that Death Prophet lived through that onslaught with that Oracle ult.
Yeah.
Not too surprised of that end, though. We kind of knew Heroic, once they had weathered the storm, they were going to have it. And that last fight shows the exact same thing, right? You try to jump the Drow one last time, but there's so much to protect her. You got the 4 staffs, you got the BKB piercing roars, you got Terrorize. You got a Brewmaster who's just like in the enemy base, like, hey guys, you'd like to walk forward? I say no. You know, I mean, it's so hard to get to the Drow. So, an amazing recovery. That was a really bad start for Drow, which I say props to OG, right? They knew exactly how much of an issue it would be. They tried to slow her down, but didn't have the greatest heroes for it. Still did a pretty good job, but ultimately, we reached that endpoint that Drow becomes the best hero in that game.
To be honest, like, Whisper probably didn't even need to die there. He had the shard, so he could have canceled only and had a refresher shard, so there could have just been a second Brewmaster ult immediately, adding insult to injury. But, like, yeah, Analog goes 8-0 and 11 on the Beastmaster. We've seen him absolutely body teams on this hero, and even though he has a rough lane, he bounces back off the stacks. They play around their timings, and I think that's the difference between these two teams. Is Heroic knows their win condition, and they're really good at finding the path to get there. Even though OG was doing everything right early on, they get themselves an early Roche, they take Tormentor, they're building the right items. Heroic is just kind of like, all right, let them have it. Don't contest Roche, don't contest Tormentor, like, just get to the Ags on Drow, get to our BKB blink timings on our other heroes, and we'll be fine. And it works. It's super cool to see.
Yeah, it's difficult to actually see it happen, but the way they farm is also part of the reason they're doing this. Like, OG would have beaten most other South American teams with this start, but Heroic, every time they're losing, they're just avoiding and farming incredibly efficiently, keeping that gold lead as small as possible so that they do have a shot later on. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't happen, they end up losing, but many times something like this happens, which is that they hang on, they finally find that one fight, and then they're back in control.
Yeah, this was another textbook performance from Heroic. They're going to move up 2-0 now in this best of 5. Now, there's one more game for OG here potentially if they cannot manage to get this back together. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 3 here in this grand final. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, gamers, here to the road to the EWC. It is the South American Closed Qualifiers between Heroic and OG Latam, a best-of-5 grand finals currently underway. And there's a 2-0 lead here for Heroic. They look very, very good. Zach, do you want to talk a little bit about why that's the case and how they just keep managing to pull out the wins here?
I mean, they've always been a strong team. I think the drafting is very tricky versus them, and I feel like there's 2 drafts in a row where game 1, I feel like they have good lanes for like all 3 lanes, honestly. Game 2 feels like they've got this drow that is going to win in the late game. All the pressure is on OG to stop her, and Heroic identifies what they're strong at, what they're weak at, and plays to that. OG, I have still been very impressed by this team, right? I know they're down 2-0, so it sounds weird. I do think as a team in South America, they've been one of the better ones. They've been playing fast, but Heroic has been, I don't know, just outplaying them in terms of the map, I feel like. Because OG against a lot of the other teams, they do play fast, they go for the objectives. We see them do cool things here, right? They tri-lane the drow at the start to get a kill, leave, rotate in heavily, right? They're doing good stuff. They're going for Roshans quickly when they can, and they think they have opportunities. But they never seem to be able to grow a gold lead versus Heroic. Heroic keeps sneaking farm everywhere, and I think that's really difficult to pinpoint in between games. But I think that's part of why Heroic has been able to keep getting the best of OG.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this is... it's just like potentially an experience diff, and it's hard to like chalk it up to just that because there's a lot of like Dota's so complex, but Heroic is a team that's been together for so long, and they are so good at just playing efficient Dota. And there's a reason that they have been pretty much the premier South American Dota team for a while. Even before they were Heroic, a lot of this roster was like the roster to watch.
Heroic's turn to
I'm not super surprised to see them here once again playing exceptional Dota and looking borderline unstoppable. That being said, the reverse sweep is absolutely possible. We have seen this happen before. So I don't want to count OG out. I think they, this is going to be quite telling to see how they adjust the drafts and see what they can come up with.
I have a vague memory. It also happened to Heroic, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it did happen to Heroic.
Not to jinx them, unbiased caster here, but it's happened to them in the past, I think. So they're not going to feel too comfortable. Keep bringing their best, and they've clearly looked good. We have a little bit of a switch up this time, though. The first 2 games were first pick for Heroic. This time it's swapping second pick for Heroic, which I actually think is stronger for them, but I don't know. It's at least different, right? The way the drafts were going, there was 2 drafts that favored Heroic. Maybe this time, taking first pick for themselves will give them something strong to play around, such as the Beastmaster that has been very good in so many of the games we've seen, going mid or off lane, get a lot done. Analog made a great showcasing of it in game number 2. We'll see who ends up playing this hero here for OG. I believe the response pick was Terrorblade from Heroic. Let's see if they like that idea as well.
I'm trying to think if that's good enough of a response pick. Okay. Nope, it's the Enigma. All right, so they say we will match your team fight. Now, the real question is, how do they want to protect the Enigma? They get rid of Clockwork and Tusk immediately on OG, as these are heroes that are really good at pairing with the Enigma lane, because you can kind of leave the Enigma and start rotating, maybe punish other lanes. Also, like, both good at just trapping heroes near the Eidolons, right? So I can appreciate that ban, or those bans. They go ahead and ban out the Tidehunter as well. They are anticipating a mid Beastmaster, and they will grab the Gyro preemptively to block the bad carry matchup.
I thought that's what they were gonna take versus the Beastmaster, but this works as well since you have that pick after that. The Enigma into another team
10
fight ban into
seconds
Gyrocopter.
remaining.
So you've got a really fast paced draft
5
going here
seconds
that
remaining.
also has a powerful team fight in the late game. Heroic really covering their bases here. I think your preferred game plan, though, is to win the lane with the Enigma, build up those auras and the Eidolons, push fast.
Dire
Gyro's
team
just
pick.
focused on farming, shows up with like 3 items, and then, you break the game with that first or second Aegis. It is going to be a Warlock. Pretty good at sustaining your carry. Part of the way Enigma wins those lanes, that Eidolons just have so much damage, and as you try to kill them, you take a lot of damage, but at least you can heal up your carry, maybe even use Fatal Bond to help you kill off some of those Eidolons, and then you have your ultimate to pierce BKB on the Enigma. There's actually nothing you can build to stop that from
10
happening,
seconds remaining.
so he's one of the better heroes at stopping it. Until you get a refresher on a core
5 seconds
Enigma,
remaining.
and a support Warlock is not so likely going to have the same.
Yeah, I think it's really funny because both teams are like, I gotta take that deny pick. And then, OG's like, well, we can't give them Warlock Gyro, so we're gonna take the Warlock. Like, both teams are like, these are really hard to play around, so they just take the other hero. We're gonna see Lina come out. I do like the draft so far from Heroic. It's starting to look like KJ support Gyro based on these picks, but they're going to hide everything that they can. And look for the next pick here. I think likely Lina mid against the
10 seconds
Beastmaster.
remaining.
It is a very safe mid pick right now because there's not a lot that really
5
punishes this
seconds
Lina.
remaining.
And they can go for another support here, maybe for the Enigma lane.
Dire team
I'm trying to think
pick.
what that would be. Well, it's just the tiny, solid enough. Great at, honestly, the toss is actually super value with Enigma. We actually see a lot of times, maybe you only get like a 1 hero black hole. I'm going to address that in a moment, but maybe you only get a 1 hero black hole and then you just toss in another. But holy heckin' Alchemist.
Tell you what, when you commit hard on those Eidolons, you want to be rewarded as much as
10
possible.
seconds remaining.
So that's something the Alchemist can get. And you're not going to be bullied out of
5
lane because you've got the
seconds
Warlock
remaining.
to get you till you're level 6, and then you're good to go. We don't see this hero very much
Heroics
now, though.
turn to
It's
ban.
just been nerfed a bit too much. Acid Spray, much smaller. It's really hard to farm multiple camps at once. But Warlock is one of the better stackers in the game, so I can kind of see it working. You keep Alchemist in the lane, farm some Eidolons,
10
go do
seconds
stacks.
remaining.
Alchemist drops back for those. As long as you still hit the timings,
5
Alchemist can be
seconds
good,
remaining.
but it's just been much harder to make it to those timings. And that's why this hero dropped off so much.
I don't even know if this is good. like this is where I'm really confused is like Alchemist is just not something we see. With the Warlock lane, I could see it kind of working. Like Fatal Bonds into the
Heroics turn to ban.
Concoction could be some good damage. Acid Spray, plus that onto the tiny, like very low armor hero. I'm curious what the bans are going to be. They do get rid of the Naga Siren here once again. I think that makes a lot of sense. It's pretty good to stop the initiation that OG could go for and then set up the black holes.
10 seconds remaining.
But again, this could still just be carry Gyro, and I actually do like carry Gyro into their
5
matchups right now.
seconds
I don't think
remaining.
it actually struggles much at all. And then you could just pick a new support.
Dire team ban.
Storm and Sniper. All alternate ideas there of dealing with some of this stuff. Storm being the initiator to close the gap onto Lina, to the
10 seconds
Enigma,
remaining.
get them before they can do anything, or just outrange all of that, sit way in the
5
back, force them to
seconds
come to you
remaining.
on the Sniper. Oh, I don't even know. There's so many different ways you could go for this for Heroic. I do think they're probably just looking for a strong position 5. I don't think it should be the Ogre Magi. But, it worked in the last game.
I'm really curious what this last band's going to be. I think overall, like, this is a Hail Mary from OG. You've got Beastmaster, Alchemist. Your timings are going to be very fast. So I'm curious what other hero they can play with that can either match those timings or make space for the Alchemist.
Maybe the Death Prophet could come out again.
Doom
You're not
might not
guaranteed.
be bad.
Oh, that could be kind of interesting, actually.
Dire team pick.
Ancient Apparition ban. Yeah, I think you probably
yeah,
need
of
to when you have
course.
the Alch. Dude, what if you just run carry Doom here?
Heroics turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Monkey King, huh? Do they think it's tiny mid? There's no way. So he's running Monkey King into the Lina.
Not after you see the Monkey King come out. You know, maybe you were thinking about it, but
10 seconds.
I mean, I feel like Tiny
remaining.
Enigma is a great side lane. I don't think you're worried about it. So I think
crazy idea
5
here.
seconds remaining.
Huskar
Okay.
that Monkey King.
it's actually
Lina
not-
carry, Gyro 5, Tiny 4. Just break the momentum with the Huskar. Even if you don't win early, you've got Black Hole and a Lina carry who's going to outscale.
That kind of cooks, honestly. And like Analog's a Huskar spammer. He likes that hero a lot. That
pitching
would
it right
be
now.
interesting. It's either that or they're just like gonna pick a Sven right here.
Yeah, I actually think Lina mid does fine versus the Monkey King.
Yeah,
you can
right?
go-
Like, Lina
you
mid
can do
wins
something
the
totally
lane.
normal.
Yeah. So you could
But if
just
you
go,
want to cook,
Yeah, I mean, I'm always up for an expert chef in the kitchen here.
I'm always in the kitchen.
Yeah. Gyro can be played 1-5. And I think Heroic right now kind of weighing all their options in terms of what carry matchups they actually want. I think the Gyro into the Monkey King is less good than it is into the Alchemist. Like, this is Monkey King's probably going to be playing for the defusal timing. Yes! I
Choose
called
your
it!
hero.
Ah, I'm so excited. Okay, carry Doom. It has to be, right? It's so good, this game.
It's so not. It's Enigma 5.
It's KJ on 5, so offlane. Okay, either way, it's a really good Doom game. I thought they would just go carry Doom, but
The cool thing about moving the Enigma, which is such a bait, by the way, because it's so associated with Whisper. You're like, it's got to be offlane Enigma, right? Surely. But now you actually completely avoid the Alchemist, and I feel like that's part of the reason they picked it, that they were planning to farm Eidolons, and now he's just in another lane. Doom is going to be there. You can't really punish the Doom. Doom can't stop you from farming too much until he has his ultimate, but once he does, right, that's such a killer to the Alchemist. They banned the Ancient Apparition for a similar reason, and now you've got to play into the Doom.
this is going to be such a... I mean, I don't know if the lane is amazing for the Doom, but I don't think it's bad. Like Alchemist really does struggle against the HP burn, and Doom doesn't really build super greedy anymore. El Misho should be able to like slow down a lot of the harassment that comes from this hero, but there is going to be that moment where Doom hits level 6, and then suddenly nobody can be in this lane. So I think that's what they're probably going to be playing for on the side of Heroic.
I feel this is very similar to Game 2. I think the longer this game goes, it becomes easily Heroic's win.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
it's on OG to play really fast,
Prepare for battle.
win the lanes. I guess that's step one, right? I mean, you just have to win lanes. If you don't win lanes, it's going to feel terrible for the rest of the game. So you got to win your lanes. There's got to be a bunch of stacking, and you have to build a lead, which we've talked about. That seems to be what they've struggled with. Even as you win the lanes, they haven't been able to build gold leads. You've got an Alchemist on your team this time. You've got very fast-paced heroes. You have to build a true gold lead and close this game before it gets too late. I feel like if we get to 30 minutes and you haven't broken high ground and taken like at least one set, if not more, I think Heroic's going to take it.
I mean, I know in the past I was extremely critical
30
of Alchemist
seconds to
picks.
battle.
And, you know, it's a new patch. Some of the stronger heroes got nerfed, stuff like that. But I feel like I'm still very critical of Alchemist picks. Because this hero actually got nerfed in 739, and I have no idea why. So, it's very weird.
The battle begins.
Well, I mean, maybe kind of nerfed. It depends on how you look at it, but either way, I think Whisper should have a pretty good time here into this lane. I don't think they have great damage to push him out, and then, of course, you always have the Tiny to help. How do you think this 5-position Enigma is going to do in this off lane?
You honestly don't even need to do that much, right? I mean, it's a gyrocopter with flat cannon. He's going to push the wave, and then you pull for him. KJ, he's actually a really good Chen player. He's got good micro. I would love to see him just use Eidolons to stack things. Like, you don't even need to use them to fight in the lane. If you do, I mean, it's not bad trading, but they do have decent AoE from Tame the Beasts and Axes, so you gotta be careful of feeding the actual Eidolons. But I have seen the support Enigmas, and it is surprisingly strong. The Eidolons are just good. It actually doesn't matter what role you play. Eidolons are good.
That is a good rule to live by. Mid lane, Analog, actually struggling a little bit here against Tai Lung. He's gotten some good mischief dodges already. Does have a couple, like one deny, so he's actually doing perfectly fine. So we'll see as he gets closer to level 3 if Analog wants to take LSA or not, because I think a lot of the times mid Linas you want to max out one of the 2 abilities. I've been seeing more people actually go for the max Light Strike Array over the Dragon Slave, just to play, because the stun scales actually pretty well. Like, getting this up to a little over a 2-second stun does matter. So we'll see.
I think it is just tricky versus the Monkey King since it's so easy to dodge.
Yeah.
His courier has been killed.
You can fake it too, I suppose, though.
Just gonna drag the bottom wave here from Illich. I mean, why not? Kind of smart.
Enigma's not actually great at dealing with this kind of stuff. Does body block enough that you reconnect the wave in.
I step on your line.
Gyro farming perfectly fine to start. Now the thing with Enigma 5, I think the lane goes okay, but obviously once you get past the lane and you want to make plays with Black Hole, that's where things are really tricky, since you have no items. A toss back, I think, onto the Warlock.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about how it's a little bit rough to play into the Warlock because he can just heal off a lot of the damage, but if you burst him, pretty good. Schofield going to try and contest the Lotus here. He's like, get out of here, man. This is mine. Avalanche as well. I'm very nicely done from Schofield. That's a great steal, right? That Lotus does a lot of work, and he actually gets some decent chip damage as well, so he is not upset about that at all.
Alchemist used to be strong enough to have a pretty guaranteed strong start. That's part of why he busted. He's at 11 last hits right now. I know that's not that far beneath the others, but you almost feel more pressure on an Alchemist because of how limited your timing is this game. It feels like every CS you're missing, it is slowing you down little bit by little bit. And I feel like, I mean, that's what'll make the difference at the end of the day here.
Yeah. We're going to see the Water Rune spawn, and there is a lot of attention coming to the mid lane here. Schofield is here. Tai Lung not going to be able to deny the Lina a Water Rune, which kind of needs to do. She's getting a lot of harassment damage in, but he's actually having an okay lane. Yuma, you need to be very careful here, bottom lane.
Kind of scary there.
He did go the Afterburner facet, so maybe trying to play aggressive versus Illich, but he also can just slow you with the boars, so Not the best feeling.
Yeah. I
gonna
was
be
a
the
little
flag.
surprised to see that one.
Afterburner might do some work. Okay, he's not gonna chase after him. He's like, I got creeps to get. Maybe it's the Alk too. Like as the game goes on, like he wants to be able to stay with the Alk.
Speaking
in
of,
the
toss back on
fights.
that Alk.
He's taking a lot of
He's
damage
pretty
topside.
pretty
but-
tanky with the Warlock W at least. 2 points in that. But they do get a decent chunk of health. And I saw Warlock was about to head out to stack when that happened. So even though you don't actually kill him, you do prevent what is potentially a double stack. I'd say Warlock's one of the ones that can double stack that camp back there. It's kind of tricky if you're not long enough attack range or have a spell that could reach that far. Ringmaster's actually coming up here. I mean, you do want Alk to have a good start, so if you can kill this Doom, it's great. This is just not the combo you would really think this happens in.
They're going to try and make the play. Whisper, he's going to get back close enough towards his tower. I don't know if this dive pays off. Avalanche from Schofield. Yeah, they're just going to get caught under the tower. Blood grenades coming through, but it's not enough, and Whisper gets the kill. Good rotation in from KJ, but Whisper also dodged like 2 important spells there.
Radiant are scanning.
It's tough when you just force it in like that, right? It gives the time for the rotation, but also Ringmaster, the Impalement Arts, nerfed, but still does good damage. If you're running through the creep wave, right, it's very hard to land that ability, so it never even comes out. Can't get close enough to channel to tame the beasts. I understand why they're going for it. It did feel a bit forced, and because of that, they end up paying the price. And I actually think you could have tossed the Alchemist back, and you might
I think
have
he was
even
out of
killed
mana.
him.
I think they
I think
tried,
he had
but
the
I remember.
Mango available.
Did he? Okay, then yeah, I don't know.
But maybe he was just worried it would actually get the Doom killed.
Yuma's here, but so is the Wukong's command. We'll see if they can actually find these kills. Hector gets out. You don't want to fight into Tai Lung here. And with this, the Afterburner may be giving him enough movement speed to get away temporarily. But Tai Lung, is he going to want to chase? There is a TP coming through. It's going to be Analog. Oh, they want to contest the 7-minute rune. Does he have the chance to dodge these abilities? No, they get a nice boundless strike. There's going to be a good use of that escape back to El Micho dead. First Whisper still surviving, but finally dies. Laguna Blade into a triple kill for Analog as KJ will get the shrine. What?
Dyer's top tower.
What?
Dire are scanning.
Who did Schofield just kill? Did he just solo kill the elf? No, he died. I don't know. Did he? Okay, Schofield actually just solo killed the elf.
He must have been low farming. Yeah, he's a gamer. I gotta say, Tai Lung is 3 XP away here from level 7. And if he had it, he could take a point in W. They could have gotten this kill so much more easily. And then, you know, this whole fight would have been better. And in fact, Doom then gets really low. And if they kill Doom a little bit faster, you can probably get out on the Monkey King. You know, dodge into the trees, hop away, and this fight ends up being decent. But Lina coming in late, free reign, just throwing in all the damage.
Yeah, and we saw on the replay, on the minimap, in the kill feed, Schofield sees Alchemist show back in lane. He just double backs. And he just goes in, Avatos kills him. That's pretty massive. I mean, look at the net worth and the XP on this Tiny. He's so far ahead of the other supports right now. And Whisper's closing in on the level 6, and that is just the no one's allowed to be here anymore moment. Speaking of which, Yuma's going to come through the top lane here, has the Afterburner, and with this, Hector's so dead. He has a stun that he can throw, but call down with this with the Rocket Barrage. I think that's level 4 Rocket Barrage based on the damage. Level 3,
Level 3
okay,
right
still
now,
pretty high,
but
yeah.
Yeah. I actually really like this idea because,
Radiant's bottom tower is under
well,
attack.
on one hand, if you feel good about the late game, you can just kind of ignore the enemy carry and it's like, oh, we'll both farm and that favors me. At the same time, this is an Alchemist who will always out-farm you if you've given him the equal space. So I like that Yuma keeps coming up here, slowing him down. It's like, hey, if you don't have a good game, you'll never have a game. So I'm going to keep rotating up here. I'm going to keep putting the pressure on. We're going to take your tower now. Like, what are you going to do about it? You're giving some space to the Beastmaster, and that's maybe, like, one of the scary parts of all of this. But I don't know, Alchemist, when is he going to recover at this rate? Right? It's not like last game where, okay, Beastmaster could make space for the Drow. Drow will come back into this. Alk's timing is in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and he's currently near the bottom of the cores on net worth. Like, you're supposed to be up 1,000 right now.
I mean, the timing is in a little bit on the Alk. Like, the gold ramp is definitely once he gets to, like, level 7, 8, 9 and has, like, one farming item, because then he's just clearing camps like crazy. But, yeah, it's like, you don't want to be too far behind in the early game. They're going to smoke here on Heroic. Or, I'm sorry, on OG, looking for Heroic. And they might just find KJ walking into the jungle here. As, yeah, he's going to get roared up, quickly deleted by the Beastmaster. And then we'll turn that into the mid-tier 1 tower as well. So Illich is making a lot of plays around the map, getting stuff done here on this hero, which you need to do. You absolutely need to do.
Yeah, this will be a little bit of space to that Beastmaster. Or sorry, to the Alchemist. I mean, if you can keep finding pickoffs like that, it is good. I mean, that was just a position 5, so hopefully you find some more valuable targets in the future, but take what you can get to start. Opens up towers. They've got a smoke going on for themselves now on Heroic, looking for this Beastmaster who has no roar.
This is an absolutely huge kill, and the Enigma Eidolon's gonna find it, dude. Illich is like, I wonder why this Eidolon's here. Oh my god! He is so dead. Yuma gets the kill. They don't have to commit Doom for this, and they get the Helm of the Dominator creep, an extra 100 gold to boot. That's such a sick scouting play from KJ. You mentioned it earlier. He's a great Chen player, so Micro is very much in his wheelhouse, and you know, a lot of other Enigmas are just farming with their Eidolons, but he is setting up ganks.
Yeah, he's been doing great so far. And there are some supports that need levels more than others. Enigma as a support is weird, but your level 6 timing is actually not as important because it's actually so hard to use Black Hole as a position 5 Enigma. Compare that to the faster playmaking of the Ringmaster. You want 6 as soon as possible because pretty much every time you have it, you can get a quick kill with Wheel of Wonder given any stun, which in this case is like Roar, Boundless Strike, whatever. But the fact that they lost those earlier fights, they lost that Shrine Invade. I think they still got their own, but the fact that they died so much there. He's still not level 6 on the Ringmaster. Alk wasn't even 6 at 10 minutes. I think Warlock 6 because of the Black Grimoire. Otherwise, he also would be underleveled.
That was very close. They almost found the Monkey King there. He was hiding under a ward. I think Whisper should have waited another moment. Schofield could have just tossed him onto the Monkey King and killed him. So Whisper maybe jumping the gun a little bit. He like threw a blood grenade to try and cancel the tree dance, but he just barely missed with the blood grenade. It's all right though. They're probably not too bummed. Illich.
Dude, they're having to use Strongman Tonic to farm on the Alchemist. I'm watching him try to do Ancients. He is struggling. He's so far behind. They have to Strongman Tonic him to keep him alive. He still looks like he might die, man. It's so scary.
Double Prowler Camp, the bane of all carries. Yeah, he's
rough. But he does clear the stack, so at least the Radiance will be done in the next minute. Probably like 30 seconds, actually, as he gets this next creep wave. Though, they're smoked up. They might find him with his ultimate down.
It's coming off cooldown right now. Or coming off right now, just in general. Moose is here to try and pop this, which, like...
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, they're just going to go back to the... Well, they're going to see Moose. Yeah, he just walks in, gets Black Hole as well. Okay. That's good stuff. KJ's like, I haven't pressed the button yet. I want to use this.
Here's the thing. KJ wants to do some jungling. His team keeps telling him, like, dude, you've got Black Hole. You got to go use it. You just throw it out.
Okay,
you get whatever you can. You go, hey, guys, look, I'm really not strong for 3 minutes. I have to jungle. I would be griefing going into a fight without Black Hole, so I got to go jungle for 3 minutes.
That's a big kill. Okay, finds Whisper topside. Did Illich have Blink? Is that what that was? Or is that just... the helm of the
I think
Overlord.
he just walked into him.
Yeah, he just walked into him. All right. He's actually very close to the Overlord now, just a couple hundred gold away.
The Overlord's not at a bad timing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You can't eat them till you get to the 15 town on Doom. I wonder if he'll take that versus an Overlord. I feel like it's worth it.
Yeah. So I feel like the worst thing you can do on Heroic right now is
Radiant's
try and
top
fight
tower is
OG.
under attack.
Right? Oh, Laguna to kill the Golem. Why not?
He's like, yeah, my Enigma's got a jungle for 2 more minutes. I mean, I'm not looking to fight. Just take
Yeah.
out the Golem with the ultimate.
Exactly. This is the time where like Alchemist and Beastmaster are going to be really scary, right? You're going to have the Blinks coming out pretty soon. Alchemist has his Radiance, so you're just taking a lot of bleed damage in these fights. And even though you have Doom, it's not like the easiest to execute because you're not going to have Blinks of your own to try and get into these fights. So I think they're just going to be chilling, doing what they did last game, farming until their 2nd or 3rd set of items or their own BKBs, because that's a pretty big timing. Well, Whisper bot Blink. Maybe disregard everything I've said, but yeah, overall, I think
with
Heroic
Doom, you can
likely
always
just farming.
You can always just blink Doom and then sell it again, right? It's
Yeah.
the benefit of Devil's Bargain. We don't see it as much nowadays, but I think essentially the gold cost of doing so is kind of worth it if you need to slow them down in the early game, and you can just get a quick Doom kill, slow down the tempo. Everyone's headed to this bottom half of the map right now, smoked up with this Helm of the Overlord. They're going to run into the Enigma again. No black hole for 30 seconds.
Nah, he's dead. It was a nice little scouting play, actually. He gets a little bit of vision with them with the Eidolon, but there's just a tumbler toy on the Beastmaster, and that little bit of space allows him to get the roar. So kind of a cool attempt from KJ, but they get what they wanted. Now, you need to be careful. Yuma. Boundless Strike is out. Where's the TPs? He's going to drop the call down. They've got to get in here to help him. Veer into the Wheel of Wonder. It's actually not on point, and Yuma able to get outside of the Wukong's close, but no, he might just burn down to 25 HP.
No
He's
one
like,
can
no
take
one
damage.
take damage. He's gonna. Oh, Whisper dispelled him. That's what it was.
Oh, that saved him.
Okay. That's pretty huge. Otherwise, your gyro is dead. That's such a sick pickup there off of Whisper. Having the purge creep.
I think that might also be
gyrocopter.
that might also be the reason he took Afterburner. He managed to get out of Wukong's just a little bit faster thanks to the Afterburner, and it literally saved his life there, along with the Dispel from Doom. Now a Blink Toss onto the Monkey King.
You have
Looking
bots as
pretty
well.
dead here.
Yeah, in comes Analog. Very sick kill. I mean, yeah, that's to be honest, like being able to kite the heroes on OG is pretty massive for the gyro here. Like if you actually can't reliably stay on top of him, how do you kill this guy? So with this, tier 1 tower dead, mid, no Monkey King. They're gonna look for the Roshan pretty quickly. Schofield's gonna need a little bit of help here as fallen low, but plenty of damage between the 2 cores.
So you wouldn't expect this, looking at their lineup, like that you're at risk of being roached this early, but I like the call to steal it away from OG. This is strictly a farming Aegis. You do not need to fight at all with this, but you are taking that power away from OG, and they were not prepared for that. No one even, I don't think I even saw a scan come in.
Well, bottom lane, Illich gonna try and get to work on this tier 2. Do some work, has that big ice golem, ice troll, whatever you want to call it. Hector will help finish the tower. And yeah, I mean, you could play around like Blink Doom right now. You lose your tier 2 tower, it's a little bit annoying, but their high ground defense is quite good, right? You have the tossbacks from Tiny into a Doom, and at that point, you're definitely not surviving anything. So I just don't think OG can threaten them inside the base. They're gonna look for Tormentor,
Find a way
though.
to do so.
Ooh, hold on. Yuma, he's gonna see them coming through Tormentor. He's like, uh-oh. Call down, missile. He's got himself an Aegis. He's doing a lot of damage. The missile's gonna connect. Flak is out. Is he gonna just kills the troll? Okay. The question is, do they find more analogs in pursuit? Does manage to chip them. They don't have any more vision to play around. I mean, that's a pretty ballsy call. Yuma did not know how many were coming through that twin gate.
So I like that little panic, you know. You start channeling, like, wait, it's being channeled. What do I do? Just drop the ult and go from prey. Unfortunately, it was only one hero coming in.
Radiant
All right,
are
well,
scanning.
Tormentor
because of
is
that.
up, but which team's gonna get it? They're smoked up here on OG. They want to contest. I mean, they are likely the stronger team in a 5v5, despite being down a little bit of gold. It's just, you're dealing with an Aegis on the gyro. Can you commit onto him? Schofield will just toss in moves. There's going to be the Doom on the backside. I don't even know who he finds. I think it's Beastmaster? It is the Beastmaster, and Laguna Blade comes out onto Tai Long. He's going to survive for the moment thanks to his facet, but they get the kill anyway. Illich will have the Roar now available. Needs to try and save Hector, but he can't. He's dead, and now they're on the hunt, looking for more. They're out for blood, and Schofield, he's found the Beastmaster. He needs the Avalanche to connect, the chase from Whisper, and a triple kill for Analog. They are just outplaying them in the fights, and they look so damn good.
And this is supposed to be OG's timing, is the very grim part for them. But it's heroic with this Aegis, feeling comfortable baiting the gyrocopter and finding the wraparound on the side. Beastmaster, he's pretty strong with the Roar, but I mean, you can't really do much once you're doomed. Just has to leave the fight. And if you don't have every hero contributing at max potential, you just don't have the damage when you've fallen this far behind. Great find from Schofield to start that. Like, Ringmaster is very useful from the backline, but didn't really get to do anything that fight.
Well, with this, an 11,000 gold lead, that Alk timing, yeah, yikes, kind of rough. That's going to be Tormentor into the hands of Heroic. Goes to KJ. I mean, not the best, but we've seen him do some pretty cool micro with his Eidolons. This just gives him more to play with. The scan does come out. They know exactly what's coming out through the Twin Gate.
Hoping to see someone step in, but good read from OG, dodging out for now. Actually, the courier might have given Monkey King away.
Oh, it did!
They find him.
KJ cuts his trees, and goodbye. What a quick response there from the Enigma. I mean, he's had a lot of impact despite just being the 5 position.
Yeah, this is why I actually kind of like the shard going to him. Tiny is actually a pretty good support for being farmed, but compared to an an Enigma, right, actually even a better target for getting accelerated farm. So now with that shard, you get even more Eidolons, and talk about the late game threat of a core Enigma. You'll get the same thing from a support Enigma if he's farmed enough.
Yeah, I do
He's
feel
already
like
done a lot.
I really enjoy Whisper's item build this game as well. He knows they have no damage issues between this dual core of Lina and Gyro, so he's gone Blink, Drums, and now a Pipe, has a Midas, and Yuma has queued up the Divine Rapier after the Satanic. Let's go, baby. That's the type of commitment that I like to see.
It's so unnecessary too. You're gonna win in the later game anyways, but I like it. They know how strong they are. They can break their backs all in one go, all around that second Roche timing. She got what, 2 minutes? Can you farm a Divine Rapier in about, let's say like it's a quickish spawn, 3 minutes?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm curious if they can contest anymore on the side of OG. They're gonna be forced to do something here, and playing into the gyrocopter, He's just baiting top. They like assume the team's behind him. He's completely alone. Meanwhile, Heroic smoking on the other side of the map looking for someone. They're going to bait this Arcane Rune instead. And well, there it is. The bait comes through. They get themselves El Misha on the Warlock. Just burns very quickly. And now they look for more. I don't think they're going to find anything else, but they're looking for another tier 2 tower in mid. It's just going to take a minute because the Beastmaster cut the wave.
Radiant are scanning.
They are not being given any space. Oh, Monkey is right next to Schofield.
Ooh,
Yeah, they found him.
Okay, I think Schofield found him. Do you think he's just walking around spamming the toss button?
I actually have no idea. So, okay, he was just sitting by a tree and saw Monkey King go there. I guess he saw it and was just pretending not to, and then he just blink tossed to the Lina. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how he saw that, but huge kill. Very unlucky for the Monkey King. Warlock being found outside of the base, and I actually think you can probably poke away at the high ground a little bit here if you want to, but you don't need to because you've got a Divine Rapier to farm up. You gotta chill. You gotta wait for the second Roche, lest you throw this Divine Rapier on the high ground.
Yeah. I think one of the things a lot of people don't know is you can toss without vision. Like, you don't have to see a toss target. If it's within range, Tiny will just throw whatever is there. Like, if they're on the other side of a tree or something, you don't actually see them, you can still toss them. So I think that's exactly what Schofield does there. He's like, I think Monkey King is here. He just blinks, starts spamming toss to the Lina, and he just surprise Monkey King is grabbed. So it's just a heads-up play.
Is under attack.
Turns out we're all surprised when he finds.
So tier 2
Schofield
mid.
hold the mid lane for Gyro, drag the creep wave to him. They're gonna jump the Gyro. Can they
We'll
burst
see
in
how this
time?
goes. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage in with the Wheel of Wonder, and Yuma doesn't get the Satanic off in time. A massive win for the side of OG. Now they still have a lot still available to fight with, and they might look for more. Analog stunned up on the high ground, but he has a Lincoln's, actually turns it around. KJ is just waiting for his opportunity, and so is Whisper. The Roar now comes out, looking to go in for more. Doom, pretty scary. High lung, he just gets caught. Oh my goodness. The toss comes through. A little bit unnecessary on the Doom, but it's okay. Really wanted to secure the kill.
Congregations of the Deep, pretty sick there too. I mean, it's a good jump on the Gyro. You kill him. Maybe you can try again on the Doom. You don't have the Wheel of Wonder this time, though. I'm not so sure about this time.
You still
Congregations
have
of the
Black
Deep
Hole,
double stun?
dude. Like, both Warlock and Enigma are holding their spells because they know that neither one can go first. And with this, they'll just back away. This is it's literally a stalemate of the first support that uses their spell loses, right? If you Black Hole, you get countered by Golem. Golem gets spent, you get Black Hole. Like, it's really funny to watch this cat and mouse between these two heroes.
You know, I'm impressed. I really thought Yuma would immediately change his item build after he got killed there, but he's committed. He disassembles his magic stick to sell it for max value, and then he's still going for that Divine Rapier. If they kill him again, that becomes a BKB, I think.
It's BKB now. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm not doing it. Can't risk giving Divine Rapier. Buys out the BKB. I think maybe if they could reliably get Aegis right now, then Divine Rapier is the play. Because then it's, you know, the amount of commitment you'd have to do to kill him twice is just not there.
Dire are
You
scanning.
think he made that decision, or his team clicked over and like, bruh, you still gonna go for that?
Analog's like, dude, hear me out. I can buy the Daedalus if you want to go BKB. And he's like, but I want to build Divine Rapier. And Analog's, but I don't want to build BKB. So they go back and forth. Okay, we're going to see them both smoked up here. Roche scouted. I mean, this is the fight that could end the game. Illich walks right into Yuma. Alchemist looking for his opening. The Doom comes out just in time, but an escape act is out. Big Wukong's command, but Yuma doing so much damage here on the gyro. He can just look for more as Hector stands no chance against this guy. The gyro too damn strong. They force them all away. They clean up the Monkey King on the backside. They will TP out now on the Warlock. Moose will not be as lucky. A 3 for 0 and likely to be the Roshan going their way.
The Crimson Guard does so much work in this fight, helping to block a lot of the Wukong's damage here. Whisper getting that Doom in the last second before that escape ad comes in. At that point, that's such a tanky Doom. There's an Alchemist on him, Wukong's on him. All the different support spells have been thrown at him, and he's still alive through this fight, chasing in. Yeah. At that point, Gyro and Lina are just full damage dealing because everything's on Whisper.
The Lotus actually just owned as well. Well, there it is. You committed Golem, so green light for the Enigma. Throws the Black Gold, takes down the Alchemist. He tips him. He's like, yeah, finally, right? They get another as Doom continues to chase on to the high ground. Schofield is not done. He wants this kill. Avalanche, get to the other side of the gate. Doom's waiting. Mega kill for Schofield as 3 more die on the side of OG.
That's a tip from Enigma, like, I've won. I've won the war of patience.
Yeah, dude. That's exactly what it is. Like, at some point, you're gonna need to use the spell, and he uses it to try and bail out the Alchemist. But Enigma, you know, he waited very long for this moment.
From here, you just don't have anything left. You need to somehow bring heroes into the fountain, and you don't have those kind of repositioning tools lest they do it themselves.
I mean, you've got the BKB
really
up
regretting
on
buying
Gyro
this
too.
BKB now. He's like, I should have been a Divine. I knew it. I knew it. From here, I mean, they're playing it safe. This is the last game if
Roche.
Heroic wins, right? OG is going to, you know, give it their all to the final shot, even as it looks, I don't know, insurmountable, I gotta say. Here with this Divine, or not Divine, sorry, this Aegis. Freudian slip there. Should have been a Divine.
I got some bad news. Tiny actually went crash landing, not insurmountable.
Well, maybe there's a chance then.
Yeah. I mean, the Aegis is definitely the item to seal the deal. I don't even think you need to go Mega Creeps. I'm pretty sure you just walk straight into the tier 4s and end this game. We'll see if they just want to go in through mid, but Heroic, gonna be patient, take their time, do it the right way, most likely.
I like this play they're trying to make. Like, you need to take a very strange fight that Heroic's not ready for. They're grouped up, like, in front of the tower, you know? It's probably not going to work, I'm not going to lie, because they're so far behind, but this is the kind of play you need to make to have any kind of shot. And I really appreciate that OG is trying that, you know? But it's actually scouted by the Eidolon, which is really good micro from KJ, like we were saying. Good uses of the Eidolons. You don't need them for the damage nor the team fights. How'd this creep wave get so large, actually? What is this?
It's a people-wide creep wave. Or Giga Dunk creep wave, whichever one you want to go with, depending on your...
All right, they've really committed to this. Heroic truly going to be caught off guard, right? It's got to work. This is your last chance.
We'll see. Amplify damage, Lina hitting the high ground. You're not actually if you can get KJ at the start of the fight, it's actually pretty good. You have to get KJ and Whisper. It's not easy. They actually see them in the trees. They back away. They see the Monkey King coming across. Whisper is going to be the one that gets caught there from the Roar. Tylung just getting absolutely shredded. Will he be able to get the Crimson and the pipe off? He finally does. And now your Wukong's command damage is just gone. Right into the hands of the Enigma. 2 are dead. And with this, the throat singing begins, and that is it. GG Heroic, a clean sweep here in the grand finals, looking absolutely unstoppable. They will be the South American team to represent the region at EWC 2025. Congratulations to them.
I'll say a great combination of playing well, but also all the drafts, I think, OG felt a lot of pressure to try to figure out a winning draft after having lost to Heroic before, but Heroic did the prep work, and I'd say all 3 games had kind of a favorable draft. Not like a complete stomp, but they have a Doom versus Alchemist, right? That's so good. 2 games in a row here where you're confident you're going to win the late game, so OG has the pressure to do well early, and then you kind of outplay them there, right? At that point, you're just showing why you are the dominant team in the region from the side of Heroic, so really well done. I do want to say, though, I know OG ends up falling 3-0. They're not going to feel great about that, but I do think there's been a lot of improvement on this team. And I see a lot of bright moments throughout the games. Obviously not all the time and not enough to beat Heroic here, but even that attempt at the final defense there, going to that play, right? It's really good for a team to recognize, like, standard play loses us the game. We've got to go crazy, right? We've got to do something really out there to have a shot. And that's a winning mentality for the future. It's not today, unfortunately. Gonna have to do a little bit more prep work, a little bit more grinding, get some drafts that'll help you out. But I hope this team sticks together. I hope they keep playing, working on it, because I do see the potential there.
I completely agree. I mean, when you look at the teams that they had to eliminate to get to the grand finals, I don't know if it's possible to pull the brackets back up. Is it? Can we do that? We can. Okay, cool. So, like, OG Latam, like, initially, they knocked down Sin Compromiso, they knocked down Veritas, they lose to Heroic, but in the lower bracket, they eliminate some very, like, prominent teams. So, I just feel like this is a team that has, like, grown a lot over the last month, and I really hope that they stick together, because yes, you do lose to Heroic, but that's not something to be, like, shameful about.
A lot of teams lose to Heroic.
Yeah,
you know?
like a lot of teams. See, like, a lot of teams will lose to Heroic. That's a pretty impressive run in the qualifiers. I think they should keep their heads held high despite the 3-0 here, and I want to see them keep practicing and continuing to improve. We do have some highlights of just this series in general, because it is an absolute masterclass from Heroic, just from game 1 and onward. Like, this team has looked so dang good. I mean, we're gonna see them just in dominant positions the whole game. This was like the first fight we really see the diffusal on that Monkey King in game 1 start to just have a ton of impact, and then the Whisper Mag just making it impossible for people to survive and get away.
Yeah, Whisper caught so many heroes on that Magnus this time. Part of the drafting struggles, right? It's like, do you give him Magnus? I mean, some other heroes slipping through, but this game really showcased why you don't give them Magnus. Even after they have a really good lane versus that Monkey King, really outplaying there, surprising Heroic a bit. They had to go into recovery mode for a while. Did a great job doing so. Here, they made a lot of quick plays, but eventually the Drow caught back up, and then this fight showed, right, where they just ran in. They were doing so much damage here. You had no answer to the Drow at this point.
Whisper's like, I don't have an ult, so I can't do a whole lot here. I'm just gonna throw my body and see what happens, and well, it worked. You know, it worked. You get enough damage out. Analog, I think, got like an ultra kill here. Yeah, he does. So you have more damage issues than just the Drow. And then this was the tail end of game number 2, where the Death Prophet, I mean, she somehow survives this false promise, I think.
I couldn't believe she didn't die, yeah.
Whisper's
I wonder if hypothermia
so
only affects the healing, like, at the very end, and maybe it expired before the Oracle ult did, so then, like, the healing still got amplified? I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think heal reductions matter to false promise, to my knowledge, because it's just calculating the numbers. And then, yeah, it's just math, like Oracle, Giga Brain, 5-head. But I mean, we could see, like, this was set up on the back of a massive terrorize from Schofield, and it's just like, oh crap, like, how do we take this? This fight, the Doom comes out just in time. We see Yuma with his BKB standing in the center of the Wukongs. They get the Crimson Guard off, like you said, and, like, how do you take these fights, you know? The Monkey King completely controlled them on the backside. Never stood a chance.
Yeah, it was really well done, gotta say. Not too surprising. I think think a lot of people know Heroic is kind of the favorites in the region. They did get beaten out in the past by Edge, but this time, they returned to dominant form, win 2 major qualifiers in a row here.
Yeah, and I'm super excited because we have someone very special ready for an interview, and it's actually going to be the coach of Heroic. Caps, it is so good to see you, man. Congratulations on great performance here today. I gotta ask, it's been a pretty great week for you guys in general, a couple weeks. So what's the team feeling like? How are you feeling?
Well, I'm just gonna say the first thing that came to my mind, I think, is relief, because it's so much hard work and so much investment, like not only of money, of time as well, that goes into this, and being able to qualify for both TI and Riyadh is it's like everything was worth it, If anything goes wrong, it's like wasted years.
Yeah, it was one of those things that I mean I saw you posted some fun stuff on social media about the last qualifier, and getting there, getting Whisper to TI, and now you guys get your EWC qualification. I think a lot of people put you guys on a pretty high pedestal, right? You are the South American Dota team. You guys have a lot of fans. So I think everyone's really excited to see you at these events. So I just got to say, it's a lot of work that went into this. So how much preparation do you make for each series, or do you guys just have confidence that in your team to perform?
I have another coach working with me, right? So we kind of share work a little bit. We always focus more on ourselves, but when I'm doing prep to a team specific, I always I put a lot of hours into prepping the draft, right? And Mangusu usually looks at their warding patterns and some things that they do in the game usually. I always do that, but not always. These qualifiers were kind of too much work, It's a work for 2 people. Actually, if I gotta be honest with you, I'm a slow worker. So I must put at least 5 hours into each prep for each series, to the point that when we lose and we go to the lower bracket and we have 2 series a day, our prep gets worse.
Well, luckily for you guys, it was all upper bracket this time around. Does your team appreciate the amount of work that you guys that you and Mangusu do?
They do. I wish they would externalize it more, but I know they do. We were saying that we need to be more positive in this team and say more positive things to each other, congratulate them from when they do good and things like that. We're trying to do it, but even us, the coaches, we don't go and do that too much to the players. That's a good thing to have.
I'm gonna let Zach ask you a couple questions. I've been hogging you.
Nah. Well, okay, off of that, you mentioned all the draft prep that goes in, and we actually felt all 3 drafts went your way, so prep paid off. But then it also feels like your team knows the timings that they should wait for. They're pretty patient to make sure they get to that point. Is that something that you help prep them for at the end of the draft? You tell them, make sure you get these items before you do anything? Or is that something, they have to figure out themselves in the game?
We practice since coming from scrims that we need to talk about how the game will go as soon as the draft is over, and we had a list of things that we always try to talk about. I think that's really important and it helps, but for sure we don't have time to talk about everything, right? There's some guidelines for them to follow and to help them make decisions, and we do replay analysis, and we kind of set up macro plays for them to so they don't have to use their brains too much inside the game. When a partner situation appears, they have something ready at least. They can modify it and do something a bit different, maybe way very different, but they always have something to rely on. But of course, it's you can't go and kind of set a plan for the whole game. Dota is just too complex for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a complicated game, but you guys did great. So then I won't take too much time because I know you said it's a lot of stress and it's finally relief you guys are done. Is there any celebration that's gonna happen? Go share some positive words like you said. What's the plan now?
Like, if I gotta be honest, I think everyone's tired, but since the series ended quick, we're probably gonna eat together. I'm not sure if we're going out and ordering. But man, like the TI pause, when we won, everyone was like screaming, like going crazy, very fucking happy. And here, I think like we were so focused and so in the zone, and like it was a clean 3-0. Like everyone's like showing no emotion. It's like another day in the office. I'm even a bit scared, even with myself. You can see me. I'm here all serious and all, but it's like, holy shit! I spent like the last like 3 days using my brain non-stop. It's just, and we finally managed to get in a good like flow, and it's hard getting out of it as well. So I'm not sure. Let's see.
Well, that's awesome, man. We're happy for you. Obviously, you're one of the favorites. You guys, I've loved your team guys for a while, so obviously best of luck as you guys have a lot to prepare for. I'm sure a lot of that's on your shoulders, so hopefully you get a moment to relax before things start to get spicy, but hope you can at least enjoy a little bit of a reprieve now as you guys have made it to the EWC.
We have like a 4-day break, and then we fly to play Qualifier, right? So
it never ends.
I still need to make a decision if we're gonna sacrifice like the time to rest or to practice. What's more important, because like everyone is very tired here right now. Like it was a really long boot camp into 2 qualifiers. Like it was more than 1 month of like hard work. So yeah, we could really use like a little time to rest.
Yeah. Well, I hope you get it, man. Thank you so much for joining us for the interview. It's an absolute pleasure to speak with you, and yeah, best of luck, honestly, going forward. We're rooting for you.
Thank you. I hope to see you guys at the tournaments, the events.
I hope so
nice.
Too, man.
As always.
We'll see. Have a good night, Cavs.
Good night. See you.
Bye. Absolute legend, Cavs, the coach of Heroic. It's nice to hear that, like, he puts in a lot of work. He always has. It's one of the reasons that he's one of the major reasons Heroic has been very successful. But he also has his other coach, Mangusu, who it's nice to hear that he's doing a lot of work as well, things that like maybe CAFs doesn't have the time for, and all of this prep, it pays off. They make their way to the EWC, they made their way to TI last week, and their journey's not done. They've still got another tournament in just a couple of days, but it's cool to see that it's worth it in the end, that amount of work.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, it is a lot of hard work, and they're not the only ones. It's every team is going through this grind, which is why it's tough when you don't make it. And I really loved hearing him say, like, we're trying to be more positive, like, I think we appreciate each other, but we want to actually say it. And I think that's what all the teams could use right now. All the fans watching, it's an endless grind for these guys. It's so much work, and for the teams that make it, and especially for the teams that don't, now's the time to show your support. Tell them, you're big fans, you believe in them, so that they can bounce back for future tournaments, because the grind continues. It's not just this year, it'll be next year and next year. There's always Dota.
Yeah, it never seems to end. More tournaments are getting announced all the time, so something always to look forward to. But as for the South American Closed Qualifiers to the EWC, it is over, man. We have crowned the kings, the victors, whatever you want to say. It's Heroic. They will be representing South America at the main event. Very excited to see how they do. But for Zach and myself, that'll do it. We hope you all enjoyed the broadcast. We hope you guys enjoyed these series. They were super fun to cast, so it's a pleasure as always. So thank you for having us, and hopefully we will see you all very soon. As always, have a wonderful evening, day, night, whichever time of day it is, and we'll see you next time.
one go.